Yeah.
She brought it this morning. So it is sitting here for I don't want that one. Yeah, we can. So yes, for today's session, 3, 4, 5, and 6. What of them? Yeah, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I think that one is session. This one. I'm not going to check it. Which folder are you going to get it?
Oh, yani. Wala.
on you.
Okay.
Will you just stay on the stage?
Changes that oh, yes, I'll move along. Yes. Yes, we will be morning. We'll be starting in the next 4 minutes. Okay. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, let's start again. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Much better. My name is still Solimolai. So I'm going to still be your host for today. I hope you enjoyed the cocktail yesterday. There are a couple of colleagues here, I'm not going to ask them whether they're still having hangover. But it was good, colleagues. We managed to enjoy ourselves. Yesterday we had a great day. I think most of us, we have learned, we understood what are some of the challenges. Today it's our second day of a global forum. The theme of today is gender mainstreaming in all areas of sustainable development. So we do have a couple of presentations that colleagues are going to present. Just a quick announcement. I know some colleagues have already asked me whether can we get access to the images and the pictures that have been taken here. We'll send you the link with all the pictures. So you don't need to come and give me memory sticks. It's 240 of you guys, so you can imagine 240 memory sticks. So we managed to create a link. We'll send it to you so that you can upload all the pictures that's been taken. Colleagues, without any wasting of time, we are going to get into session 3. And Andres will be our chair from ECE. She's a chief social demographics, she's from the chief social demographic statistics section. I'm going to allow him to introduce the panel. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you also as host to lead us yesterday to such a nice informal gathering, because informal part of this forum is probably as important as the formal part that we are carrying on here. So indeed, warm welcome to today's session on gender mainstreaming in national statistical systems. Our speakers will provide insights into national efforts to gather, analyze, and disseminate data on this issue, and this also pertains not only to data, but also erasing biases and advancing equality. We have 3 speakers here on the podium. Their presentations will reveal results of the global survey on national gender statistics programs, and they also highlight national and international initiatives to bridge gender data gaps. So I expect that the coming hour and 15 minutes would reveal new and important ways to improve gender mainstreaming in official statistics. Our first speaker is Maria Isabel Cobos, a statistician at the United Nations Statistics Division in New York, working on gender, social, and migration statistics. She has been working in UN over 15 years, in headquarters in New York, as well as in ECLAC in Santiago. And her career encompasses coordinating the Statistical Commission, working on the improvement of civil registration and vital statistics, production of population estimates and projections, and many more issues. She has also taken interest in fertility, aging, and indigenous issues, and co-authored a number of papers. So we are now happy to hear from Maria Isabel about her work in the global review of gender statistics programs. Please.
Thank you, Andres. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. Yes, as Andres just mentioned, my presentation will focus on the 2020 global review of gender statistics programs, zooming into the areas that are relevant to the topic of this session, which is mainstreaming the gender perspective in the production of official statistics. First, I will give an overview of the context. Can I have the presentation, please? First, I'll give an overview of the context of the global review so that everyone knows what it is about and what are the objectives of it. And then I'll go right into the questions that we had about the topics of production of gender statistics. And finally, we'll have some lessons learned and results. There we go. So the 2020 Global Review of Gender Statistics was mandated by the United Nations Statistical Commission to implement this review in conjunction and in collaboration with the regional commissions of the UN. This is the second time that the survey has been conducted. The first one was in 2012. And the plan is to maintain a decennial cadence to see the progress that we will be observing. The questionnaire was based on the one that we used originally in 2012, of course incorporating the new and emerging elements of current relevance and also the lessons learned from last time. The objectives were to measure the progress since the first time that we did the review, assessing the impact of the pandemic, observing the extent of gender mainstreaming in the national statistical systems, identifying good practices and challenges, and also guiding the future work of the interagency and expert group of gender statistics under the Global Gender Statistics Program. There were a total of 107 countries that replied to the 2022 questionnaire, and here goes a very, very big thanks to all of those countries that really took the time and effort to coordinate the responses among the national statistical system. It was done in collaboration with the regional commissions who really did the heavy lifting of the data collection. Going right into the issue of thematic statistics with a gender perspective, these are the topics that we were able to compare with the review that was done 10 years ago and refer to statistics that are produced exclusively by NSOs. And it's a very busy table, but I will point out a few interesting findings. For example, violence against women saw a significant change If you see on the graph on your left, we see that almost half of the countries reported regularly on this topic from a third that did so in 2012. This matches as well the graph on your right that shows that the production of violence against women was on an ad hoc basis in 1 out of 5 in 4 out of 10 in 2012 to 1 out of 5 in 2022. Other good news from the past decade is the production of satellite accounts on unpaid work. On the graph of your left, you see that in 2012, there was about 7% of countries, and we saw a modest increase to 10% in the last round. So although the change is in the right direction, there's still a long way to go. Finally, the results of morbidity and mortality may seem counterintuitive at first, but there might be an explanation because of the COVID pandemic. The mortality statistics seem to be produced less regularly than a decade ago, but it may reflect the fact that now the demand for mortality statistics is very, very much increased, giving way to a more frequent production of mortality statistics in general, not only for gender purposes, but in a less predictable way. The morbidity statistics as well, we see that more than 40 countries are producing this regularly from a 12% only a decade ago. Going on to the topics that are not officially produced by the whole statistical system, we see that the gender statistics not officially produced by the NSS include both traditional and emerging topics, and they expand across all the 3 pillars of development. For example, looking at the top 15 themes, we see in the economic pillar, for example, that 40% of countries did not produce statistics for trade and commerce, or approximately the same proportion did not for climate change or environment. In the social pillar, there are also untapped topics like homelessness with 40% of countries, 35% of countries, or forced displacement. Going on to data sources that are used or exist in the statistical system, the landscape for data sources of gender statistics has significantly been diversified in the last decade. Most of innovative data sources were not asked in 2012 because they either did not exist or they were not traditionally collected for official statistics purposes. But even for those who are more traditional, like population registers or judiciary records, we see a positive trend in the use of them. There is really untapped potential in the existing data sources, and we can truly see that we are sitting on a gold mine. In this graph, the gray bars indicate areas of opportunity as they point to gaps in the utilization of data that is already there, that already exists. For example, the geospatial data, we see that 47 countries do produce this data, but less than half make use of such information for gender statistic purposes. Non-traditional areas for gender statistics are also showing great untapped potential to exploit these data sources that already exist but are underutilized. For example, the trade records show an enormous potential utilization gap. 65 countries produce trade data, but only 15 of them make use of them for a gender perspective. In the following session, we will hear from these countries that are trailblazers, and maybe we can learn from them, so stay tuned to that. A similar pattern is also observed in business and financial records. 75 countries have business registers, but only 35 make use of them for gender statistics production. Other interesting highlights at the bottom, 6% of countries are already using citizen-generated data for gender statistics, 12% for use social media or modern media, and also 12% use private sector data. Now, we also asked about the COVID effect in the production of gender statistics. Here we're showing the top 15 themes that saw an increased demand due to the pandemic. And we see that those topics are concentrated in the economic and social pillars. In particular, we can see that access to financial services and unpaid work are both in the list of the most demanded topics, and also the list of the topics for which gender statistics are not officially produced. So this points out to an important opportunity to step up efforts to produce gender statistics on access to financial services and on paid domestic and care work, as we have been listening since yesterday. Going on until to see more of the organizational setting and the legal and policy frameworks, we see that gender statistics are now more firmly established in the statistical systems than a decade ago. For example, a very large increase was seen in the number of countries that have specific legislation requiring the conduction of specialized gender statistics surveys, from 15% of countries in 2012 to 44% in 2022. There are also increases in the other questions that we asked about a coordinating body at national level. Now it's half, when a decade ago it was 37%. A law governing gender statistics, now it's 92% from 85%. And also the existence of a gender focal point or office within the NSO saw an increase. So this observation of the establishment of gender statistics within the NSS is really a success story for our community. In other areas, for example, collaboration and communication, it is clear that NSOs have a diverse set of stakeholders and that user-producer dialogues are very widespread mechanism. 75 countries report that they have some kind of user-producer dialogue. However, most of these 75 do so on an ad hoc basis. In summary, there is progress to celebrate. The gender statistics production is much more firmly established in the production of statistics officially. The production has become also more regular than a decade ago. There are new themes that are being explored from the gender perspective. There's a wider variety of sources that are being used for the production of gender statistics. And we can see that it has been mainly supported by the existence of new statistical frameworks. For example, we have ICATUS in 2016, the Statistical Framework for Femicide, Statistical Framework for Corruption, Statistical Classification for Violence Against Children, the new definition of work, new recommendations for refugees, statelessness, IDPs, and many more that maybe are escaping now from the top of my head from the last decade. Of course, there are also challenges that we have identified in the 2022 review. There is, first and foremost, untapped potential in existing data sources, particularly in the increased availability of admin data to NSOs. At the same time, modern and non-traditional data sources represent also an important challenge for NSOs, such as social media and other types of big data. This will necessitate, if not a different, an expanded set of skills from the human resources working in the NSOs that are more used to primary data. Now they are going to be able to work with secondary data coming from other data producers, from other members in the NSS. And this also carries the need for a more robust IT infrastructure and an intensified collaboration within the NSO and among the NSS members, not only as users of their data, but also as producers of thematic data. I think I'll leave it here now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria Isabel. Please save your questions for later. We will have a moment for discussion towards the end of the session. I just wish to comment at this stage that this is really a rich data set of which Maria Isabel could only provide a very general overview on the global level, and in the regional commission, I am looking forward to do some regional and sub-regional analysis of this, and also use the country answers for planning different kind of capacity development activities that will come up in capacity development programs. So at this point, we introduce in the session a little surprise intervention. You know that it has not always been self-evident to have such a global forum on gender statistics, and with a lot of experts, interested professionals together, taking in a way for granted that we have this topic and that we are making gradual progress, as it was shown also in the presentation. There has been a long road to make gender statistics to what it is today, and we will have a message from someone who has been at the origins of the developments that we see today, who has been greatly committed to the cause of gender statistics, and whose initiative led her country, Italy, to host the first global forum on gender statistics in 2007, and who has chaired many international expert groups and forums. So we will hear now what Linda Laura Sabadini wishes to propose to us as next steps in mainstreaming gender statistics. This will be through a video that I hope our colleagues back in the room could play right now. Please go ahead. Oh, could you please begin again? There is no...
Statistics, former director of National Statistical Institute and chair of Women 20 in 2021. I think that we need to develop a reflection on the necessity to recommend countries in approving laws on gender statistics in detail. Even when gender statistics are highly developed, as in Italy, if they are not regulated by law in details in the face of budget cuts, they are the first to be postponed, if not cancelled. For this reason, I think that a new central international initiative is required. Social and gender statistics don't have the same dignity as economic statistics. They are considered expendable, deferrable to better times, also because the top management of the Institute doesn't always have a strong sensitivity on their importance. But gender statistics, we know, are fundamental for gender mainstreaming. And for this reason, I think that we need to start a great lobbying work so that we arrive at pronunciation by the General Assembly too. All countries have to approve laws that require that gender statistics are adequately developed. Laws who provide detailed topics and variables to measure not only a generic article of a law. Gender statistics must have the same priority of economic statistics. I explain you a good experience in few words we had in Italy, in particular on statistics on violence against women. We tried to design a law on statistics that bind a national statistical Institute, Home Office, Ministry of Justice and Ministry of Health to continuously produce statistics with the necessary detail on violence against women, introducing into their respective information system, among others, information on the relationship between the victim and the offender. And the Parliament approved it unanimously in 2022. National Statistical Institute is called to ensure the 3-year implementation of sample surveys entirely dedicated to the phenomenon on violence against women. And this is very important because the last survey on violence against women was carried out 9 years ago. Finally, the law provides that National Statistical Institute ensures investigations on anti-violence centers and shelters every 2 years. Now we need to ensure that all the other information on quality of life are required by law. For this reason, the government is working now on a second law which makes it mandatory with sanctions. We have to win this battle at international level too, that gender statistics have same dignity as economic statistics. It is important that all the work of years in gender statistics since the World Conference of Women in Beijing is finally taken up in national law. It needs to be codified, not only into recommendation, and we have to push it. Thank you for your attention.
A very strong encouragement indeed, and food for thought for all of you. All the reactions, of course, to this message would also be very welcome during the discussion. Right now, let me proceed to the next presenter. We have with us Jessamine Encarnacion, Interregional Advisor on Gender Statistics in the Women Count program of UN Women. She manages global projects of the program, including the development of UN Women's first flagship report on the assessment of countries' gender data and capacity. And she is dealing with the production and use of disaggregated gender statistics, UN Women's data needs response during the crisis. Jessa started her career as a government statistician in 1997 in the Philippines National Statistical Coordination Board, and she capped her national career as the interim assistant national statisticians of the Philippines Statistical Authority. We will now have the pleasure to turn the floor over to Jessamine, please.
Yeah, thank you, Andres, and good morning, everyone. And thanks to Maria Isabella for the very informative presentation. Specifically from UN Women's perspective, the Global Review provides very helpful information for us to understand the challenges and likewise the achievements of countries and helps us in aiding and supporting them. Responding, and of course, given these challenges, responding to these challenges, since 2016, UN Women has implemented the Making Every Woman and Girl Count, or what I would refer to in my presentation as Women Count. It is a multi-stakeholder global strategy that is creating a radical shift in how gender statistics are used, produced, and disseminated to inform policy and advocacy. So simply put, in the context of this session, this is a contribution or initiative towards gender mainstreaming in the national statistical system. And our program interventions fall under 3 broad categories. So we recognize that weak policy space, legal and financial environments pose barriers to progress and gender statistics still continue to be underfunded, at least based on the report recently produced by Paris 21. Thus, we are supporting countries in creating an enabling environment to strengthen policies and practices governing the production and use of gender statistics. Our second, we also recognize that another challenge is that several critical data gaps remain. So for example, a recent study that we made found that it will take on the average at least 22 years to address gender data gaps. And that's more than 10 years beyond the SDG deadline. And therefore, actions that need this data, that this data can be also further delayed. Thus, Women Count is supporting efforts to improve the regular production of gender statistics, be it on traditional data or non-traditional data, to monitor the SDGs as well as the national and international commitments of countries. And finally, we are cognizant that the lack of access and limited use of gender data pose challenges. So we are thus supporting countries in terms of open access, dissemination tools, user-producer dialogues, and critically, to deliberately link data to action so that users are better able to use gender statistics in their policy and programmatic actions. So what all of this actually mean on the ground? Towards creating an enabling environment, we supported at least 22 countries to improve their coordination within the national statistical system. At least 18 countries have included gender perspective in national strategies and plans, many of which have been in partnership with Paris 21. And on increasing data production, 37 countries have been supported to fill critical gender data gaps, particularly on the area of violence against women as well as on time use. And 78 countries produced timely, rapid gender assessment surveys during crisis with Women Count support. And last, but certainly not least, as we put a high premium on data use, gender data has been used in more than 20 plus policies or programmatic actions for gender equality. Now, to further concretize how we're supporting countries, let me put a country spotlight on Maldives in terms of creating an enabling environment. So in 2019, when Maldives National Bureau of Statistics began designing its 10-year NSDS, we found that 43% of their gender-specific SDG indicators were not being collected. So thus, with support from UN Women and Paris 21, for the first time, a gender perspective was deliberately integrated in the formulation of the NSDS. In fact, according to the Maldives chief statistician, Aishat, gender data gaps were identified across a range of different sectors. And to quote her, with these gaps across the board, we thought it important to explicitly refer to gender-sensitive data collection in the 10-year NSDS. Thus, also for the first time, in the country's 10-year NSDS, gender responsiveness was identified as one of the guiding principles of the NSDS, alongside with trust, accountability, and trust, inclusiveness, and sustainability. That way, there is no escaping any one of the sectors, any one of the chapters to have a gender perspective in their NSDS. So next spotlight is on Senegal in terms of addressing data gaps. And particularly at the time of crisis, when there's much needed timely and relevant data to assess the impact of the crisis across women and men. A rapid gender assessment has been undertaken in collaboration with ANSD, Senegal's NSO, as well as the Ministry of Women. As early as July 2020, when it was the peak of the pandemic for many of us here in the room. So beyond producing much needed data on gender differentiated impacts, it also produced new data on intersecting forms of intersectionality for specific subpopulation groups during the pandemic. It also produced new information or new knowledge on, by coming up with further impact studies, which also helped ANSD in planning some of its activities. It also allowed the Ministry of Women to work with UNFPA to extend its interventions and render them more specific. And then it also contributing to fueling a new program on economic resilience of women, particularly in the informal sector, and has since raised $1.7 million to support women in this particular subgroup. And finally, on improving data use, this time allow me to first turn a spotlight on the issue of quote-unquote gender data use gap. I argue that in terms of data gap, when we talk about data gap towards gender equality and women's empowerment, there are at least two types. That one would be the gap on gender data and statistics, and likewise the information gap or the data gap that we also don't know, or the extent to which gender data has been used in terms of policy and programmatic actions. Thus, it is but fitting that the last part of my presentation puts a spotlight on quote-unquote gender data use gap. So a case in point here would be Kenya's National Time Use Survey. So it was regarded as a national priority. It's the first ever time use study conducted, or time use survey conducted in the country by the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics in consultation with their interagency committee. And since then, connections went well beyond the Committee on Gender Data. The government, with support not only from UN Women, but also with other partners, has achieved the following milestones towards the development from a time use survey towards a national care policy. So first, they included care work in their national development plan. For example, it tied up with the accountability framework within the government, performance contracts of the Principal Secretary, the Cabinet Secretary of the State Department of Gender Affairs included that, that they should deliver on the national care policy based on, the National Time Use Survey. Second, establish coordination mechanisms, coming up with a national steering committee and a technical working group towards a care policy. Third, the generation of further and more evidence since the conduct of time use, such as the care needs assessment, such as the National Care Policy Roadmap. And in addition, other parts or other key actors of the statistical system has likewise been involved, such as the University of Nairobi, which undertook further analysis of time use to identify the drivers of unpaid care and domestic work to inform policy and planning. And lastly, a comprehensive program on capacity building. This is a clear message that beyond producing gender data, the government of Kenya is making concrete connections to policy actions. And this is also a clear example that when data and policy actors have established relationships, evidence-based policy actions are more likely to follow. And as part of our sustained and intentional efforts to link data to policy and programmatic actions, our Women Count in Asia and the Pacific, led by my colleague Sarah, who's also here in the forum, undertook a study on the barriers and opportunities for evidence-informed decision-making. This was undertaken in 6 countries in Asia and the Pacific through polls, key informant interviews, and consultations. The study found that key barriers include lack of timely data, lack of disaggregated data, lack of coordination, and unfortunately, lack of gender prioritization to begin with. But the study also found that key enablers for using gender data for decision-making include having feminist leadership and likewise having an efficient coordination mechanism. So the report was released this month and available on our Women Count Data Hub, data.unwomen.org. And lastly, so in summary, we have been consolidating our experiences and insights on gender mainstreaming in the NSS through our implementation of the Women Count program and of course, in close partnership with national partners. What we found is that we need a holistic approach to address challenges in the gender statistical system and continue to improve planning and coordination, that we need to leverage catalytic partnerships and promote use of innovative and non-traditional data sources. And last and certainly not least, increasing focus on data use from both users and producers. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this holistic presentation about UN Women's activities. I think it is very good to see how the conceptual framework gets very concretely translated to country actions so that data gets collected and processed and used in policymaking, so all the stages present. very important indeed. We are now proceeding to our next presenter, who would present a country case, Maria Isabel Ibanez, who is head of the Gender Statistics Subdepartment at the National Statistics Institute of Chile, INE. She is responsible for gender statistics and also to provide technical and methodological support for incorporation of gender perspective in the whole statistical operations of the INE. And she has a master's degree in inequalities and social science. So I would now hand over to Maria Isabel to introduce us about Chile's experience.
Thank you everyone for your attention. Well, today I'm going to talk about the gender mainstreaming in the statistical production in our experience in the National Statistical Institute of Chile. For that, first I'm going to present the National Statistics Institute in Chile, then I'm going to talk about the gender mainstreaming in our two main tasks as institution, that is the production of official statistics and to coordinate the official statistical system. And also I'm going to talk about all the efforts indicators in a wide range of topics. Examples of these indicators are employment, prices, population, culture, security, and economy. And our main goal is to impact in the decision-making in public policies. As I told you before, we have two main functions. The first one is to produce official statistics, and the second one is to coordinate the national statistical system. And now I would like to talk to you about the gender mainstreaming in those two main functions. Regarding to the producing official statistics, I'm going to structure the presentation in updating manuals for the incorporation of gender approach. In the stage of design, we have two main efforts. The first one is the statistical design, and here we encourage the use of the sex variable to measure the estimate precision. As a result of this, we can obtain representative estimate for women and men at the national and regional level. The second effort that we have done is the variable design, and here we mainly work with guidelines and recommendations. Some examples of these are the inclusive language guides and the production of indicators guides that they are used inside of the institution for all the design process. Also, the last year, in 2022, we published the standard for measurement of the variable of sex, gender, and sexual orientation in household service and population census. We call ESCOS this standard. And I want to stop a little bit in this standard because this is the result of several years of work. In this state, we made several working documents, research, studies, pilot, cognitive interviews, and now we have this standard that is a battery of questions that allows for a comparable and current analysis of the data. This standard provides statistical visibility for the LGBTIQ+ community and also allows the production of a statistical from a gender and right perspective. In that code, you can find the standard, the document that is not only the battery of questions, because we also develop some recommendations and guidelines for the use of this battery. And now this standard has been used in the second National Time Use Survey that is happening now in Chile, and we are very happy of that. Also, it has been used in the National Urban Survey of Public Security, the pilot study of the population and housing census, and the pilot study of household budget survey. Now, coming back to the stage of statistical production, we have collection, and here more than talk about the actions that we have done regarding the collection, I want to highlight the emphasis that we have put in the interviewer training. Here we emphasize the transmission of the relevance of the correct way of asking the question related to gender, and also we generate like a pack with some examples, concrete examples that the interviewer can face at the moment of the collection, so they can be prepared for the different situations. And the last stage are analysis and dissemination. And here it's important to mention that we have an institutional regulation that requests the incorporation of sex variable into Ministry and Public Service statistical production process. As a result of this, we can obtain a wide range of data that can be disaggregated by women and men. And regarding dissemination, we have also a wide range of products such as infographic, bulletin, studies, among others. Also in the producing official statistic task, we have statistical operations that are aimed to measure explicit gender issues, and as I mentioned, we have the second time use survey that I'm going to repeat. We are very happy that is happening now in Chile. And here are some examples of the infographics that these are published this year. Yeah. Now, regarding the second main function that we have, that is coordination of the national statistical system, we have the Gender Statistics Subcommittee. This is a workspace that 26 Ministry and Public Service are participating in this subcommittee. The INE and the Ministry of the Women and Gender Equality are coordinate this committee, and we have the main task of generate gender indicators and publish for all the people. So there you can see a photo of the website that we have where we publish the gender indicators, and we have several dimensions for gender indicators like economy, population, work, education, demographics. So we can organize the different indicators in that dimensions. As a workspace, we have 5 main goals. The first one is raise awareness about the situation of women, men, and non-binary people. Also, disseminate gender statistics produced by public organizations. Improve the statistical opportunity in gender indicators, increase the statistical supply of gender indicators by promoting intersectoral production, and promote, coordinate intersectoral work for more and better gender statistics. Nowadays, we have 71 published gender indicators, 2 additional more indicators soon to be published, and as I mentioned, we are 26 public institutions participating. Each indicator is published with the tabulation and with its respective metadata. In that graph, you can see the number of indicators by dimension that are published. And there is the code for the present. And now, at the organizational level, we have also some efforts that we have done that is mainly to generate capacities within the institution. And here we have mainly some courses that try to raise awareness within the institution about the relevance of gender statistics. And only for mention the main enablers that we have for the gender mainstreaming within the institution, we have first, consolidation of a team specialized in gender issues. Here I realized that we are very lucky to have a team that is only focused in gender statistics, so that has been a really good enabler for gender mainstreaming. Also the alliance that we have and the work with international and government institutions that we can share and learn about other experience. The link with NGOs and civil society. This is very important for us because we can hear and understand the demands from the civil society about what they expect about gender statistics. And finally, the awareness within the institution about the relevance of gender mainstreaming. To finish to the end, the challenge that we have for the future. First, we have the progress in installing the gender perspective in all work areas. I just say that it has been enabled to have a consolidated team, but also this can be a challenge because all the teams in the institution relies in us for gender mainstreaming, so we have to move forward to install the capabilities in all the teams. Then we have the production of gender statistics in economics and underdeveloped areas such as environment and climate change. And finally, a medium and long-term planning on a statistical production from a gender perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria Isabel, and congratulations for this kind of successful work in Chile that you have done. I would even say that you implement nearly all the international recommendations and tick all the important elements in there, and on top of it, it appears that your country is one of the front runners in creating standards for measuring sex, gender, and sexual orientation, so this is really remarkable. We have now enjoyed the 4 interventions, and everyone has stayed so well on time that we have plenty of time for our interactive discussion. Just to remind everyone that we started with an international overview of the situation with gender statistics in the world. We had a plea for anchoring gender statistics in laws. We had a holistic UN Women's Program with specific successful country implementations, and we had this wonderful case of Chile. So now the floor is open for reflections and questions to our panelists. Anybody wishing to raise the hand? Well, if not, oh, I see. Okay, the gentleman over there, please.
Thank you. I refer to the first presentation, UNSD, I believe, on data sources for gender statistics. I notice trade records, financial records. I want to have some further details. How trade data, basically that comes from customs declaration, and the way trade statistics are collected, compiled, we don't see male, female. Except maybe in cross-border informal trade where you can see extent of gender, male and female. That I just wanted some clarification on this. And also on financial records. I refer to VAT statement or audited statement of companies and enterprises. So I do believe maybe from those financial statement you can get data, employment data maybe, male, female, but how do you how do we collect gender data? Let's say you are compiling GDP or any kind of macroeconomic indicator based on gender disaggregation. This is my question on those 2 data sources. Thank you.
Thank you. And we had one more from Brazil. Yeah, right? Am I right?
There are 2 there. Is it me? Is it me?
Please go ahead.
I'm actually from UN Women, based in Nairobi.
A bit louder, it is very difficult to hear.
I think there's something, well, okay, let me speak closer to the mic. I have one question to all the panelists. We've heard various voices from the room that there are issues related to funding in national statistical offices for gender statistics activity, and the time use survey was one of those that were isolated. So my question to all of you is, what would you say should we do as a community to make gender statistics more sustainable? in terms of its production and use? What are the key factors that you believe will contribute towards that?
Thank you. Some very good questions to continue the discussion. Let me allow first Maria Isabel to react on that trade statistics and other specific question.
Thank you very much for your question, and it's right on point because the next session, session 4, is exactly about that, about how some countries are already integrating the gender perspective into the trade statistics. It's not disaggregating the transactions. You will see how it's done. It's about linking data with other data sources and really try to think outside the box, and before even the data is collected, how is gender affects trade and trade affects gender issues. You will see that. Stay tuned. It will be very, very interesting.
Yes, and I should add that there will be a session on this topic, and there will be a special workshop even held later this week after the forum on specifically this topic to integrate trade sources with other sources. Right, so we had this intriguing question about what should we do to make gender statistics more sustainable, and it links in a way with Linda Laura's plea to protect our achievements. That's how I would understand it, because we have achieved a lot, but then when there will be hard times and cuts in the system, the gender and social parts may be the first sacrificed. So how to protect, how to make gender statistics more sustainable? Maybe I will first continue to my right and Jessa to begin reacting to that question.
Yeah, thank you so much, Isabella, for that question. So, yes, I think a couple of points there. One is in terms of the policy framework that we are operating under the National Statistical System. I truly believe that, we hear about GRB, gender responsive budgeting, but what we have, personally, what I have not heard so much about is gender responsive statistical budgeting. That it is, I truly believe that, when countries would have statistical budgeting processes, one of the guiding principles or core values that should be integrated there is gender in itself. Because sometimes it is an afterthought rather than a deliberate effort in terms of statistical budgeting. Once we have that kind of foundation that gender in all the statistical budgeting processes should be integrated, then conceptually at least it's there, then operationally, then that's an easier challenge, if I may say. Now, in terms of practical purpose on the ground, what it actually means, I think I will wear my hat as a former government statistician based on my practical experience there, that it is always difficult to lobby for additional funding. My past experience has shown that, for example, in the area of small area estimation, where it is not popular among politicians, among legislations, that kind of model-based estimation, how do you lobby for such information? It's the same thing with time use survey that is very much expensive. But what has proven to me as quite successful was making a case why they need to invest on that. By simply putting an information note that these are the actual uses of this data, that these are the actual people that have requested this data from us. And it takes some effort or investment in terms of documenting those who have been requesting data, documenting those who have used this data. Then that makes a good document for the Ministry of Budget. We are joined by our former colleague from Philippines here. Now it is part of the statistical budget of the statistical system to regularly, on an annual basis, have that budget. So I think this applies not only to time use, this applies not only to the past experience, but that's why there's a deliberate call there to always link data to action, because it's only when we speak the language of those who manage the budget or those who manage, then, and their language is always what's in it for us, or what's the return of investment on this. And then if we say it will just cost you 100,000, but it will guide the informations that you made on $100 million project on care policies, or $100 million project on poverty, $100,000 that they seem too big an amount to invest on data, then seems more practical and more reasonable.
Thank you. Indeed, it is important to continue the work of persuading those who are responsible for budgets, so it's never ending in this sense. How are you planning to keep, to sustain your good situation in gender statistics in Chile?
Yeah, I want to add that I think the dissemination of the data is very, very important, because you can put in the table what are using the information that we are raising. For example, also it's very important to give concrete examples of the use that you can make from the data. I have told here in the forum, but the last Friday it was the launch of the second time use survey in Chile. And there, the Ministry of Women and Gender Equality say the use that they have of the last time use survey for 3 different projects of law. And that is very important for us, and we try to share that in every medium that we have, because it's very important, and with that we can raise the awareness of the relevance of the collection and gender statistics.
Yes, I'm just going to add, we learned from the 2022 survey that for countries, the top factors for improvement are collaboration among the producers of data to maximize the use of it, demand from the policy side as well, so it's also the dialogue with the users, among the producers and between the users and the producers, and the establishment of standards, one of the top factors that they cited as an anchor for them to hold on and improve the production and the sustainability of the production of gender statistics.
Thank you. So, thank you for providing these insights. I saw one more hand in the meantime in the back. Yes, and then in the back first. You were first, please. Go ahead. Introduce yourself as well.
Hello, can you hear me? Hi. Okay, by the way, I'm from Maldives and happy to see that Maldives has been making progress in the area of gender mainstreaming. I have 2 questions. First one is for Jessa. As you highlighted, we have the NSDS in the country and the new NSDS, which we have rolled out about 2 years back. And it's after the NSDS that we have the Gender Equality Action Plan that has been launched. So I'm just wondering, since we have these 2 policies, frameworks in place, what would be the role of NSO in moving forward with achieving the outcomes of the Gender Equality and Action Plan in a country? If you can reflect how well it has worked in other countries within the region, that would be helpful. My next question is for Maria, and I'm quite from Chile, and I'm quite impressed with the work that has been done with regard to the gender subcommittee, which is working well and which is being co-chaired by the gender ministry. I'm just wondering what's the role of NSO in the subcommittee? That's my first question. And since you have so much of gender indicators that is being published, just wondering what's the role of the academia in supporting the NSO in the whole process. So thank you.
Thank you. While our panelists think of the answers, let me just allow one question here from the front.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, please
Okay,
introduce yourself again. I have seen you, but the people in the back don't know who is speaking.
Okay. I'm Ito Peng from University of Toronto. First of all, thank you very much for this very interesting and I think important panel. I've been kind of thinking about one of the common things that you have all mentioned about the sort of importance of communicating the gender statistics and data, importance of using the evidence for the policy making. And going back to the questions about sort of sustainability of gender statistics and also the capacity building, I guess it's more comment and question too, is I think, you know, for many of us who are doing research on gender policy and gender equality, gender mainstreaming and gender statistics is, even for us, a kind of fairly technical and difficult sort of issue. And I know I teach at university, but not everybody know how to use gender statistics. How, you know, even when we say gender mainstreaming, people are kind of, students are kind of going, what's that? And so one of my thoughts is that it will be, as a part of the communication and sort of translation process, it would be really good to have some kind of partnership or collaborations with educational sectors like universities to train the next generation of people who know how to who know how to do gender statistics and who understand gender statistics. So my question is, do you have plan, or would you consider partnering and working with academia and universities and those sectors to train people, young people, either through, you know, some kind of summer schools or workshops or boot camps on gender statistics and gender mainstreaming? This is a question to everybody.
Yes. Thank you for this question. And before passing on to the panelists, I would just like to emphasize that communication of gender statistics has been actually on top of the agenda for many statistical offices. At UNECE, we had a series of workshops, both regional and national level, to help countries do better with communicating, and we had even the best practice collection and guidance on communicating gender statistics. It is important also to convince all the donors and those in charge of the budgets to continue supporting this type of work. So I would now hand over first to Jessa to respond to the questions about Maldives, and then Chile to continue on that.
Thank you. For the question from Maldives, the role of NSO given the Gender Equality Action Plan, I think there will be, just shortly, 3 things. One, I think it's the traditional role of NSO in terms of supporting the monitoring of the implementation of that Gender Action Plan. I think more often than not, it is the NSOs that would be the go-to in terms of data that would help support the monitoring. But more importantly, second, is that, given typically, when you have the National Development Plan or a sectoral plan, your NSDS is your statistical blueprint, matching, the information needs, the demand needs of that, sectoral plan. So I think it's making sure, as NSO, that such information and data needs from the Gender Action Plan is also matched with the NSDS. I believe that in the process of the NSDS, there is always that midterm review, there's always that updating, and thus that information and gender equality action plan should likewise match with the statistical blueprint. And last, and I would argue most importantly, I think the role of the NSO beyond monitoring, beyond the matching with the NSDS, is that also positioning gender statistics in the Gender Equality Action Plan, not just as a data input for monitoring, but rather as a development objective that towards achievement of gender equality, that gender data is an development objective in and of itself, that it is a strategic objective that should be explicitly included in the Gender Action Plan. I say this based on an experience from Kenya particularly, or was it Tanzania? But I think both countries. We're in the development of a gender sector policy, national gender sector policy. That's what we are pushing for, that it is a strategic objective, not merely as a data input for monitoring. Thank you.
Thank you. And regarding your question, we are in charge of the technical elaboration of the indicators. and the Ministry of Women and Gender Equality, they are in charge of the dissemination of the subcommittee. So, and also they check about the relevance of each indicator. So we are especially in charge of check if the indicator achieved the quality of the standard of official statistics. That is our main work. And also to organize and coordinate the different institutions that are participants. And regarding the academia is an indirect participant because the role of the subcommittee is to be participate with all the public institutions that generate statistics. But the academia is the receipt of these indicators, and we hope and we encourage for them to work with our indicators and create research and different studies, because for us it's very important to use these indicators. And regarding the other question with the link that we have with the academia, it's not so clear, the link that we have, but we have some links, and especially not for us to go to the universities, but yes, we bring some students to our institution, and we do like internships, and we try to teach for some students how to use and make a gender mainstreaming in the different statistical production.
Thank you. And now we got already to the topic of communicating back to that topic. So I would allow Maria Isabel first to comment on that, and then Jessa as well.
Thank you, Andres. I would also like to comment on the role of the NSO in the coordination committee. We have also seen the role of training the other members of the NSS is also very, very key for the NSOs. For example, all the line ministries, they might be producing data, but they don't understand the value of it. They collect the data for their operational purposes, maybe not even thinking about the quality or even the gender approach. So the role of the NSO takes a lot of it to train and convey the message of the importance of quality and installing a gender approach in their statistical activities. That is also a very important role that the NSO takes in the coordination committee at national level. On the opening our arms to other communities outside statistical communities, that we are only preaching to the ones that are already converted. We are also trying to do it even in these instances. Back in the day, it would be only statisticians talking to statisticians. Now we're trying to open it a bit more to NGOs, to academia, and for sure sometimes we have partnerships and projects with them. And I have to make an announcement on the topic of communication, gender statistics. ACE launched in 2020, right? A manual on dissemination and communication of gender statistics, which is very, very good quality.
Thank you. Thank you, Ito, for the question. To respond to the first part, which is on the training of the next generation of people, with Asia and the Pacific Women Count Program with Sarah, working with ESCAP, Statistical Institute for Asia and the Pacific, there's a subgroup on gender statistics training. So that subgroup developed a training curriculum on gender statistics. Part of the members of the subgroup is actually training institutions within the region as well as universities within the region. So that training curriculum developed 11 modules, and it has been launched since 2021. And since then, universities have likewise adopted it, such as the University of Hong Kong has included it. Partnerships with Indonesia and other countries have likewise been integrating this progressively within the region. The aim for this is to likewise expand this to other regions, which is already being adopted by our regional advisors, Isabella and Michka, in their respective regions. Now, the second part of your question is partnerships with academia. I think I just would like to share that indeed this is something that we're conscious of doing, more strategically and more deliberately, acknowledging that, the broader gender data ecosystem, the key actors that we're working with. Let me give the example of the region in Isabella in East and Southern Africa, particularly again with Kenya. So what we did is that working with the Ministry of Women and Ministry of Planning, as well as the NSO, there's a research agenda. There are so many research questions, but of course, NSOs can only do so much, but we also need support from other actors. So given these research questions in partnership with the University of Nairobi and with the master's degree program there, they have responded to this with a research grant from the Women Count program. At least 10 or 11 research grants have been provided, which is now being regarded as relevant and useful with regards to filling that data gap or that research information gap from government. So yes, it is something that we're trying to continue with other countries.
Thank you. Well, you already enlightened us about the communication efforts, and we had room for one more question slot, and that is already reserved by Clelia Romano. So please and all the other questions we will have to handle in the coffee break directly with the presenters. So Clelia, please.
Okay. First of all, thank you for your very interesting presentation. I have just a quick remark about the picture shown by UNSD, because I was really impressed by the decrease of produced data in a gender perspective in many areas, many key areas, from employment to power and decision making. How can we interpret and read this finding? Maybe, as my colleague Linda Laura said, if we had laws able to protect our achievements, we would have a very different picture of the trend across last years. And the same if the laws could guarantee the same dignity to social statistics, the same dignity than economic statistics, we would have different results.
Thank you, Clelia. Yes, some of them show interesting patterns, like as you mentioned, the labor force statistics. We need to keep drilling on the data and see really maybe by region or by type of organizational setting, and see really what's behind that. It might be very much related to funding, particularly labor force, because maybe it comes mainly from the labor force surveys, which might not be budgeted on a regular basis.
Right. Thank you all for your questions, and thanks to the panelists for patiently answering everything and delivering their own presentations on time. I would use the 1 minute or 2 minutes that is left to just try to put up the main points that could help you remember what we did in this session, what would be the messages. We first heard that gender statistics is now more firmly established in national statistical systems. We have more regular measurements of violence against women, and administrative sources and time-use surveys are more used for gender statistics, whereas challenges pertain mainly to the use of geospatial data, trade statistics, business data from the gender perspective. There is more demand and new data sources emerge. UN Women told us about the holistic approach they had and the transition from stage 1 to stage 2 of their comprehensive program. And as I mentioned already in my first summary, it is very good to see the practical applications in the countries for all the stages around gender statistics. And of course, the ultimate check for this work would be the publication and policy use of these data. And Chile, congratulations again for your path-breaking achievements in creating the standards for sex, gender, and sexual orientation, and really highlighting the importance also for communication. This is linking to the challenge that we were discussing, how to sustain the achievements. So having good communication of the data is one important pillar. Ensuring that statistical budgeting commitment is there is another, and we had also the collaboration with different stakeholders coming up, including collaboration with academia to be more successful in getting our messages across. So getting the messages across also was close at the heart of UNECE when we organized these events around communication, specifically on gender issues. So progress and challenges as expected, a lot of attention and many projects at national and international levels, including in my organization and in the other regional commissions. I would like to just emphasize that what came out was the sustainability to ensure that the things that we have achieved can be sustained and the work needs to continue. We cannot just stop and be happy with the achievements so far. So thank you all for contributing to the presenters, once more to you as active participants in the session. It was a great session to chair, and I suspect that we have time now to go and have a coffee break. Yes, right, am I right? Thank you.
Thank you so much, thank you so much. Thank you so much, colleagues. I think today, colleagues, we got a sense of where we are in terms of gender statistics. I think this question that was raised in terms of how do we maintain and sustain the production of gender statistics is a big question that I think all of us will have to reflect and think about it in terms of how we can actually sustain the production of gender statistics. Colleagues, we are approaching, actually it's a tea break. Just a side note, today it's a blue moon. So my grandmother always tell me that once in the blue moon solely. So today, the 30th of August, it's a blue moon. So for those who are interested in this, I'm not going to give you a lecture about it, but apparently it will come back in 2037. So this is rare. So as my grandmother always say, once in the blue moon. It is a blue moon today. Thank you so much, colleagues. Tea break, we're coming back at 10:45.
Yeah, 1 2 1 2. Yeah. 1 2. Yeah, 1 2 1 2. Yeah. 1 2 1 2. Ilo sungawakhuphula for yakalungi. 1 2 1 2. Hayi. 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 Yeah. Hayi bakhulumela ekudeni bona ngithi. Bona vele bakhulumela ekudeni. Mara ke asenze i-test bona balungu 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. You say look at this. Yeah, 1 2. Vula lang. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. 1 1 1 2 1 2 1 2 2. It's not gonna work. 1 2. Yeah. 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 2. Yeah, 2 1 2. Yeah. Yes. How are you?
Sorry to bother you.
Yes.
Please, it won't work. I don't know why.
There's a charging point there. Oh, the 2 pin, yeah. I will try to get someone maybe to help you.
Okay, thank you.
2 2 2 2 2 2. Yeah. Yes.
If I switch it off, then I'm going to drop the YouTube.
Yeah, I want to put my yeah. I think it's a good
One, two. Yeah. 1 2 1 2. Yeah. One, two. Yeah. 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2. Mic test. Q&A 1 2. Yeah, Q&A. Testing 1 2. Yes. 1 2 3.
Okay,
1, 2. Yes. Testing mic. 1, 2, 3. Q&A. Yeah. 1, 2. Testing mic. 1, 2. Question and answer. 1, 2, 3. Testing mic. Hello. 1, 2. This is for the Q&A. 1, 2. Yeah. Sounds good. 1, 2. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. 1, 2. Testing mic. Q&A. 1, 2. Hello. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Testing mic. Yeah. 1, 2. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Testing mic. Yeah. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. What's in Nandi, man? Yeah. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Yeah. 1, 2. 1, 2. Yeah, mina sondela. Mina basondela. Yeah. 1, 2. Testing mic. Yeah. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Maragazwakala ku right. 1, 2. Wonka sound so. Bafana. A sound so mpela mic. 1, 2. Yeah. 1, 2. Check out clean.
Even my mic kumele avule i4, so it doesn't make a difference if you put 4 mics open. So injani manje 1 2 3 4 5 the testing 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 mic check 1 2. Into le ngisho ukuthi ama mic you can open 4 mics because abantu bakakhulume 4 times. 1 2 testing 1 2 mic check 1 2.
Yeah. 1 2.
They are not 1 2 1 2. One, two. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's one line. We show the problem in a mic, not in line. Yeah. No. These all mics are only one line. Yeah, but this one is making that one from working.
Yeah.
That's like. But the other thing, man, you man is 1 2. When I make sure what you audio is lay in the bioti that one that mic is not later about that microphone what
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Hello, hey. Hey.
1 2 1 2.
1 2 mic check 1 2.
Yeah.
Testing 1 2. 1 2. Yeah.
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. One two 1 2 1 2.
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2.
One, two, 1 2. Mic check. 1 2. Yeah. Testing 1 2. Test. 1 2.
Check 1.
Testing 1 2.
Yeah, 1 2. Yes.
One, two.
So you make it. Yeah.
One two 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Yes, okay.
So I understand that it's better to put a loudspeaker volume. I mean, speakers are. So the problem
Yes. 1 2 1 2.
Before 1 2 mic check 1 2.
Before you phambili manje behleli kuphi?
Beyilapha. Ngikhuphulele. Beyila ngikhuphula kancane.
Ya uyeke lapho. Kwesimanje seyishintshe yonke into yenza.
1 2.
Check 2. Hey.
So nifake i-loudspeaker futhi. Nifake i-loudspeaker si-mix ne-speaker. 1 2 1 2. Yabona ukuthi i-off total. 1 2 mic check 1 2 testing 1 2. Testing 1 2.
Yes, hey.
Ngcono.
Yes, hey. Yes, hey. Good morning.
Test 1 2. Mara i-loudspeakers mina ngifake. This is the first time sebenza loudspeaker ne-PK. Mara kungcono ukuthi izwakale, so it's fine. 1 2 mic check. Test 1 2. Test 1 2 mic check. Testing 1 2 3 4 5. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. 8. Test 1 2.
Yo, hello, hey. Yeah, hey, one. Yes. Yeah, hey, hey. One, two, hey. 1, 2, hey, hey.
Yeah, 1, 2, yeah, 1, 2, 3. Mic test. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Testing. 1, 2. Question and answer. 1, 2, 3. Yes. 1, 1, 2, 3. Testing mic for the Q&A. Question and answer. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. I'm not. 1, 2. 1, 2. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Mic test. Yeah. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Testing mic. 1, 2, 3. Q&A. Yeah. 1, 2. Bafana. Right. Sharply. Let's check your clean. Eh? Check your clean. 1, 2, yeah. 1, 2, 3. Testing for question and answer. Yeah. 1, 2. Yeah.
Solar. Right, so. Abantu abanye basondele ku microphone bakhulumile. Yeah.
Yes. think this is from BKC. You're getting it in. Just find the screen again on the TV. I'm bringing another HDMI from next door.
Nothing. Mostrar. Maravilha é o espelho, né? Ah.
Okay. We are going to start with our second session, session 4. Just a quick announcement. Someone lost and found? There's a nice pair of, with money also. There's no spectacles, but there's a case, a green case, with a couple of 15 rand inside. So anyone who have lost your case, please, you can collect it at the registration desk.
PhD holder, so we will be saying Dr. Gogita. All of our panelists here have great experience in this area, both on gender and trade statistics. There are too many accolades to go through, so I think we will go straight into the presentations. First, we will start with the presentation from the colleagues from Kenya. So please, Alex, Stanley, please take it away.
There we are. Good morning, everyone. Greetings from Nairobi. Thank you. I think I'm going to take just a few minutes, maybe 5 to 7 minutes, to share with you our experiences in Kenya. And later on, my colleague, Mr. Alex, will also take you through what we have done and the approaches that we have been taking in Kenya to compile gender and trade statistics. Just a minute. Yeah. Now, briefly, research has shown that trade is not gender neutral. Internal and international trade is significantly influenced by existing gender biases and barriers. Therefore, there is need to highlight gender disparities in trade to inform policy decisions that foster equality between women and men in trade. Now, sex disaggregated trade data is key for appropriate policy formulation. Now, briefly, in Kenya, the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, KNBS, is the national statistical organization that is charged with the responsibility for coordinating production of official statistics. And in Kenya, our main source of trade statistics is the Kenya Revenue Authority, which is the national tax authority in Kenya, and they maintain very valuable information on trade, which can be utilized. And for the time being, we have utilized that data to be able to showcase of the disparities that I've just alluded to in trade between men and women. But the national database, that is actually administrative data, is more stronger on international trade. Now, we have an arrangement where KRA provides trade data for the international trade, and KNBS collects data on internal trade, but mainly the labor surveys, all right? So there is a gap there. We also supplement with informal cross-border trade. The informal cross-border trade has not been very consistent in Kenya, and I think that's also another area that we will be looking at to improve so that we'll be able to supplement the component on international trade. Now, there are challenges in doing gender and statistics work. One, I would say, traditional perceptions on gender equality is really a challenge. Social attitudes do not change overnight. They take time. On day one, I think there was commentary, from UNCTAD, and I do agree with that presenter that although the SDGs, we started talking that agenda long before, we are fast approaching our target year, 2030, but we still have a lot of mileage to cover. So you find, for example, it's not about knowledge. It's about how societies, communities internalize and accept and therefore create inertia for change. Inertia for change that promotes gender equality. That's an area, again, which we need to sustain the knowledge flow, the sensitization, creation of awareness is something that we need to maintain. The other challenge we experience in the process of compiling gender statistics, instruments. Once instruments are gender blind, to analyze, all right? And it's not for a malicious reason. Why, for example, instruments are not gender sensitive. It can be mandates. For example, the sections that deal with trade, their primary interest is what? Is the trade volume and the trade value, isn't it? Once that is done, then they are okay. And therefore, we are trying to tackle that one by mainstreaming gender perspectives in all data collection activities in Kenya. Now, tied to that, and the challenges that we have experienced, take, for example, like the first run of data from KRA. A lot of international business is conducted by corporates, companies. So from the first of it, companies do not, you cannot be able to disaggregate. But companies are not human beings. There are people behind who own the company. Some effort, it is possible to be able to make follow-up from other databases and disaggregate that data to be able to move a step ahead in terms of analysis. We just got with challenges. I think I'll mention one or two, then I move to the next whatever. Then the other thing is the data systems integration. What do I mean with data system? You'll find also within KRA, the customs department actually deals with trade. So you get trade data. So we need to link this. Even with that, we still need to link with another database for us to be able to link the trade volumes and trade values to the owners of this. All right? So again, the linkages of those databases, in my view, is going to be a game changer in terms of a fast-tracking production of quality. We need to ride on the momentum created by gender mainstreaming drive in Kenya. Everybody is talking about it, all right? And I think that advocating for gender equality through production of high-quality statistics. Number two, I think in terms of laws, regulations, I think that bit is done. The framework is good enough, is strong, is reliable, and therefore I think that's going to play a very important part as we move forward. We are trying to improve by developing statistics regulations, which will require and make it mandatory that data sourced from any human data subjects must be disaggregated by sex. So in Kenya, we have 3 sexes. I think that is also official, male, female, and intersex. And we'll try our best to disaggregate to the furthest extent possible that way. The other thing is the Gender in Trade project by ANKTAG and UNECA. It has actually inspired a new interest, which is something good, and we'd like it to continue beyond the pilot stage. There is a lot of talk. Yesterday, I think, I was very happy. I think one presenter talked about making an effort to disaggregate GDP by sex. It's a good project that we can be able to also work on. It's not an easy one, but it's something that we can be able to work on, and we'll be able to open up these databases. Now, development of sampling frames, I think they are going to, both for household-based and also for the business register, is also another thing that is going to be able to facilitate us to collect data. The strengthening and coordination of national statistical system, again, in the regulation. The regulations covers everybody who produces data in Kenya, not KNBS alone. Any other agents producing data in Kenya, again, will be required to disaggregate the data and share. And I think these are bits that we are going to be tying up to ensure that we fast-track production of quality statistics. Now, there are some gaps here and there. There are a lot for the time being, but again, everything must begin somewhere. I think we began a bit. Yeah, thank you. Am I there? Yeah, data gaps. I think in the area of gender and trade is relatively new in Kenya, and maybe also in other countries. I think this initiative we started last year, and I think if I judge from the speed that we are moving, I think in a couple of years we'll be having a better story to tell. So data gaps include irregular data collection practices in the form of cross-border trade, limited coverage and lack of sex disaggregated variables in past surveys is a gap that we need to address, and we are going to deal with it. The lack of common identifier systems between databases, primarily between KNBS and KRA, and that is being addressed through an MOU between the two institutions. But we intend to expand that. We intend to identify that bit to cover also other institutions. There are other institutions which have very nice databases that can link into the trade databases within KRA. Additionally, data sharing, confidentiality requirements in Kenyan law are things that, sometimes can be a challenge, but again, we have a way of dealing with it. Once data is anonymized and aggregated at levels that the confidentiality of the data is guaranteed, then we are good to go. I'm almost done, but then once we manage to collect this data and share it, what next? We are planning to be promoting data use. When you promote data use, you get value for money, because data production is actually very expensive. Be it household-based surveys, be it administrative data, there is enormous resources required to produce quality statistics. And therefore, in our programming, we intend to use multi-channels, multi-level dissemination approach, where we use a variety of platforms, national TVs, vernacular TVs. We deal with it at national level, we deal with it at subnational level. You may be aware that the Kenya government structure has two levels of government, the national and devolved. There is a lot of trade which happens within the devolved units. Those are counties. And therefore, we also reach them out in terms of dissemination. The other thing is improved data access. Now, I think in Kenya is now free. Accessing data from KNBS is free. It's hosted in Canada. It's hosted in our website. We no longer produce expensive hard copies. I think that's not the way to go. And the access from the website is free. We to boost data access and use. Then the format. The way we are going now is to provide the reports when we launch a report, and also provide tables in the report separately in formats that can be easily accessed and utilized, like basic Excel tables, all right? So once we launch the report and the official report is disseminated, then the practice going forward, we shall be sharing data in formats that can easily be used by users. And then user satisfaction is also another important thing. I think we are here to learn from each other. User satisfaction, get the feedback from users. They'll be able to tell you the gaps, isn't it? And I think we also do internal evaluation, and periodically we'll be contracting external organization to do an evaluation of what users feel about us. Then the other thing is data user needs assessment data users' feedback in the form of review of strategy, and then engagement with users. Now, engagement with users is something that is done on a continuous basis. There are several channels we use to engage with them. One of them are committees, technical working committees. The committees represent different users and different interests, and therefore, by having regular meetings, you are able to get feedback and data needs from a wide range of. Then also it assists in policy development. From the user needs, you develop and produce statistics that have demand. Then from demand, people you disseminate, they consume. After they consume, once you consume accurate information, now that one feeds back to policy reviews and the policy development to fill the policy gaps. Okay? Let me go back one. And therefore, in a nutshell, I think that is how we have done it in Kenya, and that's how we intend to proceed. There is a part 2 of it, which I would like to invite my colleague to come and share with you. He will touch on the type of data we access from the tax authority. He will also touch on the pilot we did and share a bit of the results of what came out of it. It's very interesting. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Stanley. You can take your seats. I think Mr. Alex will present from here. No, it was a very interesting presentation. I think you've touched on, informal cross-border trade, some of the other data gaps that exist, and you also talked about some of the ways you're dealing with the challenges, for instance, of data sharing and having a unique identifier to look at different data sources. And so that's the interesting component of what you're presenting today, is the collaboration between your two institutions to be able to link those data sources and make some sense out of them for policy. So I'm very interested to hear what you're going to share with us. Alex, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Wambua. So very quickly, I'm going to take you through the institutional framework and some of the successful projects that the country has been able to implement, and also talk a little bit about some of the pilot studies that we have had in the country that actually sex disaggregated data perspective. So very quickly, allow me to say something about the institutional framework, whereby we are looking at some of the sustainable development goals that actually aligned to the Vision 2030, as we call it in Kenya. So we are trying to bring in the issue of gender lens into some of these SDGs. And Kenya, just like any other institutional or other countries, of course, we are international signatories to certain bodies that actually try to empower women and bring women on board. Some of them are like the African Union Strategy for Gender Equality and Women Empowerment. We have some other like the Maputo Protocol, which was actually signed in order to bring the idea of women inclusion in our dealings. So I would like to allude to what one of the presenters actually, Jessamine, which she talked about the study they did in Kenya, in Nairobi, and she talked about the importance of us having some of the state departments, which they worked hand in hand with her. So these are some of the institutional framework that have been put in place to ensure that the idea of gender lens comes into perspective. So we are talking about some of the state departments for gender and affirmative action. We have a state department for trade, and also National Gender and Equality Commission. So all these institutions, plus KNBS, plus the Kenya Revenue Authority, the synergy they create, they help to bring in the issue of gender mainstreaming in various places of trade and business. Not also to forget about the private sector alliance, which has come into with a policy of trying to mainstream gender in some of its doing, so that they're able to empower more women into leadership, into power, into trade, and such. So very quickly, allow me to jump into some of the successful projects that we have already had. So in Kenya, we do have what we call the Women Enterprise Fund. This fund is actually geared towards bringing more knowledge to the women. They're able to sensitize women on availability of the sources of the funds, some of the activities they can be able to engage in so that they are being empowered to be able to carry out some of the businesses, and then they become empowered. So on this particular area of Women Enterprise Fund, you can see our data is being disaggregated into terms of sector, and then the number of groups that are registered by women and how much of the funds have been, again, disbursed on the same. So this actually creates a serious policy implication, because you look at the sectors where we are saying, look at agriculture and other service sectors where women are more dominant in terms of the groups. So again, the idea of having sex disaggregated data is going to help you to be able to determine where you're taking your grants, these funds, where do you channel them, and most of them. So Women Enterprise Fund is one of the initiatives that has been successful in the country. Thank you. And the next, please. Okay. Thank you. So allow me to quickly move on to one of the pilot studies. For more information, we can always have a discussion later. So there is a study that we did in Kenya that was being a collaboration between UNCTAD and UNECA. And so we were trying to bring in the gender in terms of trade statistics into the gender. So we took an approach of microlinking the data, whereby one of us talked about formal trade that goes through the Kenya Revenue Authority system, which will capture the trade statistics formally, and then it's complemented by the informal cross-border trade. So you get the data in the custom system that has got no gender aspect of it. Then we need to go to the income tax department and then we're able to get the gender aspect of it, the people behind the corporate, and then we're able to link these two data sets. And also idea of non-trade data, which incorporates employment data, who is the owner of these companies, how is the ownership of this particular company that are doing that, so that we're able to disaggregate data sex-wise. So trade data was obtained from KRA database, and then there's this particular collation. So we're able to map and merge the two the two data sets, and you can see in the pilot study that was done, that was the database that was used of exporter-importers combined, and then at least the linkage of around 99.8% in that particular pilot study was done. So again, using the sectoral approach from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, that were able to complement the study based on the trade in key various chain sectors, which were actually cut across tea, oil, leather, apparel, dairy, and horticulture. And this was actually in line with the HS codes from the customs data. And then using the CASIC, we have actually tried to domesticate the ISIC version of our sector classification. So all this was able to was incorporated into the study so that the microlink of the data would make more sense to us during the disaggregation. And some of the key findings that actually came out clearly, and with the help of this particular sex disaggregated data, was that small size firms dominated external trade, with male-only ownership comprising of around 63% compared to 24%, which is actually owned by women. You can actually try and see that particular huge gap over there. Also, in terms of even the employment gaps, based on this particular data, we find that our male employees actually average around 65%. That's compared to 35%. And actually, even in the year pay, it creates a very huge pay gap between men and women, which ranges between 21 to 27. So in a nutshell, doubt such that in these particular sectors, also the averages for men tend to be higher also than women. So in so doing that, the study came up with some of the recommendations that there should be a need to strengthen data collection on informal cross-border trade by increasing the frequency, extending the duration scope to cover a broader area and border in the border posts in the country. There's also a need to establish common identifier. He talked about the confidentiality of the information and the data, such that we need a common identifier so that we are able to do analysis without sharing out taxpayers' information. So actually calls for system builder between the state departments in the country, Kenya National Bureau, KRA, Bureau Registration of persons and companies, so that you are able to have a 360 view of sex data that's already disaggregated, so that some of the frameworks can be established to monitor and be able to use quality data to inform policy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alex. I think it's really interesting to see, often we talk about the theory of how gender and trade are related, and a couple of the risks that we usually say that trade poses to women are widening of the gender wage gap that companies are using to make their products export competitive, and also women being segregated in lower skilled, lower wage jobs, and also, of course, the ownership factor that, there are fewer women owned firms who are exporting, and we actually see it now manifesting in the data. So by being able to do the micro-linking between all these data sources, you're talking about the enterprise surveys, the business registry, linking to the trade flows, we actually can see that picture. So I think it's really encouraging for me that we actually can use national statistics to get a better view of what's going on in the dynamic between gender and trade, and then use that towards evidence-based policymaking. I'll come now to Dr. Gogita. As you're getting set up, Dr. Gogita, let me just follow up with you, Stanley and Alex, on one small question, if you can answer very quickly, on the nature of the relationship between your two institutions. How has this project, this approach that you've taken, that you've shared with us, how has it improved the collaboration between your institutions? Is it something that we can take lessons from in other contexts as well?
Yes, there's a very interesting synergy between our State Department, like Kenya Bureau of Statistics, and our revenue authority, and plus other state departments, which actually you find that the data standalone is not complete enough. And one of the key qualities of data, you need data that's complete. So we are able to have MOUs signed and put in place so that we are able to complement each other where we are experiencing some of the data gaps. And one of the lessons maybe you can learn from our country is having some of the lasting MOUs, again, in your frameworks. Everywhere you go as statisticians, let the gender instruments be put in place, because we would love to have a single central place whereby you can get this data just from the click of the button instead of moving across different departments. Thank you.
Thanks for that. So now, Dr. Gogita, from your experience in Georgia, what can you tell us about the efforts that you've put in place to link gender and trade statistics, and what can we learn from that? Over to you.
Yeah. So actually, I'll cover these issues during my presentation, and maybe many issues will be clear after that. Yeah. Yeah. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to be here and address you on behalf of the National Statistics Office of Georgia. First of all, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizers of this forum, and especially this session, for inviting me as a speaker and for giving this opportunity. My presentation provides general overview of gender in trade statistics in Georgia. And during my speech, I will try to explain overall procedures, approaches, characterize data sources, challenges, and future plans. So, gender and trend indicators were analyzed for 5 export products. The initial analysis of gender aspects in trade was attempted at the sectoral level for exports. The objective of the sectoral approach was aimed at getting familiarized with the available gender disaggregated data on trade. First of all, provide the general description on the current situation related to the gender in trade indicators, and then help with identifying the possibilities in terms of data linking. So, different kind of data sources were used. First of all, custom data from Revenue Service, Tax Office was used as administrative data sources. Also, we used different kind of survey results and statistical business register. We used annual surveys of enterprises to provide data, disaggregated data on employment and wages, also data on turnover. And we used also a structure of earnings surveys to provide disaggregated data on employment and wages by occupation and one-digit ISCO classification level. Main process started with mapping of HS export codes to NACE codes. The HS to NACE mapping was attempted for motor cars, for grapevines, mineral waters, hazelnuts, also t-shirts and other wares. It is worth to mention that these 5 product groups accounted approximately 30% of Georgian exports. In order to link these export products groups to the NACE sectors, main exporters of the above-mentioned producers have been identified and used their primary economic activities. From the Statistical Business Register. Current slide shows sectoral approach and share of employed women in total number of employed persons. The sex disaggregated data, which was obtained from enterprise surveys, are primarily related to employment and wages. The shares of women employed in the 5 exported sectors under consideration varied from 20% in motor car sales to 87% in apparel manufacturing. Contrary to the situation with the women's employment, where the number of employed women, depending on the sector, was either higher or lower than the number of employed men, the ratio of women's men's wage was significantly below for all 5 exporting sectors, and only slightly exceeded 70% for the manufacture of grape wines, and being in line with the gender pay gap at the national level. The distribution of employed women by occupations in the 5 exporting sectors showed the dominance of men among managers. The male managers slightly outnumbered the female managers even in the apparel sector, where the share of women in total employed equaled around 87%. On the other hand, the share of female professionals exceeded male professionals in all 5 exporting sectors. For other categories, distribution of employed persons by sex is rather sector specific and does not reveal universal regulations. The breakdown of wages by sex and occupations shows essential gender pay gap across almost all sectors in the majority of categories, with a few exceptions only. In order to estimate the impact of occupations on the sectoral gender pay gaps, occupation-specific employed numbers were used as weights. As a result of the microdata linking exercise, the data on business companies involved in exports and or imports of goods during 2016 and 2020 was linked to data on structural business statistics and labor statistics surveys, as well as to business register data. The business register ID represented the key linking variable. This is assigned to all legal entities by the National Agency of Public Registry, who is responsible for registration. Approximately 50,000 business companies conducted export or import activities during selected periods, 2016, 2022. 2020, and the annual structural business statistics survey represented the primary source for data linking due to the fact that the database contained all registered export activities, included one-time transactions as low as $100 US. The number of legal entities that were linked to the Geostat survey data was significantly smaller. And however, the two-way traders for which the data was linked accounted for 90% of total imports and around 91% of total exports, while importers and exporters with the structural business survey data accounted for 83% and 68% of total importers and exporters, respectively. So overall, the niche trade sections accounted for the majority of total importers in 2016-2020. It was around 60%, followed by manufacturing and transportation storage. Manufacturing represented the largest exporting sector, accounting for 41% of total exports, with trade and transportation occupying the second and third position, respectively. Gender pay gap by skill level to a certain extent reflect the gender composition. The smallest gender differences occur among high-skilled workers. In particular, the gender pay gap in this category among importer companies showed the lowest gender pay gap. It was approximately 18%. On the other hand, the largest gender differences were observed among managers and low-skilled workers, reaching as high as approximately 45% among low-skilled workers in two-way traders. Overall gender pay gaps were significantly higher among two-way traders companies to importers in all categories except from medium-skilled workers, where the gender differences were actually approximately the same. Current slide shows distribution of trade companies by ownership. As you see, number of male owners was significantly higher than female owners for all types of trading companies. Now a few words about COVID and key gender and trade indicators. We use trade and business statistics data to analyze the impact of COVID on gender aspects in trade. Actually, year 2019 was selected as a benchmark representing no COVID period, and year 2020 represents COVID crisis, and 2020 represents recovery from COVID. Women's share in employment slightly worsened in 2020, as you see, but improved in 2021. Gender pay gap improved in both 2020 and 2021. And this is my last slide. Part of our future plan is to continue cooperation with the UNEC and UNCTAD, which was initiated with the Gender in Trade pilot project, expand the production of international trade statistics by introducing the gender disaggregated indicators through microlinking trade data with enterprise-level data from Geostat, different kind of surveys. Also assess opportunities of other enterprise-level surveys to gain additional information regarding gender and cooperation with governmental institutions and international partners to identify the policy needs in relation to gender equality.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gogita. I think you've really taken us through the journey of the micro results, and I think it's quite interesting where you've been able to group two-way traders and other types of categories to see what the difference might be. You looked also at the sectoral approach, and I thought that was fascinating as well, finding where women are higher in terms of employment on export-oriented sectors like crafts, and maybe trade and services as well, but lower even in terms of where they operate as managers or not. And I thought it was also interesting that you reflected that it gives a more accurate in the country, but as you said, it excludes non-trading companies, so it really is focused on that cross-border international trade dimension. I wonder if you can tell us something about how the data.
So actually, data on gender in trade plays crucial role for monitoring and analyzing tenders. So in this regard, one of our priorities to produce high quality statistics, data, but on the other hand, it is major important to disseminate it in more understandable and visually attractive manner that helps users to use statistics that we are.
The user. I wonder if you can tell us, Mr. Stanley, your view on the sustainability of an approach like microlinking. Is there enough quality data at the national level used by government institutions to inform policy?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it is true. The data, and I think what we need to do is to entrench and build capacity within KNBS on a regular basis. Let's say every year. It's enormous because, in my estimation, the data captured through the tax agency, the tax authority, would account for about 90% of trade. But there are some gaps. The informal cross-border trade is really, it makes up for a very, very small percentage, about 0.2% of international trade. The bulk of the difference is internal trade, which is an area, again, which we have not gained much mileage in microlinking. But when you look at, for example, like proxy indicators, let's like from labor statistics, and now you focus on trade at enterprise level, it is possible to work backward by linking databases to be able to unpack the traders who are massed in corporate image That includes companies, includes individuals who have registered as with business names, and that's what comes to the fore. And that is the area that we are going to be working around. We bring in other agencies also who are having identity information which can be used in the microlinking. And that is sustainable in my view.
Thanks very much, Stanley, for that reflection. We have a few minutes for comments and questions. I think it would be great if we can get some comments or questions that reflect on how you might be able to apply some of these strategies in your own context, or how you have done it already in terms of being able to provide analysis for evidence-based trade policy, and linking gender and trade data sources. So the floor is open. We have just a few minutes. Yes, please, in the back there.
Hello? Okay, thank you. I'm Joseph Tembo from Zambia. I just wish to firstly thank the presenters. This has been very insightful. A learning cave, but I have a few clarifications I just seek to make from the panelists. Since I'm a statistician myself, I want to learn from the good panelists. It might be to all presenters or maybe specific to Kenya. Since Kenya has an African context I can relate to quickly, yeah, I would love to ask these questions. You talked about the use of statistics, encouraging use of statistics, because most of the time us statisticians are good at producing numbers and we just pack them. We have achieved our target. But I think it's important that we go a step further and make sure that our outputs are being used. So what strategies then has Kenya put in place to ensure that the products you are making, especially this important product on gender disaggregated statistics in trade, is mostly used by the people who matter and informs policy in real time? That's one. The second one, I wish to just seek clarification on the project or the pilot project you did with the UNECA. In your presentation, I saw that you were talking mostly about, is it ownership or employees? I just wanted some attribution of what percentage of trade, say in terms of exports, what value in millions or billions of shillings or dollars is attributable to each sex. I just wanted to understand that, and which commodities are predominantly, traded by either sex. I just wanted to have a picture, because that's the formal trade, so that if you were to mirror it now to the informal, we would want to see the patterns there as well. I just wanted that. Then it comes to a very interesting thing where you spoke of how there are synergies among the key players in terms of data supply, the Registrar of Companies, the Revenue Authority, and the Kenya Bureau of Statistics. Now, I understand from a perspective of a statistician that the Bureau houses the Statistical Business Register. I think that's a standard everywhere. But how then do you link your Statistical Business Register with the register that's at the Registrar of Companies and the Revenue Authority? Because my understanding is the register domiciled at the Statistics Agency is classified using the ISIC. Now I want to understand the classifications used by these other data sources so that that linkage is understood clearly. That's I think the other one. Then I don't know whether I'm asking too much, but the last one.
Sorry, can I just, because I want to take a few more questions and our time is very short. Can we stick with these three for now? We can catch up with you after the
I'll
session.
ask him personally, it's fine.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Any other comments or questions? Yes, please.
Hello, my name is Jagaim from SADC Statistics. From the presentations, there is mention of ownership. to differentiate between male, female. I want to know what definition of ownership you used. Was it from SNA, from balance of payment, or because ownership of assets has dimension related to marriage also. I can be owner of a big business. I'm an importer, I'm a trader, but I'm married. My wife is at home, but both are owners. So do you differentiate those aspects of marriage, inheritance, purchase, government programs? And when you mention firms, I can find it a bit easy from household perspective. You differentiate between male and female, household, small business. But when you mention firms in your presentation, it leads me towards corporates, institutional sectors now. I may not even look for an answer for now, but it's something that I want, if you can share maybe later to the group by email, or you can advise what is the scope of ownership. That thing I have understood that when you link trade HS, there's nomenclatures for HSSITC, HS ISIC, you can link it to the production process and it goes into the system of national accounts for computing of even specialized tables like supply and use table. I think that's just my question on ownership, some more details. Thank you.
Thank you. Last question? Yes, please.
I have a question for both Georgia and Kenya. In terms of using the common identifier to link the revenue services data with survey data. I mean, in my experience, trying to use either an identity number for individuals has become very challenging on our part, especially if you have to go to households and ask them for their ID numbers. So I would like to know what kind of identification are you using, and how do you convince, if you are using identification numbers, how do you convince the household members to give you that kind of information? Because it's usually either you get a wrong identity number that can be sort of linked to what we have in the revenue services, or they don't give it to you at all.
Thank you for the questions. So I think we've got some questions around how do we encourage the use of these outputs in policy making. Maybe that can also be for all of you. We have a question about how do we define ownership of these companies, and I remember we had a very extensive discussion about this as we were doing the project, so maybe you can share that insight. And the issue about the common identifier, I think we will start from here and come this way. This is the last intervention. So maybe you can keep your responses quite short, keep a minute, and you can maybe also give us a reflection on what is one recommendation that you would give for others who are trying to implement this that maybe can also be used in the guidance note that is being prepared by the interagency group. So we'll start with Mr. Stanley. Are you ready?
Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Tembo, I think it covered the strategies that we will be employing to motivate use of data. I talked about the beginning point is to make people aware the results of the studies or surveys is available, and where is it available, how can they get it? And when they make an attempt to get it, you minimize barriers. Barriers can be costs, barriers can be in terms of time taken, to get the information, and also the format in which it is. Is it usable? Again, those are things that we highly recommend that we apply those ones to be able to improve. The other thing is linking the production and the use, so that you focus on producing statistics that have demand and use. Then the last bit of it is now transiting from knowledge to the policy itself. It's one thing to know something, and it's another one to implement an action to solve a problem. right? So in that area, I think we would encourage governments to create motivations. Some of the motivations can be in form of attractions, like for example, you want to encourage more women to participate in trade by providing favorable terms for trade which attract them. The other one is, for example, establishing quotas which must be applied, all right? Yeah, so I think in a nutshell, I would recommend us to go that way. Let my colleague, I think, take up the other bit. You can deal with identifiers and okay, fine.
Stanley, your last recommendation, did you cover it? For others who want to use this approach.
No, definitely I recommend it because of the following reason. One, the data is available even within your tax authorities. It's there. It's a question of analyzing it, linking, micro-linking, so that you get identifiers which can be able to disaggregate by sex. Because the alternatives, like doing household surveys, is damn expensive and not sustainable. Yeah. So the micro-linking approach will be quite useful going forward.
Thank you. And okay, so Alex, maybe you can comment on the unique identifier and the definition.
All right. Thank you, Nadia. So very quickly, the issue on a unique identifier, from my comment earlier, I suggested that it's something that we were working towards because the issue of data confidentiality in terms of sharing data between these institutions. So it's something that's actually under discussion so that we are able to come up with a unique identifier. So it's not something that has been implemented yet. So it's something that we would love to discuss so that when we are sharing data between the institution, we have a common identifier whereby we are saying if we decide to go 4-digit sector level, then that would be the way to go. So that's something that's in progress. All right. And another question that was asked about the ownership. The definition of ownership is actually based on the controlling the percentage, the stake that you have in the company, such that if it's a company, there's a male and a female behind it. What stake are you controlling? So those particular percentages, they are normally declared, and from that we are able to pick and say this one is being controlled by women because we have percentage of shareholding listed over there. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex. Dr. Gogita, so your comments on the questions and then also your final thought.
Thank you very much. So actually we used the statistical business register to define ownership type. Our business register gives us possibility to identify male and female owned companies. Tax ID was used for linking administrative data with survey results. And one general comment, while production of gender and trade statistics is based not only survey results and also on administrative data sources. There is a need for coordinated capacity building, I think. Cooperation and communication between statisticians and owners of administrative data sources need to be strengthened, and this is basis to establish transparent and reliable data collection and data dissemination system.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gogita. Thanks to the panelists here. I think we've heard the tax data is very relevant in this process. We've heard about the ease of use of this methodology of microlinking, using existing data sources, the types of results you can get, how it can be useful for policymaking, and also the importance of the coordination and collaboration between the different agencies working with these data sources and the owners and the users of the data sources. So I'd like to thank all the panelists here today. We are going to hand it over to the second part of the panel on climate. So Sarah, over to you.
Hi. So my name is Sara Duarte Valero. I'm UN Women's Regional Advisor on Gender Statistics for Asia and the Pacific, and I'll be chairing the second part of this panel, which focuses on mainstreaming gender and official statistics, in particular on environment and climate change statistics. So of course, this speaks to SDG 5 on gender, but it also speaks to the very many SDGs that cover climate and environment, right? So 6 and 7 on water and energy, 12, 13, 15 and 17 actually on life underwater, life on land, climate change and partnerships. So it almost cuts across the whole framework. And in recent years, there's been quite a few efforts to really start measuring the gender and environment nexus. So there's been national, regional, and global efforts. So at the global level, we're all working with our colleagues in UNSD to really mainstream gender on climate statistics, including in the global set of climate change indicators. At the regional level, we've heard over the past couple of days some efforts taking place in Europe and in Asia, for instance, establishing regional frameworks, priority indicators on gender and the environment. And at the national level, we know that some countries have also identified priority indicators on gender and the environment. So off the top of my head, Cambodia, Bangladesh are two countries that have identified these indicators. But besides the frameworks, there's also been quite a bit of work to actually generate new data on gender and the environment, both using existing sources and collecting new data. So today we're going to hear about some of this effort. So we will start we have two panelists, one of which is online and the other one sitting right here next to me. So we will start by hearing their experiences collecting new data, and after that I'll walk you really quickly through some experiences using existing data. So let's begin by introducing our panelists. First, I want to pass the floor to Lupe Tupo, who is online and who hopefully can introduce herself. Lupe, over to you. Lupe, can you hear us?
You're fine, you're fine. No, don't share.
Lupe, can you hear us?
Hi.
Hi, Lupe.
Hi. Hi, Sarah. I'm sorry, I'm trying to share my screen.
Please introduce yourself for now. We do quick introductions.
Thank you, Sarah. Hi, everyone. My name is Lupe Tupo. I am from Tonga. I'm a principal statistician working at the Tonga Statistics Department. I think that's all I can say at the moment, Sarah.
Thank you so much. Gayatri, now over to you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Gayatri, and I work as a data use and engagement manager at the International Women's Development Agency, and we are an Australian not-for-profit that works in our Asia-Pacific region to support women's rights.
Thank you so much. So this session is going to focus quite a bit on Asia and the Pacific, as you can guess, just from the nature of the panelists, but also we are a region that's very much impacted by the effects of climate change, so I guess that makes sense. So Lupe, I'm not sure if you're ready to begin. Let us know. If you're ready to begin, I would like to ask you the first question. Are you good to go? Yeah, maybe while we sort this. Oh, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm going to share it now. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, it's starting. Yep, we can see it now. Okay, so Lupe, I know Tonga has strongly prioritized the integration of gender into climate change and environment statistics recently. And you recently conducted this gender and environment survey in Tonga. So if you can please let us know about the survey and some of the key findings, we would love to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarah. It's an honor and privilege to be invited to participate in this very important event. Today, I will be presenting on the topic Gender and Environment Statistics using the Tonga Gender and Environment Survey that was rolled out late 2022. What is Gender and Environment Survey? What is Gender and Environment Survey? Gender and Environment Survey was developed by UN Women and the first survey of its kind in Tonga and in the Pacific as a whole. The overall goal of this Gender and Environment Survey is to collect data to assess the connection between environmental issues and gender equality and women's empowerment. The survey aims to capture how women and men interact with the environment in a holistic manner. So this Gender and Environment Survey consists of 10 modules. Module 1 to Module 2, where one randomly selected individual answers questions about household as a whole, while Module 3 to Module 10 are individual questions, at least 2 individuals of different sexes per household. So for Gender and Environment Survey here in Tonga, we skip Module 6, Module 9, and Module 10 to align with our priority areas and to make sure that this survey is more manageable. For Gender and Environment Survey, we were using nationally representative sampling of 3-stage sample methodology. And the sample frame that we were using based from the 2021 census data. The sample size for this survey consists of 2,541 household samples. 1 household male and female per household randomly selected. Gender and Environment Survey rolled out in Tonga for 2 months, where enumerators covers all 6 geographical areas to ensure it reached all remote islands and ecological areas in Tonga. And there were 6 teams, 6 supervisors with 1 manager in this survey. Before enumerator reach an enumeration area, publicity must be done prior and communication with town officers to ensure that the collection is running smoothly. Revisiting household must be done to make sure that we reach every household in Tonga. Tracing of respondents also done by reaching out to town officers to find where these people located. And this enabled this survey to reach 99% response rate. So from the picture shown in the screen, picture 1 to picture 3 shows the challenge that we face during the data collection in trying to reach isolated islands. Also, it's important to ensure the confidentiality of the data collected, respondent comfortable and focused during the interview, as is shown in picture 4. To ensure Gender and Environment Survey collect a high quality data, we have to make sure that we go through data quality monitoring report, as is shown in picture 5, picture 6, in a daily basis. Why? To see the progress from day to day. And not only that, but some of the key data that we also wanted to see if they make sense in terms of the responses given by the household. And this report tracks every enumerator's work, if she or he achieved the target given by the supervisor. And also for the supervisor and headquarters to be more active in checking the completed survey on the server. And I want to mention here the hard work that was given by the UN Women, Sarah, Anthony, and Sengyan in providing this daily monitoring report because it really helps me to see what is going on with the data in a daily basis. Why gender and environment survey are priority to Tonga? Why? Gender and environment survey helps Tonga to bridge the gap and catering nationally representative information on gender and environment nexus in Tonga, promoting the use of this data among decision makers, advocates, media, and other stakeholders. It also ensures that the data on gender and environment nexus is available to inform related decisions and policies when needed. For example, here in Tonga, the climate change policy is to achieve the vision of a resilient Tonga by 2035, a gender-responsive and equitable society. Not only that, early January 2022, Tonga faced these environmental events, including volcanic eruption, tsunami, and acid rain. And it affects Tonga. And this data collected in this survey is really important because it assesses the differentiated effects of these events on women and men. Lastly, this data collected from Gender and Environment Survey will help Tonga with reporting toward global indicator framework, such as SDG, Sanitime Framework, and the global set of climate change indicators. Now I'm going to talk about some of the findings that we found out and we collected from this survey. So this graph here shows the proportion of people who experienced multiple climate change related hazards by sex. So in this graph here, it shows everyone in Tonga experienced at least one climate change related hazard, with the bulk of the population experiencing 3 or 4. So the next slide here also shows proportion of people who experienced different consequences from climate change related hazard by sex. When a climate change related hazard occurs, women and men are affected differently. Women see more direct effects on their nutrition and health, while men see more direct effects on their jobs and income, especially since many men in Tonga work on agriculture. This graph here shows the proportion of people who experience the following as a result of sea level rise by sex. So the data set also allows us to disaggregate by type of climate change related hazard. Here we can see some gendered effect in the impacts of sea level rise. Women are more likely to eat less food and experience decreased agricultural yield, while men are forced to change where they feast and spend more time on farming activities in order to earn income for their families. For Tonga culture, women too respect their husband as the head of household and provide them the food first, as well as the children, to ensure that they have enough food. The survey has a separate module dedicated to disaster-related hazards. This slide here shows behavior in response to all disaster-related hazards experienced in the past 12 months. We could also disaggregate the effects by the type of hazards. Overall, women are more likely to mention they saw increase in time spent on care and domestic work, despite the fact that they were probably already doing more of this work than men prior to the disaster. Further, we also see that women are also more likely to flee and relocate. Women and men contribute to environmental degradation and climate change differently. The use of pesticides is very much affected by affordability. Men use pesticides more than women, mainly for commercial purposes, while women are mostly concentrated in home yard cuttings. Who typically makes decisions about land-related activities, such as the use of pesticides, fertilizer, and related environmental risk management? 2/3 of men make their own decision about land-related activities compared to 43% of women. And this reflects the land tenure system in Tonga, where men are entitled to own land and not women. Men are mostly engaged in agriculture and fishing because Tonga context, they are mostly men's job, while women mostly do domestic chores, so as gardening. Food processing showcase majority of the women engaged indicates mainly women do not engage mostly on heavy jobs, such as agriculture, for instance. In this graph here shows higher proportion of women on fishing practice using hand collection, mainly for subsistence, while men are focusing on tithing, mostly for selling purposes. On fishing to earn livelihood. The more environmentally damaging fishing practices, such as trolling or dynamite fishing, are less popular here in Tonga, with men slightly more likely to engage in this. This graph here shows women mostly do the fish marketing activities, such as selling to buyers in markets, the restaurant, and this is common here in Tonga, where most women help their husband or sons in selling the catch. Climate change is affecting the availability of fish. Climate change is affecting the availability of fish. When asked if they fish on the same site as before, men have been more likely to shift to new locations. But women, who typically can harvest at the shore, are not able to move. My last slide here shows the proportion of people who participate in environmental decision-making by sex. The survey aims to capture women's and men's participation in environmental decision-making, including at the local and grassroots levels. We see that overall men are more likely to participate and thus contribute to make these decisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Lupe, for showing us these preliminary findings, which I find fascinating and certainly very innovative. I think in the interest of time, without further ado, let's move on with the next question to Gayatri. So Gayatri, the International Women's Development Agency has now for a while been conducting surveys to assess multidimensional poverty. And I know in your latest round in Equality Insights Rapids, you included some environment-related questions. So maybe you can tell us a little bit about how these relate to climate change and what are some of the findings there. Thank you. Sure.
So while the slides load, hello everyone, again, I'm Gayatri. Thanks Sarah and Lupe. It's really great to be here and participate in this session. So I am here to talk about the Equality Insights program and how we measure environment as part of gender-sensitive poverty statistics. In my presentation, I'll provide a brief introduction to the Equality Insights measure and program first, and draw out links between multidimensional poverty and environment in a climate vulnerable context, as Sarah mentioned. I hope that the findings that I present today will demonstrate the value of gender-inclusive poverty and environmental data. If I have time, I'll focus on the strategies as well to promote data use and engagement. So what's the Equality Insights program? So the Equality Insights program advances individual-level, gender-sensitive measurement of multidimensional poverty. We work with our partners to collect, analyze, and communicate this data. The aim of our program is to shift global poverty measurement standards towards data that can be disaggregated routinely to help policymakers have better visibility over how poverty is affecting and whom. So the development of this measure, of this quantitative measure, has been informed by participatory research with more than 3,000 people across 6 countries in Africa, Asia, and the Pacific, and is used in 7 countries. There are 2 versions of our survey. One is the Equality Insights Plus, which is the longer face-to-face survey, which was developed to inform robust poverty and inequality assessment and response, and the Equality Insights Rapid. This is a shorter version of the face-to-face survey, and it was developed to enable surveying by phone in the context of COVID-19 in the Pacific. So the key principles of, the key measurement features and principles of Equality Insights. The first one is that it's intersectional. So individual level measurement enables intersectional analysis related to gender, disability, age, and location to influence the experience of poverty. It's multidimensional. In addition to assets, the measure assesses 15 dimensions of life, and this is based on the participatory research across 6 countries, and with 3,000 people with lived experience of poverty have informed these dimensions. It's gender sensitive and gender specific. It includes measures that are both common to men and women and can be disaggregated because it's an individual level measure, but it's also gender specific because it includes questions that are related specifically to women, for example, menstruation. The measure is scalar. It assesses each dimension on a scale to show multiple levels of deprivation, or how poor you are influences what you need to not be poor. It measures, the measure is designed to capture inequalities within households where an estimated 1/3 of global poverty resides. Briefly, these are the dimensions that the Equality Insights measure includes, and it integrates environment as one of the dimensions, and this is what I'm going to focus on a little more in detail in my presentation today. So very briefly, the program has had a 15-year story, and it has been developed over a significant period of time. Prior to 2020-21, it was known as the Individual Deprivation Measure, and from 2020 onwards, IWDA is carrying forward this work as Equality Insights. Equality Insights Rapid and Plus were developed in 2021, and Rapid was implemented in Tonga and Solomon Islands in 2022. So for the rest of my presentation, I'll focus on the implementation of the Equality Insights Rapid measure in Tonga. So Equality Insights Rapid was implemented in Tonga in 2022 to inform gender-responsive COVID-19 recovery and response. The Tonga survey is a nationally representative survey where phone coverage exists. It was undertaken by the Tonga Statistics Department, by Lupe's team, and it was the first national phone-based survey in Tonga. And significantly, it was implemented 3 months after a natural disaster. The survey has a household questionnaire and an individual questionnaire that was administered to all adults in the household. So what did the Equality Insights Rapid measure in Tonga? So I won't go into each one of these dimensions, but this is the conceptual structure that sits behind the measure and all the associated indicators and survey questions that were administered. So just to highlight environment, so here you have the household measures as exposure to natural hazards and exposure to pollution. The individual measure, which is not on this slide, looks at the impact of natural hazards on individuals' daily activities. So underlying vulnerabilities in any of these dimensions can amplify threats from climate change. But from other research, we know that food, water, fuel, livelihoods, decision-making are especially relevant in a climate-vulnerable context, and Equality Insights measures all of them. So before presenting the results from the Tonga survey, this is a slide that shows how the Equality Insights
Recording in progress.
Scoring is done. In each dimension, we score respondents as severely deprived, moderately deprived, or does not meet the threshold. So this is for each dimension. And for people who are severely deprived, they have deprivation in relation to multiple indicators, or deprivation in one indicator that is considered quite severe. Moderately deprived are deprivation in relation to one indicator or the existence of vulnerability that makes deprivation foreseeable. And then there are people who don't meet this threshold or the above categories. So there's a lot of information on this slide, but what I really like to highlight is the preliminary and high-level summary of gender differences between men's and women's experience of deprivation in each dimension in Tonga. So what's presented here are the odds ratios with men as the comparison group. And what this data really tells us is how likely women are to experience deprivation in each dimension compared to men. So the asterisk, of course, shows statistical significance. From these results, we can see that there are gender differences. Gender differences are significant in 7 out of 15 dimensions in the survey. With health, safety, time use, and voice, women have higher odds of deprivation compared to men. There are intersectional analysis also show that younger women have higher odds of deprivation in safety, work, and water compared to men. Older women have higher odds of deprivation in education and health. Rural women have lower odds of deprivation in voice. So what these results are really telling us is that deprivation or poverty affects different people in different ways. And this is why it is important to measure and mainstream gender into poverty statistics. Just a few more slides to just quickly deep dive into the environment dimensions in Tonga. So we found little difference by age or gender, and we think this is because of the widespread nature of the volcano and related tsunami, and the prominent measure at the household level, because this was the shorter version of the survey. However, if you look at an item-level response question that was asked at the individual level, which was to what extent were your daily activities impacted by natural hazards on a daily basis, this reveals characteristics that are most associated with greater impacts. More men than women, more people in rural than urban areas, more people with disability, and more people aged 30 to 59 reported natural hazards impacted their lives severely. So for this presentation, we also examined environment in relation to other dimensions and deprivation. So this slide presents the relationship between deprivation and environment and other dimensions by gender. So we can see that except for energy, health, and time use, which show significant relationships between dimensions for men, almost all other dimensions are similar between men and women. And what I really want to highlight is the next slide. But if we zoom in and if we focus just on severe deprivation and not just broadly any deprivation, we see that this relationship quite significantly changes for women. Looking just at severe deprivation, we can see that severe deprivation in environment for women is almost, for all dimensions except energy, quite closely related with deprivation in all the other dimensions. So while this is a high-level preliminary analysis, that this kind of tells a story about the underlying vulnerabilities women face in these circumstances. So I'll stop here, but leave you with some key takeaways, which is that individual-level, gender-sensitive, multidimensional measurement is vital to capture gendered realities. Both what is measured and how are important for understanding gendered implications, for accuracy and visibility, and for evidence-informed action that connects to lived realities. And especially with respect to climate change, a changing climate has multidimensional impacts. We need to measure implications for planet and people in an integrated way that reveals who are most impacted and in what ways. I'll hand over to you, Sarah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's very interesting to see the findings, right? Because they appear a little bit different from the environment survey. But in fact, I think it has to do with the types of questions that are asked. Because, for instance, the environment survey covers all activities beyond economic activities, including interactions with the environment for subsistence, for leisure, tradition, religion, and so on. Well, if you ask people about how were your daily activities affected, they probably think about some of their kind of livelihood earning, income earning activities, which obviously are held by men for the most part. But we can talk about this. I'm sure we have some questions from the floor. I also have a couple of questions myself, but I'm very mindful of the time. So I want to open for questions from the floor first, and otherwise I'll just ask my own questions. So let's see if we have anybody that has any questions at this point. Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. This is really interesting, and I think this is one of the sort of really emergent topics that we need to address, and we need a lot of data. I just have a question on the survey. So the first, Lupe's presentation was on the immediate disaster, and Goyatitra, your presentation also happened shortly after the disaster. Do you think, so there's environmental impact that are what I would call fast-moving and slow-moving environmental impacts, right? So like tsunami, flooding, that kind of, wildfire is one of those fast, disastrous environment impact. Do you have ways of measuring, and do you know about more slower moving environmental impacts, like steady increase in global temperatures and steady rise of the sea levels, say particularly in Pacific Islands and things like that? I would love to know. Thank you.
Maybe let's ask Lupe to respond first. Lupe, the survey included a lot of questions about climate change, so I'm not sure if you want to respond quickly.
What was the question again, Sarah, please?
So the question was about, rather than just capturing the immediate impact of environmental hazards that result in disasters, looking at the impact of environmental hazards that are slow onset hazards, right? Like climate change related hazards. So, and a lot of the things you presented today are about climate change and not disasters. So maybe you want to clarify some of the differences there.
Okay. Thank you so much. So there's a specific module that we were asking about the climate change related disaster hazard, and that module focused on slow onset. Like since that person grew up in Tonga, like his or her experience throughout her lifetime or his lifetime, and so that one was different from when we asked about just the hazards that was happening in the past 12 months, but then climate change was asking also for the lifetime. And then we captured that data on slow onset. I hope I can answer, Sarah.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's good. Gayatri, yeah.
So yes, for us in the Equality Insights survey, the question actually asked people to recall 12 months before and would have captured, some of the impacts of longer, slower moving climate change. But I think because the proximity of the event and the disaster was so close to the survey, so we believe that it's mostly captured, mainly the effects of the tsunami and the volcano. And I also want to make a comment that, the more data we have, the more will reveal, on the slow-moving climate change. So I think longitudinal data will definitely be helpful. So yes, resonating with some of the stuff that's been said from yesterday, more data.
Thank you. Yeah, and just to add to that, so the environment survey, the gender environment survey, actually includes separate modules, one for disasters and one for climate change, right? So it first asks the respondent, have you experienced any of these hazards, right? So some of the climate change hazards would be like sustained increase in temperatures or sustained reduction on rains or, sea level rise, some of these low onset disasters. And if they say yes, then there's a battery of questions around that. So these are some of the findings that Lupe was presenting earlier. This also speaks directly to some of the work that we've been doing in UN Women, and I had a couple of slides about this. I don't know if they can be loaded quickly. I can walk you through some of these kind of like slower onset impacts of climate change, if we can see those slides. In the meantime, I want to ask also if there's anybody else that's any other questions. No other questions? Okay, so can we look at the slides quickly? Yeah, maybe while we wait for the slides, I'll ask one of my other questions that I had for Gayatri, since she's sitting right here, about some of the, specifically to the environment data, right? Like, do you know of any already people that are using the data or that plan to use the environment data that you recently collected in either Tonga or Solomon Islands? Yeah.
Yeah, so with specific to environment, we just launched the data and the official report in July in Tonga, so it's very recent. So we are still exploring avenues to use the environment data specifically, but I can comment broadly on how the Equality Insights data itself is being used and in terms of what the next steps are. So we are responding to the needs of both civil society and government. So we've already produced one environment, water and shelter brief for the government of Tonga because of their interest in the topic. So we are doing the same for Solomon Islands with respect to food and water and food security and women's economic empowerment. So we also integrated the data into advocacy planning workshops. So IWDA runs advocacy planning workshops called Plan Your Power. So we integrated the data as an evidence base for civil society organizations to think about what advocacy area they want to prioritize in the gender equality space. We've just finished one in Solomon Islands in August, and we're in Tonga. We've just finished one in Solomon Islands, and we're going to specifically do another Plan Your Power workshop in Tonga with disability service organizations in November. So that is how we're going to enable the use of data more broadly. And the last comment I would like to make is that we are designing a data portal. So all this data would be available online to anyone who wants to access, and especially to non-data specialists, in a way that they can use it for policy and decision-making purposes. And yes.
Thank you so much. That's very exciting. Yeah. So just quickly on the topic of some of the slow onset disasters, and really on using some of the data that we already have, right? So it's great that there's these initiatives to collect new data, and we definitely need new data. Like, with the data that we have, unfortunately, we cannot respond to all our climate change related, policy questions. But using the data that we have, we can actually do a lot. So if we can go to the next slide, or I can use I don't know where the clicker is. Yep, thank you. One of the exercises that we did within UN Women was integrate DHS data with geospatial data. And I will spare you on the details because I know we don't have time. But with this integrated data set, then we ran a two-step approach. First, we use random forests, so machine learning techniques, to really identify what are some of the key variables that are affected by climate change, and which are the variables that affect the most some of the gender equality outcomes. And then we ran binary logistic regression analysis to look at the strength and the nature of these associations. And what we found is that there's clear differences across countries between arid and humid clusters, right? So child marriage rates, adolescent birth rates, they're both higher in the more arid clusters across countries. We also saw connections, for instance, between the availability and the use of clean water and aridity. So again, this is the case of Cambodia, where, typically in the more arid regions, people have better access to clean water than in the more humid regions, and this was the same for all countries, mostly because a lot of people rely on rainwater when it rains, but when it stops raining, that's an issue. We also saw that there's connections, for instance, between temperatures, increases in temperatures, and availability of clean cooking fuels. So generally, in the warmest clusters, there's less availability of clean cooking fuels, typically because this affects agricultural yield and some other income-generating activities. But in the case of Bangladesh, which is the map that you see here, the association is inverse due to availability of infrastructure. So actually, the clusters that have the better access to clean cooking fuels are the clusters where people are extracting oil and extracting natural gas, which makes the natural gas available to people. So interesting to see some of these connections. And finally, a second piece of analysis that can be done just using existing data is analyzing big data from Google searches, from social media posts, and so on. We did this for several countries in the Pacific, and we indexed several violence against women-related words, and we classified the online searches into general searches, victim searches, or really help-seeking searches. So people that were typing, what is violence against women, that would be a general search. People that are typing, I have bruises in my face, how do I cover my bruises? Then that would be a victim search. And people that are typing, where is the violence against women hotline? How do I contact help? Then that would be a help-seeking search, right? And then we overlay this with real-time data on when disasters happen. And we see clear connections. Typically, when disasters end, slow onset effects, like, extended droughts, like you see there on the screen, La Niña, we see at the end of these droughts, the searches related to help seeking for violence against women really increase. And in the case of Tonga, which is the purple one, during the peak of crises like volcanic eruptions, like floods and cyclones, the internet goes off, the searches really drop, but as soon as the internet goes on, there's huge peaks on violence-related searches. So I just figured I would share some of these insights, just to showcase that we can also do a lot with the data that we have. So we're out of time. I wanted to see if we have one last question from anybody. Otherwise, I'll ask my last question to Lupe. No more questions. Okay, so Lupe, I would like you to, I know you experience a lot of issues with really trying to collect the data. It was, it's a big challenge, but you overcome it very successfully. So I wonder if you can quickly, because we don't have time, walk us through some of the key challenges for data collection on the environment.
Thank you, Sarah. So for trade and environment survey, it's a bit hard to try and talk about the challenges that we face during the data collection, because I find it not so much challenge to me, but I will flag a few points of the challenges that we face during the data collection. First, the isolation, trying to reach to isolated islands, that is the most challenge that we face during data collection. Because this survey was rolling out in October 31st to December, and that time there is the cyclone season here in Tonga. And not only that, but reaching to isolated islands, specifically that island that I showed in my presentation, like, it's very hard trying to go up in that island because they don't have a proper wharf. So what I did for those kind of challenges that I faced, I contacted the town officer first and informed them, asking them to make sure that they call a meeting with the people who, with the household that they are selected to be part of the survey, to make sure that they are there. Because people here in Tonga are moving around within country or moving overseas for holidays, but then so far that we managed to do that. But at that time, I was a bit nervous, and it was very hard for me trying to figure out the time because of the cyclone season. But that is the most challenge that we face in trying to reach the isolated island. And not only that, one of the geographical areas that are shown in the map, the newest, it takes 2 weeks for a plane to go there. For the next trip, after 2 weeks, next trip. And for boat, only one time in a month. So it's a very challenge for us try to figure out the schedule to make sure that these people, the enumerators, are reaching there, and the people are also available to take part in this survey. I think that is the only two most challenges that I faced. Apart from that, tracing of respondents is also a challenge, but I didn't really find it so hard because I managed to go out to the field and communicate with the town officer to find out where are these respondents, even catching the phone number, and I contacted them. For example, if this respondent selected and he lives in Mava'u, I have to reassign this person for anyone, any enumerator here in the main island, just to go and make sure that she's going to collect the data, conduct the interview. I think that is the most challenge that I faced because I didn't find it so hard trying to do this, collecting the data for gender and environment survey, because people were already open up. And because I built the relationship with the people, and I think it's very important as a producer, data collection, you need to build your relationship with the people. Because if there's no people, no data for statistic. And I want to highlight here the commitment and the investment that Sarah, Anthony Perkard, and Sang and John have done throughout from the training. We've done this survey through virtual training, 2 weeks, and it was a bit hard. This is a full-time job, and that's why I said I didn't really find it so much challenge, because the commitment shown by Sarah and her team was very helpful to me in trying to move the wheel daily basis. And I am so grateful that they provide the data monitoring report daily basis. So they're giving me the class to look what is going on. So every day, every enumerators will be coming to the office. We will do a debrief, go through the data monitoring report. It's just the way that I'm trying to make sure that we're collecting the high quality data for gender and environment saving. And I also mentioned that we've done the same for equality insight. That's what the survey that was talking about country. And I think that is the only challenge. The question, people didn't refuse to. People didn't refuse to incomplete any question in a survey. It's just because the relationship. And the final point that I want to raise here, in order for us to collect a data, and we want a high quality data, management need to be very strong. Management need to be very strong. If the management do not act up, I don't believe that we will collect a high quality data. And that is all what I'm going to say. And I'm so grateful for the collaboration between Tonga Statistics Department and the UN Women, specifically Sarah and Senyan and Anthony, because they really helped me to move the wheel quickly and the data to be collected in the high quality.
Sorry.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Lupe, and thank you, Gayatri, and thanks everybody for the questions and the engagement. I'm sorry we're a little bit late. Over to South Africa.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's give the colleagues a round of applause. Thank you. Yes. Colleagues, I think we could feel and hear what Lupe was saying, what she was saying. Without people, no statistics. I think it's quite clear. Colleagues, I just want to acknowledge the DG, and the SG for joining us. Thank you so much. Just a quick announcement, colleagues. We are going to go for lunch. Can we kindly come back at 13:30, please, so that we can continue with the next session. Thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch. We do have colleagues online.
Yeah, if she is okay, but I can also ask. Thank you. I'll ask also. Klenia?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. We are going to start with our next session. Can we start, colleagues at the back? We are about to start with our session 5, innovation to close the gender gaps. I think before lunch we had interesting sessions where we were discussing trade statistics and environment statistics. Now we are getting into a session where we're talking about what are other innovative ways of closing the gender data gaps that we've been talking about for the past 3 days. I know we do have colleagues who are supposed to join us online, the 2 speakers. Are they already, are we good with our speakers online? Okay, so we're getting a thumbs up. Francesca will be leading and chairing the session. I don't have to introduce Francesca. I think we all know her. Francesca, I'm going to give it to you and introduce the ladies. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Soli, and welcome back. I hope you had a good lunch and you are completely awake. We are going to start section 5, when we will talk about innovations to close gender data gaps. In particular, we will look at ways to integrate different data sources, including non-traditional data sources. So we'll touch on the use of geospatial information data as well as citizens-generated data. So it's going to be quite an interesting discussion. We will also talk about ways to improve collaborations among data producers as a way to strengthen and improve the availability of gender data. So having said that, let me introduce our distinguished speakers. We have Sheda Badi, who is the Managing Director of Open Data Watch, and she's joining us online. Sheda, I hope you can see us and hear us. Maybe I can have a thumb up. Is she online? Is Sheda with us? Yes, okay, thank you. We also have Katja Branger, who is a senior statistician from the Swiss Federal Statistical Office. You all know Katja very well. She was also the chair of the Interagency and Expert Group on Gender Statistics till yesterday, 2 days ago. We also have Adriana Oropesa on my right. Adriana is the director of technical coordination for the Vice Presidency of Socio-Demographic Statistics at INEGI, the National Statistical Office of Mexico. On my left, we have Elena Kukarevich, who is the first deputy chairperson of the National Statistical Committee of the Republic of Belarus. And then I hope we have our fifth speaker.
I still do not hear anything.
Philip Crehan, who is the founder of EOLAS Consulting and Principal Investigator.
I'm emailing Maria now, but...
yes, this is Philip.
I did too.
Hi, Phil and Sheda, we can hear you. So we know that you are with us. That's fantastic. So having said that, let's start with you, Sheda. Maybe you can help us. Do you see us? Do you hear us? You look great. Can you help us in setting the stage as we talk about innovations in closing important gender data gaps? Sheda, the floor is yours. Sheda? No, not sure she heard me. Colleagues from the back, maybe you can help us? Sheda, we see you, but we don't hear you. No, you cannot hear us? She doesn't hear us. Let's give it another try, otherwise maybe we start with our colleagues on the podium. Thank you for your patience.
We totally lost them.
We can hear you.
Yeah, can anyone hear us right now, or is it just...
Yes,
you and I?
We can hear you,
It looks like only you and I can hear each other. I cannot hear anybody.
Yeah, all right.
No, stay with us. We can hear you. Sheda?
I just checked my email, and there's no other Zoom link, so...
Yeah.
No,
That's
this
so
is
funny.
the correct Zoom link.
Okay. I hope you feel entertained.
We just have to
At least
wait
you are
for
not sleeping.
instructions.
Right.
Yeah,
Were you able to join the practice last weekend?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I was not able to join it, so everything was fine on the practice too?
Yes.
Maybe text
Okay.
us that we hear them. Okay. Okay, this is the beauty of the hybrid world. We have all learned how to survive with this. Yeah, opportunities. Okay. Sheda, can you hear us? This is, I promise, this is the last try. If it doesn't work, we start with the ladies with me here.
We can now hear you.
I can hear you. Can you hear me now? Can
Yes,
you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay,
Francesca.
Sheda,
We
good.
did not hear anything from the beginning, but we can hear you now. That's
Okay,
great.
apologies for that, dear Sheda. So I already introduced you. Can you maybe help us in setting the stage for this important discussion when we cover initiatives to modernize and innovate the way we produce and communicate and use gender data to close gender data gaps? Thank you, Sheda.
Thank you. And can you see me?
Yes, yes. You look great.
I'm
Thank
going to
you.
share my screen, and hopefully that would work.
Yes.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, yes, it works.
Thank you. Thanks, Francesca, and thanks for the invitation to be here. I'm sorry I'm not here in person. So let's talk about innovation in closing gender data gaps. You've had amazing discussions so far, and I think with all the ideas and all the great work that's been done, innovation is really central for the agenda for closing gender data gaps going forward. For this community, I don't need to start with defining gender data, but it's always good to for us to remember and remind ourselves why we're doing all this and why is it so important, gender data. And also it's very important for us to remember that there's been global action calls for better gender data. You know all these events very well on the demand side. For example, the Cape Town Global Action Plan, of course, SDG calls for action for gender data, but also recently, for example, G20, they have really put gender data central for closing gender gaps in those countries and globally as a whole. And on the supply side, thanks to you and thanks to many who have been doing really great in trying to close gender data gaps. And I think the Global Forum, now coming close to its 10th anniversary, has been really instrumental in this endeavor. So also important to keep in mind that recently we've been increased call for action and for better gender data. These are some of the examples of Leave No One Behind. We are midterm at SDGs, the intersectionality, and also the call for a better investment in data because of the resource shortages is really tremendously important for us to keep in mind. So on the demand side, and there's a lot of demand for improving and increasing the more and better gender data. But as we see, despite all this demand, we have still many gaps. And what's really important for my presentation is when we talk about gaps and innovation in closing those gaps, we really need to look at not only data, but also all the other aspects that make gender data a reality, financing, coordination, and coordination in data sharing, coordination in better delivery of services for gender data, and increasing use. So again, innovation and new thinking for helping gender data is tremendously important. Of course, it's common sense Of course, it's common sense but it's important to keep in mind that we will need to get important rates of return and innovation and investment, not only at the data production, but along the data value chain. We need to innovate at all the different stages of data lifecycle and data value chain. And many countries I have observed that they spend amazing resources and thinking and financial and intellectual skills resources in the collection and production of data. for example, time use surveys. But when it comes to the rest of the data, getting value from that data, they sort of run out of steam. So the point is for us to all keep in mind that when we are prioritizing for innovation and for closing gender data gaps, it really is important to think along the value chain. Sometimes even small investments and innovation in a small part, like data literacy improvement or how to influence the using the data that's been generated, creates much more return than just putting all the resources in one area, let's say on the collection and production processes. So I think that's a really important point that I wanted to stress here. The other point is that because of the sort of like we've been monitoring, and particularly my group with the research that we're doing, we monitor the availability and openness of gender data in 165 countries, actually all groups, the 20 different categories of data. And one of the things we notice is that the openness and availability of non-gender data is much higher than actually gender data. And we've been doing this since 2016, so it's persisting. So that's one of the things that we've been, as I showed in the previous diagram, it looks like we're investing a lot in the production, but maybe we need to do more in making data reach the users, become shareable and accessible and open. And one of the reasons that one of the issues that we also see is that when data is not used, of course, we'll see that that investment in data and visibility of data goes lower. In this diagram here, in this slide, you see a shocking picture of, unfortunately, we see the trend for investment, or particularly the official development assistance disbursement, that means international support for countries to improve gender data, has been going down. And in fact, we've seen a shocking drop in 60% in 2020. And this is against the background that investment in gender equality is actually going up. So there's something there saying that maybe we're not getting enough attention as part of those agendas of gender equality. Maybe we're not mainstreamed enough the data. Maybe the visibility, the profile is not high enough. So this is another reason for the important innovation needed. This data is, by the way, from Paris 21, and of course you have amazing Lauren Harrison with you at the forum if you need to talk to her about these aspects of the gender data investment. Now, what do countries call actually innovation and modernization? This is I love this survey that has been taken by, and we see the result of it by the UNSD and other partners that show what countries actually are doing, prioritizing in modernization. And as we see here, it's amazing to see that. I'm so glad to see that the use of administrative data is getting such a high priority, followed by use of Earth observation and other innovative methods. But at the bottom, it's kind of disappointing to see that use of citizen-generated data, which is tremendously important for gender data, is getting less of a priority at the bottom. And this is something that perhaps could be, through the forum and through the work of you all, could be mainstreamed better into the statistical system, because it has really high returns for gender data. But most of this, as you see, of the prioritization and what countries are doing is very much focusing on data production and actually getting gaps in data, closing the gender data gaps. But let's look at some of the data sharing aspects. As I said, it's important for us when we think innovation and prioritize innovation, it could be across the data value chain. And here we have different types of data sharing that we need, that I just wanted to very quickly go over with you. And for each, there are many different types of data sharing, but I picked these 5 which are very important and emerging, and important particularly for gender data. The first one is open data portals, which you've, of course, many of you have contributed to this, and a very popular way for official statistics to be shared with the citizen. And for better sharing for gender data, these portals require that they reflect gender data, and some of them don't, and we're actually monitoring that. But there are countries like Canada and Moldova who are not just among many examples of what countries can do well to share gender data by highlighting special features and issues or data sets related to gender, but also important, not siloing gender data on separate platforms. Sometimes when you put them on separate platforms, they get kind of lost. It's really important to integrate it into the main portals in the country or in the organizations. The second category, which is a lot talked about, is data collaboratives, which is a way in which data can be shared between the private and public sector in a way that guarantees anonymity while unleashing the power of personal data. For gender data, this is often takes the form of using CGD, citizen generated data, relevant topics such as access to safe water, sanitation, and hygiene, which is collected by NGOs, and using it safely to advocate for more important interventions to improve outcomes. Like in the case of the examples that I have here for gender equality data collaboratives, and also for the UN collaborative on citizen-generated data is a new one, which I really urge everyone to get to know, because it's a very important collaborative and become part of that. The third one is what's called data cooperatives, and they're different. Collaboratives and cooperatives are two different mechanisms for data sharing. And data cooperatives are, it's like a new data governance or a technical and institutional layer, which functions as a sort of like an intermediary between those who have data and those who use it. And by mediating data flows on behalf of those who have data. This is an emerging model for gender data, and there's an example of Data2X, which is piloting something with Apti Institute to support more examples like women farmers sharing data in order to access loans while protecting their personal information. So it's really important area for us to learn. Both collaboratives and cooperatives are quite difficult to set up, but a very important part of their innovations for sharing data. The third one is data commons, which is still rather different, and it deals with the problem of so much data that we have, and we need to have more mechanisms for analyzing it, understanding it, and using it, and utilizing it, and for interoperability. And these are usually platforms that bring data together from a variety of sources. They've sorted out all kinds of governance issues, all the data sharing issues, and just making the data is a big service and make the data available for analysis. And one of the examples is the World Bank Gender Data Portal, which is really a magnificent source of information available. And finally, the microdata portals, which are really important for gender data. I don't have to tell you why. A lot of the sessions you've been talking about is about generating microdata and household survey data. And one of the, of course, the International Household Survey Network is one of the biggest source for this data, but there are also national data archives, like the Kenya is a great example where they archived all their microdata, and particularly the Kenya's continuous household survey, which also includes many variables relevant to gender data. So let me conclude my presentation by giving you sort of a a set of way forward that I think, based on my experience, is really important for gender data. I will not go through all of these 6 areas, but I just wanted to highlight that the 3 that I have on the left columns are mostly focusing on improving access to data and openness of data, but also the ones on the right-hand side, I'm very much thinking that we need to do much more advocacy and coordination, and as I said, mainstreaming anything that we do on the innovation, say on the CGD or other mechanisms. We really need to bring it back and mainstream it into the official statistics work that we're doing. So Francesca, I stop here, and of course be happy to answer any questions and come back after hearing our country speakers, which I'm sure will give us amazing examples of some of these innovations. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheda. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. So
Perfect.
glad.
Thank you so much for this comprehensive overview, and of course I would like to give you already a big round of applause. We'll get back to you shortly, but thanks for reminding us also why we need to innovate, right? We're starting with the fact that if on one side the call for more granular, more timely, more frequent data on gender concerns has increased, including from global calls, on the other side, the financing situation has actually deteriorated. So we absolutely need to improve the way we produce, we disseminate, and we use what we already have. So we really need to maximize and make the best out of what exists. So thank you very much for that. Of course, also thanking you for reminding us of all these existing mechanisms, maybe emerging mechanisms for data sharing. I honestly get confused sometimes when we talk about the data collaboratives versus the data cooperatives. So maybe out of the report of this event, we are going to agree on a glossary so that we all talk the same language, but thank you so much. And we will get back to you. Maybe I can get back to our representatives from the countries who could also build on the important points that Sheda just mentioned, right? And the fact that there is this need to focus more, as we talk about the data value chain, to focus more towards the data sharing, data dissemination, and data use. But thank you, Sheda, again. Let's move to Katya. Katya, do you want to take the floor now? It's your turn.
Yes.
Good.
Yes, seems to work. So, good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. I'd like to thank the UNSD colleagues for inviting me to talk in this session on innovation about how the Federal Statistical Office of Switzerland measures gender income gaps by linking different data sources. In 2019, a parliament member requested the Swiss government to report on the measurement of the gender overall earnings gap and other indicators on gender specific income differences. The request mentioned that women are estimated to earn about 100 billion Swiss francs less than men each year, and that it is important to be able to analyze this gap and its composition more precisely. Moreover, she stated that there is also an urgent need for data on the income gap in the case of self-employment and on the pension gap between women and men. Different departments and units of the Federal Statistical Office of Switzerland worked together, supported by a group of experts of other government agencies, for example, the State Secretariat for Economic Affairs, the Federal Social Insurance Office, and the Federal Office for Gender Equality. The report was published on 7 September 2022, and we updated it already on June this year. My presentation today will focus only on the new key figures for Switzerland, which are the gender overall earnings gap and the gender pension gap. The long-standing indicators we already had are not the subject of subject of this presentation. That means gender pay gap and unpaid work. So what is the gender overall earnings gap? It is a synthetic indicator developed and compiled by Eurostat to provide an overall picture of the differences about income between women and men. And it takes into account the impact of three factors: the differences in gross income from employment per hour, the differences in hours worked per month, and the differences in labor force participation. Just for completeness of information, I copied the formula to calculate the gender overall earnings gap according to Eurostat on the slide. We have identified a number of advantages and disadvantages of the GOEG according to Eurostat. The advantages are the simplicity of calculation and the international comparisons, the possibility to have international comparisons. But there are some disadvantages in our view that are relied on the data sources. We have the structure of earnings survey who covers employees but not self-employed, and while labor force survey covers both categories. The structure of earnings survey used for the GOEG is also based on a concept of jobs, that means workplaces, and the labor force survey is based on a concept of persons, so multi-activity is also taken into account. And then earnings surveys are based on the domestic concept, what means that everyone working in Switzerland is covered by these statistics, for example, also cross-border commuters. The labor force survey covers only the permanent resident population. And then last, the earnings survey does not cover sector one. The labor force survey covers all the three sectors of the economy. Consequently, we decided to apply some adaptations to the gender overall earnings gap calculation according to Eurostat in order to remove these conceptual inconsistencies we were not so comfortable with. This was only possible in combining different data sources as presented in this slide. We have the Swiss earnings structure survey, as I mentioned before. There we get the hourly wages selecting only permanent resident aged 15 to 64. Then we have the Swiss labor force survey, where we get the labor force participation rates, the hours worked, taking into account, as I said, the multiple jobs a person may have, and the wages in the primary sector. And then we have a combination of Swiss labor force survey data and old age and survivors insurance data, where we get the hourly earnings in self-employment. And this last part in green was particularly challenging because for the estimation of the income of self-employed persons, we had to overcome some difficulties due to the incompleteness of available data in the labor force survey, as well as in the old age and survivors insurance register. But as this is rather technical, I will not go into the details in my presentation. So let us now look into some results. In 2018, in Switzerland, the gender overall earnings gap calculated according to the Swiss method was 43.2%. This means that women's income based on all hours worked from age 15 to 64 is 43.2% lower than men's. There has been a slight decrease in this value over time. We can see this in the total, but also in the age disaggregated part of the graph. And when we look at this breakdown by age groups, we see that the gender overall earnings gap increases with age. from 7.9% in the age group 15 to 24 to 27.3% in the age group 25 to 34. And it continues to rise and amounts to about 50% in the age groups from 35 to 64. Despite the methodological differences, the gender overall earnings gap calculated with the Swiss method for Switzerland and the one calculated by Eurostat are very close. The one for Eurostat is 43.3% in 2018, so we can therefore assume that the Eurostat indicator is also broadly suitable for an international comparison of Switzerland with other countries like in this slide, where we see that in 2018, Switzerland was among the countries with the largest overall earnings gap between women and men, just behind the Netherlands and Austria with 44.2% each. No EU country has a gender overall earnings gap below 20%. I will skip 2 slides for the sake of time, and I'll go over to the next indicator, the gender pension gap. The gender pension gap is the percentage difference in average pensions from old age provision between women and men in the permanent resident population living in private households and aged 65 and over. Persons living in retirement and nursing homes are not included due to the data source, which is a household survey. In Switzerland, we have a 3-pillar system of old age provision. The calculation of the gender pension gap takes into account pensions from all these 3 pillars. There are clear differences, gender differences in the overall amount of pensions paid to women and men aged 65 and over. Most important in this slide is the column in gray showing that the average total annual pension for women is always lower than that for men. This difference expressed in percentage in is the gender pension gap, and it amounts to 32.8% in 2021, and has hardly changed in recent years, being around 31 and 35% since 2014. Sorting the gender pension gap out according to the 3 pillars, the left side of the graph shows the first pillar, which is the state-run old age and survivors insurance. In Switzerland, almost all retired women and men, 99%, as noted at the bottom of the slide, receive a pension from the first pillar. The average amount of the state pension is quite the same for women and men. In contrast, in the second pillar, which consists in occupational pension plans and is represented on the left of the graph, the differences are large. Women receive these second pillar pensions significantly less often than men. Only half, 49% of them receive a second pillar pension compared to 70% of men. And when they do, they are on average 45.7% lower than those of men. Not represented in the graph, but is the third pillar, namely the private pension funds. They are not compulsory, so each insured person saves money for him or herself in old age, and not everybody can afford saving for a third pillar. So in fact, as noted at the bottom right-hand corner of the slide, we see that only 5.7% of men and 4% of women aged 65 and over received a pension from private funds in 2021. The reason for the gender pension gap, mainly in the second pillar, but also in the third pillar, are closely related to the employment histories and to the family structures. For example, women interrupt their employment more often than men and work more part-time. Primarily, as we know, for family reasons, and they have lower paid jobs, depending on economic sectors and management positions. The unequal division of paid work, domestic and family work, has an influence on their contribution to the second pillar and also affects the amount saved in the third pillar. In this comparison with Europe, Switzerland is one of the countries with a relatively large gender pension gap. In 2020, it was 34.6%. This is higher than the European average of 27.6%. In summary, these are the newly available indicators on the income differences between women and men, which are now regularly updated. As you can see, due to the different data sources, the frequency of updates and the period of time until new data are available and published is quite long in some cases. For example, the gender overall earnings gap, as the Swiss earnings structure survey is conducted every 2 years, the figures will be available every 2 years, but as they are linked with the register data, it takes a while until the data coming from the different sources are available to perform the calculations. And then with this, we are already on my final slide, where I want just to point out some issues of innovation and challenges we faced in our work. On the side of innovation, the microdata linkage of administrative records with survey data coming from a household survey as well as from an enterprise survey. It's not always easy to link this data, but it's worth to do it because we can have much more information on this, for the example of the income differences between women and men. And then other innovation is the adaptation of the calculation method according Eurostat, resulting in a GOEC according to the Swiss method. But we have seen also that they are very close, so it's the ideal situation. We can use both. The challenges we faced, the first is rather technical, as I mentioned it before. It was difficult to estimate the income of a self-employed person for the calculation of gender overall earnings gap. But the available data for the income estimation of self-employed are incomplete, so none of the data sources we had at our disposal were entirely satisfactory. Therefore, we combined the advantages of each source and went through a procedure of 3 steps in order to assign an income to each self-employed activity identified in the labor force survey. So I will not go into the details, but it was possible to overcome this challenge. Then, due to the 2-year rhythm of the earnings structure survey and the delay in the availability of definitive register data, there is a time lag of up to 3 years between the reference year of the data and the publication of the results. And last but not least, the cooperation between different units of the NSO and with other government agencies means, on the one hand, concerted action and enrichment of perspectives, and on the other hand, negotiations which sometimes can be very exhausting also. But it's possible, and we have to go on this path, as Shaidia said, too. If you want to know more, our report is available in German and French. It contains more detailed results on the gender pension gap and presents also the long-standing indicators that I didn't present today. And the indicators are also available on our website in 4 languages, German, French, Italian, and English. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Katia. Thank you for sharing the Swiss experience in integrating microdata and in collaborating closely with many key partners. We know that that's not always easy. As you were striving to produce these important indicators that I'm sure they are relevant in all countries, talking about gender earnings gap and gender pension gaps. I'm also sure that many of the colleagues in the room would be very happy in having additional details and in learning from your experience. You told us a lot about what worked. It would be nice also, maybe for those who reach out to share what didn't work and what were the solutions around these obstacles. But let's learn about innovations in Mexico. So I'm happy to give the floor to Adriana.
Thank you, Francesca, once more to give us the opportunity to share some of the things we are currently developing. What we are going to present, it's about migrants in transit or people on the move, depending which context, or just to make easier the communication for the presentation, let me use the term migrants in transit because I think it's easier to understand. So Mexico is it's a big country. We are 2 million square kilometers, and Mexico is used by many different people trying to cross or to reach some other destination. And just to give a little scope of the challenges we're facing is we have a register from the Ministry of the Interior which assess only this year, in the 7 months of this year, that we are registering 3,000 people from different parts of the world coming through Mexico. And if you see some news, you will see Central America. Well, Central America is only 35% of the 300,000. South America goes for more or less 44%. The Caribbean islands, we have around 10%. But also we have 7% coming from Asia and Africa. So that means a lot of different challenges trying to provide healthcare assistance to all these populations that are moving along 2 million kilometers in the country. So some of the challenges, just mentioning providing health services to these people that are literally moving, is that they might be concentrated in specific geographical areas, which not necessarily are, let's say, the urban centers or the rural centers, where, let's say, the resident, the usual resident, the places where the population usually reside on. The other challenge is that they are literally moving, so they change. So in our case, they come from the south towards the north, but depending on nationalities and their intention to reach the place they want to reach, they may use, use a V, saying they may go to the east, or they may go to the west, or they decide to go in the middle. So they might be changing from different locations during their journey. It depends also on their own health conditions. So they could be medical conditions or non-medical conditions. They can be exposed to specific risks, to communicable diseases like vector diseases. And as in the picture, and actually that was an accident we have in Chiapas in 2021, they can be exposed to transport accidents just because of the mode they use to walk through Mexico, or because they are also exposed to specific violence situations in different parts, in their own countries or in the countries they go through. And let me just also put in the picture, that people from the Caribbean islands for some specific event can go to Brazil to work under construction and then go through all Latin America and try to reach Mexico. So these people could be exposed to several of these kind of conditions. Many of them may have or may not have identity papers in terms of follow-up, vaccination cards or vaccination tracks. We will face language differences. For example, coming people from Asia or from Africa, they may speak other languages, not like Central America or Southern America speaking Spanish. Which are the health services they may need in terms of vaccination, immunization, in terms of reproductive health, maternal and child health, and again, communicable or non-communicable diseases, mental health or occupational health, if they are able to work during their journey in some specific activities. This is another work we have been doing the previous 2 years, but the intention of this slide is not to go into detail. It's just to show that we are different populations. So the first one is the nationals, the structure of how we die in the country, the people that we are born in Mexico and that we reside permanently in Mexico. The second one is foreigners that reside in Mexico. And the third one is that we have been processing the death database using some filters to identify nationalities that would like to use Mexico to go to a final destination. And basically, there's one idea I would like to show you is there are different populations. You can clearly know the age structure, the sex structure, and the gender distribution. The second thing is that we die differently. And so let me just compare the first, the G1, which is the nationals, with the G3. Basically, the first two populations, we die more or less the same, with the same causes of death. The third one, we die differently. And the map, I just want to reflect that we also die in different parts of the country. So basically, we are different populations, we die from different causes of death, and we die in different places. So this is a little bit of the background that we have been doing before. So what is our objective? So if we try to assess healthcare or access to health services through our household population, it doesn't make sense. I mean, basically, it's populations that are moving and in very specific parts of the country, and there's no sample design that can be used to assess these people. And whatever the picture we can have with the population census, it wouldn't make sense 2 years ago to the current situation. So what we are trying to do, and it has been a very, I would say, strategic effort between the three ministries, is to use an admin record we have on a program that is also based on emergencies. But it can be emergencies like providing health services when we have a hurricane or an earthquake, but humanitarian emergencies as well. So what we are trying to do is align conceptually what they are collecting in these administrative records to other things that we are also currently doing. And for example, we are using the health SDGs. In our case, we have 3 different frameworks, the global, the regional, and the national one. And I would explain why we're using the 2 of them and the reasons that it makes sense to have global indicators, but also regional specific indicators. But also the frameworks of health in emergencies that, for example, WHO already have. We tried to include a gender and age and a human rights perspective, which may cause some strengths and some tensions between them. And also, because of the rationale behind the program, they need to have a location on where they are providing services. And one of the reasons is, where do I bring the services? And especially when we have communicable diseases, is from a very sanitary perspective, they need to go to the place and do immediate intervention. So it's one of the registers that they have very precise locations. So we are trying to build upon that advantage. The last one is that we would like to try to assess if we can implement our framework, the one we work in the experts room on migration. You can hear from my voice that maybe I not have some good news on that. So what we are trying to do, by the time, is that what we are trying to do is integrating statistical and geospatial available tools. And we are trying to mix and to bring together, and yesterday some colleagues have been mentioned that we have been working in silos. What we are trying is to build upon those silos and intersecting what we have in different frameworks, in different sources, in different tools. So when we talk about people on the move, we are trying to bring together the International Migration Framework, refugees, in our case it has a very specific context, the gender, the age, the human rights, but we are also trying to build on the oral, and especially because we are the National Statistic and Geospatial Office in Mexico, we are trying to georeference the people, the health services provided, the communication infrastructure we already have, in the context of emergencies or disasters with the frameworks of health and health promotion. So it's literally trying to bring different communities. And just to give you an example, in the case, for example, on people on the move, on the teams we're working, inside the institute, we're working with the population census team, with the surveys team, with the administrative record teams. On the health ministry, at least we're working with 4 different teams. So it's a bit challenging, but also interesting to build this kind of new way of working together. The map on the right is just to focus, it's another exercise that we have been trying to do, and I would like to bring back what our Kenyan colleague presented just in the session before, that is trying to build new specific sample frameworks. So we have been trying to define which areas on the country should be relevant for migrants, because the whole country would not be useful to have it doesn't make sense to have a sample in all the territory where the phenomenon is highly concentrated geographically. So just to give you a scope of the admin record, it's quite large. They are covering 12 different things, from the health needs, why the people is trying to get the services. The services are also sometimes provided in the shelters. Of course, from a sanitary or sanitation perspective, there has to be epidemiology survey, surveillance. Sometimes there are human samples sent to the labs. There are environmental samples sent to the labs. There are interventions, specific interventions to control the dissemination of some vectors. There are services provided on vaccination, on health promotion. So the register for the time being is very comprehensive. So for the time being, we have already have some work on 3 of them, the ones that you see in green. When we presented this a couple of weeks ago with our colleagues, both with the Health Ministry and the Ministry of the Interior, for example, my colleagues in the Migration Unit said, Adriana, this doesn't work for us because basically we cannot have country of birth or nationality. And I was like, hey, come on. I mean, maybe we don't have those variables, but they are going to the shelters. I mean, they are going to the caravans. They are going to the people that literally are moving. So maybe we cannot differentiate from nationals that are trying to go to other countries or people coming from other countries. But we know that they are the people that are literally moving. So at least we can have the sex at birth. I mean, we know that in some countries we would like to have gender orientation or trying to collect information about transgender people, not at the time, but still we can have some age group differentiation. And again, let me bring you to the very specific, let's say, granularity in terms of place. It's specifically the place where the people is. And then we have a lot of different characterizations about the unit, and then we began a conceptual work relating different SDGs. And let me just go back to call your attention. In the SDG related, there's a small r. That means it's an SDG which is regional for Latin America. And it makes sense because, for example, in our catalog of vectors, in Mexico we'll have some specific diseases, but with the possibility of people moving along quite different regions, we may have some diseases that we are not collecting already in our own catalogs. So there would be also, or there could be, this is just a conceptual analysis of where are the shelters, the people that are in the shelters, the vaccinations and the doses that are provided, and if they are being provided also with a vaccination card. Of course, there are some opportunities to be analyzed. We talked with the colleagues of the Health Ministry. We can collect or modify the admin record. They were safe for the time being not. But for example, if we can do some identity or extended socio-demographic characteristics, of course it would be great. But still, we can identify populations if we can agree to collect the country of birth, the procedence or the origin. And if we can actually have like an identification code for each one, we may have the opportunity to do some some analysis through time. And just why we are being able to do that is because we are intersecting or we are building upon 3 different coordination mechanisms that we already have. We have the Population Committee with several ministries. We have our Health Committee. Also, we have the SDG Committee. But behind us, there are a lot of other experts that are participating. And for example, in the population one and migration, we work with UNSD, but we work with ECLAC in the gender part. We also work with ECLAC, and we also work with UNSD, but also we work with ECE in both, in migration and gender. In the Health Technical Committee, we have been reviewing indicators with WHO. And in the SDG, basically, we have the full UN system working with us, helping us to move on. So even though it's in a very preliminary situation, I think if it really works, we still haven't seen any of the data behind. We still need to see, we can access the data, we can still need to see how is the quality of the data, but still I think it's a promising exercise. If we can really geo-reference, and we have experience on that because we have already worked with the Ministry of the Interior on geo-referencing, I think it would really provide some insights and to give a very strategic and focusing information in geographical areas. So Francesca, I'm going to leave it here before you kill me.
Okay, wow, thank you, Adriana. Of course, we look forward to the next steps and to receiving the data or having the next presentation where you also share the results of this initial experimental exercise. Thank you, first of all, for bringing to the attention the importance of migrants, migration, and gender, so bringing to the discussion the nexus between these 2 dimensions. Of course, we are striving to promote the intersectional approach, and we know that there are the migration and gender are very much connected. We touched a little bit yesterday. I'm also trying to make the link with the discussion so far. We talked about migrants in the context of caregivers and care workers, very lightly, but there was a mention. And now you are bringing it more from the side of those in needs of care and healthcare. So thank you for that. Thank you also for touching on the power of maps and to give us much more granularity, but also this georeference layer as the way to link so many other dimensions and so many other informations. So having said that, I'm very pleased to have Elena next to me. It's your turn. Sure. Elena from Belarus.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I am introduce a presentation about filling gender data gaps in the Republic of Belarus. Recently, there has been a significant increase in the demand for gender statistics by policymakers, academia, and media against the rapid change in various spheres of society. The introduction of gender factor in the Sustainable Development Goals indicator is also strong impetus for improving gender statistics. We're filling gaps in missing gender indicators into taking account international standards and national needs. The work in Belarus is ongoing and multidirectional. To the end, new surveys are conducted, new models are being introduced into the current survey. Changes are being made to the statistical reporting to disaggregate the indicator by sex, and we are working closely with our government authorities that are hot of administrative database. As a result, we have added more than 10 indicators to the informational resource on the gender statistics over the 5 past years. The main source of information for gender statistics is household sample surveys that allow for studying different topics. The multiple indicator cluster survey on the situation of children and women mix is making a significant contribution to broadening the informational field for gender statistics. MIX is an international comparison program on the situation of women and children developed by UNICEF. We have already joined this initiative 3 times, in 2005, 2012, 2019, and plan to do so again in 2025. Lately, the MIX has been examining not only indicators on the situation of women and girls, but also of men and boys. The latest round of MIX has complemented national gender indicators with such as disease gender indicators as feeling of safety, victimization, discrimination, and other. Another important area of gender equality analysis is the issues of women empowerment. The information of the power of women and participation in public life in Belarus is based on administrative data and state statistical survey. The information of the role of women in the making important decisions within their family is studied through the inclusion of additional models in household sample surveys. Thus, once a year, we include the model inter-household decision-making. This allows for examining the division of function between men and women and making a responsible decision within the household. The results show that Belarusian families are characterized by equal family partnership. When decisions on the management of family financing, on making major purchases, on the upbringing and education of children are mostly made jointly. At the same time, women are more likely than men to make independent decisions about everyday purchases, and they are quite independent in making decisions that relate directly to their life activity, participation in the labor market, education, active social life. For the first time in 2021, within the framework of the sample household living standard survey, we examined the satisfaction of women and men with public life, with public health, education, and administrative services to monitor SDGs indicator 16.6.2. Exploring the role of informational technologies in human life, we are extensively studying the issues of access to ICT by the population from a gender perspective. The dynamics of the penetration of information and communication technology into the life in Belarus show that Belarusian women are widely engaged in the sphere of activity, and their level of engagement is higher as that of men. To monitor SDGs indicator on land and property relation from a gender perspective, we have established cooperation with a state committee on property of Republic of Belarus, which is holder of the Unified State Register of Immovable Property, a right to thereto and transactions therewith. Information from this registry, together with sample household survey data, allows for the calculation of SDGs indicator 1.4.2 and 5.8.1 on the proportion of population with ownership or secure right over land disaggregated by sex. Given the high relevance of the topic of women's entrepreneurship, Belstat initiated the introduction of the sex attribute in the single state register of legal entities and individual entrepreneurs, which is owned by the Ministry of Justice of Republic of Belarus. As a result, we have information about women who have their own business. In disseminating gender statistics to a wide range of users, we see great potential into intensive use of internet space. Since 2021, the informational system Gender Statistic Web Portal, created with support of UN Women and United Nations Children Fund, has been functioning on the official website of Belstat. The portal contains up-to-date gender-specific official statistics and administrative data in such domains as demography, healthcare, education, employment, and the economy, welfare, public life, and decision-making, communication means, crime and violence. All information on this portal is available in Russian, Belarusian, and English. The web portal is conveniently displayed by smartphone and tablets. The version for the visually impaired is also available. If you want to find out more, please visit our website. Thank you.
Thank you, Elena, for sharing this latest assessment on the state of women compared to men based on the most recent data. And congratulations, it seems like at least at the national level there is quite a good level of gender equality based on the indicators you shared. I would be interested maybe later on to see how women and men perform if you unpack those national numbers and we go into the regional level or we look at other characteristics. But let's move fast to our next speaker. Phil, I hope you are with us.
Hi, everyone.
Yes.
Good morning from Washington, D.C. My name is Philip Crehan. I'm the founder of Aeolus Consulting, which is a firm that works with lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer LGBTQ+ people, particularly on issues of data collection. And with those data, with that knowledge, we turn it into programs that promote their livelihoods, their economic inclusion, their economic empowerment. Thank you so much to the United Nations Global Forum on Gender Statistics for this invitation and to talk about something that is very near and dear to my heart, which is on innovations to close gender data gaps, the LGBTQ+ opportunity. And here I want to be explicit in saying that this is in fact an opportunity. Recently I was at a conference and we were talking about LGBTQ+ challenges. The title was the LGBTQ+ challenge. And for me to start the conversation as one in which there will be challenges is not quite the right framing. So for this presentation, I really challenge us to look at this as an opportunity. Is to say, how do we learn more about more people, and how do we be inclusive in our programs, and especially more inclusive in our gender equality goals. So on that point, I will attempt to share my screen. I'm on an iPad. If this doesn't work, I would kindly ask my UN colleagues just to maybe tee up my presentation if possible.
Yes, Phil, give us a second. Actually, we see it. Innovations to close gender
Oh, you see
gaps.
it? Okay. Great, great. So I'm discovering this real time, so bear with me. But again, innovations to close gender data gaps, the LGBTQ plus opportunity. So I think it's really important to say that when it comes to LGBTQ plus exclusion, it is of course a human rights challenge. It is one of social exclusion, but it's also one of gender equality. In this presentation, I really talk about these issues through the lens of economic development, and as that's the sector that I work in. And what we see from economic development institutions is that they're articulating gender equality that is very inclusive of LGBTQ plus people. They go past that traditional gender binary of heterosexual people, cisgender people, to really see how to include non-normative sexual orientations, gender identities, and expressions. A couple examples is we have the World Bank Group's upcoming gender strategy for 2024, which really goes past that historical binary to include LGBTQ plus people. I think a more robust example comes from the Inter-American Development Bank's, their environmental and social policy framework, Standard 9 on gender equality, very inclusive again of the community. We have the Asian Development Bank's gender equality and social strategy for South Asia, as well as USAID's very new, very recent LGBTQI plus inclusive development strategy, which really looks at how LGBTQ plus people fit into the portfolios, especially the ones of gender equality. In this programming, again, they're going past that historical binary, which has not really been good at including LGBTQ plus people, and says, how do we really begin to measure and work against the detrimental impact of homophobia and transphobia? When we do that, especially in development, what we see is that it's good development. It's better for gender equality goals. So this next slide, I will just take a quick moment to say that the challenges that LGBTQ plus people experience around the world are quite significant, and we really must remember that as we go into issues of data collection or programming. As just one example, of course, there is still criminalization of same-sex acts around the world. The map above that is from the International LGBT Association, which looks at various levels of criminalization of same-sex acts in Middle East, Sub-Saharan Africa, North Africa, Asia, Caribbean. That's just one example of how these issues, again, really serious, can be really challenging. There's, of course, social stigma, there's violence, there's labor market discrimination, there's poverty. Again, it is something that we really need to keep in mind. But I think the flip side of that is that that's not the case in all countries around the world. What we see is that there are incredible waves of inclusion, incredible waves of human rights, civil and political rights for the community. But this, again, is just to really provide that context, which we must be aware of. One more point of context, which is LGBTQ plus data needs are significant. There are large quantitative data gaps around the world, which really constrict how we develop policies, and it contributes to the invisibility of queer and trans people. There are few nationwide data collection efforts, even fewer led by NSOs, although I do always give a good shout out to INEGI in Mexico for being one of the few NSOs to really lead large-scale data collection in a good way for queer and trans people. And the last point, which is, I would say, the bulk of research on LGBTQ plus issues is led by NGOs around the world in what we can call citizen-generated data. So going into my work globally, and I would say with a very strong case study of my work in the Caribbean and the English-speaking Caribbean, I just show you the program logic model or the theory of change, which is these 4 points. The first is that how do we really see all the baseline data that exists? And again, it's often citizen generated. What do we know about the extent of the problem? That's the first. The second goes into how do we use those data and sensitize all stakeholders. So in the Caribbean, we had this through roundtables in Barbados, regional roundtables last year. And we said, how do we bring together all this research? How do we divide it into themes and develop policy interventions on those themes at the regional level, at the national level? The third point is how do we work with NSOs? And this is something that I'm really keen to do with many more NSOs around the world because they're showing that demand, they're showing that interest. In the Caribbean, we are very fortunate to partner with the NSO in Belize, so the Statistical Institute of Belize, or SIB, so that we can really design nationwide and rigorous diagnostics on LGBTQ+ issues. And then the fourth, which is really a long-term agenda, how do we really scale up 1, 2, and 3? How do we do more data collection, more policy discussions, and really work with underutilized institutions, particularly within the sector of economic development. The picture below that, I'm really proud to say, is the Speaker of the House from Barbados, Arthur Holder, who is attended our roundtables and spoke about the need for policy interventions. So I'll go through those 4 points really quick. I know we're short on time, so I'll take one moment to talk about the research that I led, that I was PI for, in 12 countries in the English-speaking Caribbean. Again, it was socioeconomic research on LGBTQ+ exclusion. It was mixed methods research. On the quantitative side, it was 2 surveys. The first survey on the far left, you'll see on the screen, was a survey of LGBTQ+ people in the Caribbean as well as diaspora, and it looked for challenges in the family, in school, health, work, housing, violence, justice, and brain drain. We had over 2,000 respondents for that. The second survey was of prospective tourists coming to the Caribbean, really capturing the link between the perception of LGBTQ+ issues and their likelihood to travel there. Close to 1,500 respondents. The qualitative portion was in-depth interviews with business leaders, really looking at occupational segregation and labor market discrimination, 21 in total. And what we did with all those data was utilize macroeconomic modeling, utilizing a World Bank model, and it's one in which I worked on when I was at the bank years back, and is led by Dr. Lee Badgett. What we did was we estimated lost costs in terms of GDP associated with lower human capital, health disparities, labor market discrimination, especially labor output, violence, and tourism loss. And we say that around 2.1% of GDP is lost due to LGBTQ+ exclusion. That's a little bit on the macroeconomic modeling to really hone in on the data itself, which I think is the more important part. What is the impact on individuals? We see that there is incredible challenges for LGBTQ+ people in the family, in schools, employment, and when it comes to violence. I'll be quick in saying that close to, well, around 1 in 2 of our LGBT sample faced exclusion within the family. When we compared that to our sample who was non-LGBTQ+, that was only 18% of the non-LGBTQ+ sample experienced that family exclusion. Schools, there is a lot of bullying that comes from peers and teachers. That was well over 1 in 2 of our LGBT sample. Employment, 1 in 5 of our LGB respondents and more than 1 in 4 of our trans sample face discrimination. And only 11% of our non-LGBTQ+ sample experienced that discrimination in the workplace when applying for work and also in the work itself. This led to a wage gap. What we captured was 11% less for the LGBTQ+ sample earned when compared to the general population. And what we see is that close to 1 in 2 of our LGBT sample experienced physical or verbal violence versus only 5% of the non-LGBT sample. So this is, again, significant captures in the data that we generated. But really, I'm going to skip by this tourism one. Yes, we captured it, but what do we do with it? And then this goes into the second part of that logic model of the theory of change. How do we really activate the research, activate the data? I think we have enough data and research that sits on websites, sits on our shelves, but really, what do we do with this once it's generated? So for us, as 4 organizations, as well as with support from UNDP, for the first time ever, we brought together all stakeholders and we said, here is not only my research that I produced, but 11 other pieces of research. What we did was we said, what can we do with this? So we divided all that research by theme. So for example, health or labor market discrimination or tourism, and we said, what interventions can we develop based on this knowledge? And we came up with well over 100 regional and domestic policy interventions. It was quite a success. We had many members of parliament from across the region, including 2 speakers of the House. We had the participation of large companies and SMEs. And we actually had participating all levels of development, from the IMF to the World Bank, to the Inter-American Development Bank, Caribbean Development Bank, and a number of bilateral aid agencies. So the logo is on the bottom that we're really proud of, so I include that there. Now the question is, going into the third part of the theory of change, what do we do with this? Now we have those articulated data-driven policy interventions, but how do we implement that at the national level? And again, we're very fortunate to be working with the Statistical Institute of Belize, SIB, on one of those agendas, on some of those policies that emerged. And what we have is a demand for more nationwide official data collection. So we have a tripartite agreement with SIB, with my colleague and partners called the United Belize Advocacy Movement. Shout out to dear colleague Caleb Orozco and my firm. And we have the support from the World Bank when it comes to 2 phases of formal nationwide data collection. The first is a piloting of 2 different methods. We want to see which one is more effective in terms of reach and representativeness. That's the first year. And then we go into phase 2. How do we actually do official data collection, again, in that second year? So this goes into the fourth part of the logic model theory of change, which is what do we do with this? How do we scale up? How do we develop more policy interventions, and how do we work more with the economic development ecosystem? So we have in 2023 to 2024, again, it's that work with the NSO in Belize, that nationwide data collection. What we want to do is utilize that knowledge on a state action plan. 2024 to 2025, we also want to focus on the World Bank and really develop a much more inclusive economic development strategy. We want to develop more analytics programs, lending, dialogue, and more when it comes to LGBTQ plus people within that economic development system. 2025 to 2026 is scale that up regionally and say, how do we work, again, development, governments, even the private sector when it comes to LGBTQ plus inclusive development, right? And then that goes into onwards in the future. How do we scale this up nationally? I think I might be at time, so I'm going to very quickly end this by saying there is such an incredible role for economic development institutions. I did a very quick estimation at just the 4 largest regional development banks and the World Bank, which is $109 billion per year, US dollars per year. It is absolutely possible for these development institutions, for these multilateral development banks to support NSOs on statistical capacity on a number of issues, especially when it comes to LGBTQ plus issues, when it is safe and ethical to do so. We're really hoping that these development institutions can pick up the game on that, as they can occupy such a needed space in this agenda. I'll end it with a quote from my colleague in Jamaica that really shows this really recent demand for LGBTQ plus data. And it says, we need data. We're trying to make our research as academic as possible, but we need support to get that data. In order to be able to provide good services, we need information on what the needs are. So I'll end it by saying, here's my contact information. Feel free to reach out, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. So thank you for bringing this important topic to the attention of the Statistical Forum. Of course, talking about also the potential of citizen-generated data for making visible the needs and challenges of the LGBTQ plus community. And thanks also towards the ad that you mentioned the importance of linking these data or finding a way to connecting this data to the official statistics produced by national statistical offices. We are running late, but because I'm the chair, I'm deciding that I'm going to steal 5 minutes from your coffee break, and I'm going to open maybe a little bit more. I'm open the floor for questions. We had 5 very interesting presentations. Anyone who wants to comment or wants to take the floor? Asking questions? Yes. Please introduce yourself for our colleagues online. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. It's Lefay Zakaria from the High Commission for Planning. It's not clear? Now it's good, I think. Thank you. It's Lefay Zakaria from the High Commission for Planning from Morocco. So my questions are for the second. Thank you, first of all, for the 5 fascinating presentation. I learned a lot. And I will be addressing my questions to the second. It's Keja, the second presentation. It's really important work that you did on the pension gap between men and women. And my questions are, the first one is, in what extent can we explain this gap? Is it an explained part? Is it the history, the background of women that worked at a certain age determines the pension of today or something like this? And how can we decompose this gap into an explained part and unexplained part? My second question is about the trends. Do you have some data to see the trend of this gap? Is it going up or it is shrinking? From your analysis, what are the challenges that you identify to reduce the gap and enhance women's work today to reduce the pension gap for tomorrow? And are your microdata available for further analysis that we can do and learn from? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone, anybody else? Yes? Introduce yourself. Thank you.
Hi, Lauren from UNICEF. Thank you for everyone for the presentations. My question is for Philip. Apologies if I missed it, but could you share the age range for the LGBTQ2 sample and if you did any breakdowns by age? Thanks.
Thank you, Lauren. Anybody else? Goes one? Yes. The gentleman in the middle. Thank you.
Merci. Toutes mes félicitations aux présentateurs pour les riches informations qu'ils ont partagées avec nous. Je suis de l'Institut national de la statistique de la Guinée équatoriale. Ma question porte sur la présentation de notre collègue du Mexique. En fait, c'est sur la gestion ou la collecte de données des personnes en transit. Bon, nous, dans notre cas, c'est un peu difficile de saisir ou de collecter les données de ces personnes-là. Pourquoi? Parce que dans la plupart des cas, ce sont les personnes en situation irrégulière. Donc, d'où la manière de leur identifier est un peu difficile dans notre cas. Donc, je voudrais savoir, donc, dans le cas du Mexique, puisqu'ils ont même un système sanitaire qui est offert à ces personnes-là, comment ils font pour identifier ces personnes et comment est géré l'accès aux services sanitaires qui offrent à ces personnes. Merci.
Let's maybe answer, then we see if there is another round of questions. Why don't I start with you, Adriana?
As I tried to put in one of the slides, it's a difficult to reach population. So in this case, what we are building upon is that the health services are being delivered to the specific population. And that's why we put in the first slide the pictures. As you can see, it's not the people that might be smuggling or being trafficked. So it's people that actually you can see walking on the streets, and they can be moving through the country and living in shelters or in some specific places at a specific moment of time. So basically, it's that we are using the possibility, or trying to use the possibility, that the services are actually being delivered to them. We still don't understand exactly all the details of how the program works, but basically is that services can be offered depending if it's a traffic accident, the people might be transported to a hospital. If it's a vaccination, it can be either provided by a module or a mobile unit. So there might be different kind of health units that may be taking care of the people. So we are building exactly on the opportunity that the services are, that the concept, the rationale behind the program is people in emergency, so the services are being delivered to them. So that's why we can say, we think we can say something about that population.
Thank you, Adriana. Katja, you also had a question?
Yes, thank you very much for your questions. Sure, we have many elements to explain these gaps. I couldn't develop this in this short presentation, but you can find some in the report. They are generally relied to the biography of women and men. We know that in Switzerland, the labor force of women is high in the sense that many women are working, but they are working a lot part-time. So this explains also this gap, because they are working on their life between 15 to 64. They working much lesser hours than men working part-time. And then for the gender pension gap, it is also, it has an impact because we have a threshold. Under this threshold, you're not in the insurance system, just in the state one, but not in the second pillar. So if you are working a low part-time, you are below the threshold and you don't get this second pillar insurance. And this is often the case for women. Your second question was on the trend of the gaps. Well, the series is not so long for gender overall earnings gap, and we see that it's stable for the moment, but we have a longer series for the gender pay gap. And there we see that it's decreasing, but very slowly. For the gender pension gap, also we have a short time series, so there is, for the moment, it's also stable. And that leads me to your third question, the challenges to reduce the gap. Well, not the Federal Statistical Office, but the other impacted policy offices are working on that. And one of our big projects in Switzerland now is the reform of the pension system, particularly this second pillar, who is a problem for women in Switzerland. Then the last question was about microdata availability. Yes, well, in the Federal Statistical Office of Switzerland, we have the data are available, the microdata are available on demand. You have to sign a contract, and then it's evaluated. If the research question makes sense, you can get the microdata for analysis. I hope that I answered your question.
Thank you, Katja. And quickly we move to Philip. You had a question. I hope you heard it from UNICEF. The age.
All good. Yeah, I heard it. So in the first report itself, the regional report in which we do the macroeconomic modeling, we offer descriptive statistics and offer breakdowns of basic demographics, including age, ethnic and racial identification, sexual orientation, gender identity, gender. So the youngest to take part in this was 18. I think the oldest that we had was mid-70s. The average age was 28.5 of our sample in the Caribbean. So in follow-up reports that we're working on now, which is diagnostics at the national level, in which we're really breaking down much more of the data and doing, I would say, more regressions and complicated analysis, we're going to look much more at age and ethnic and racial identification, particularly when it overlaps with socioeconomic status and experience of discrimination.
Thank you.
So
Fantastic.
forthcoming for some of those.
Thank you so much, Philip, and thanks again for being with us. Sheda, can we bring Sheda back? Sheda, do you want the last couple of minutes and share with us your reflections on this session?
Thank you. Thanks, Francesca. I just wanted to say that this has been an amazing session, and I was really glad to hear from the country representatives and of course from Phil, who's really making a strong case for us to start thinking of the definition of gender, non-binary, and going towards more inclusive data, including the LGBTQ plus community, and becoming much more looking at the intersectional nature of gender data. So that's been tremendous. I was also very impressed how the examples of innovations bring us closer to the policy needs, and all of them really responding to a specific policy need. But innovation that was mentioned were not only technical and technical challenges, but it was really great to hear this building communities and linking different data sets and making this innovations scalable. And many times mainstreaming was mentioned, which is tremendously important for the investment that we do in gender data. But also for my pet peeves of do these innovations actually help us through the data value chain? Do this data get published? For example, the Swiss example that was mentioned, it has a tremendously beautiful website that makes this data on the gender overall earning gaps available. So it's very important that when we do innovation to bring that data out and really show it off and show the value of that data. I was very also impressed with the INEGI example of the linking with the geospatial, which is tremendously important for gender data, for intersectional data. So overall, these are great examples, and we should also keep on, talking about them and promoting them. And I think the Global Forum does an amazing job for that. So just in closing, Francesca, I just wanted to say that gender data innovations is really not just a technical matter. It's really a transformative journey towards a more inclusive and equitable society. So thank you for organizing this session and letting us talk about innovations.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Sheda. You did such a fantastic job, the real summary of the discussion. So please join me with a big round of applause for our 5 fantastic speakers. And Philip and Sheda, we missed you, but we really count on your presence at the next Global Forum. Thank you.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Francesca stole 5 minutes. So I'm going to also steal another 5 minutes because we are not doing well in terms of time. Can we come back at 15:25, please? 15:25. We're breaking for a short break. Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry to do this to you, colleagues. We are not doing well with time. I'm so sorry, colleagues. Can we resume? Can we resume? Please come with your tea and your muffins. Okay. Neo, can you request colleagues to come in? Okay, colleagues, I think we will start. Other colleagues will join us. Okay, just a quick announcement, colleagues. The side event for today in the afternoon, it will start at 17:30, meaning 5:30. Okay, it will start at 5:30. The side event for today, it will start at 5:30, 17:30. Without any further ado, colleagues, I'm going to hand over to our next chair. Can I kindly request colleagues to take their seats so that we can resume with the session? Okay, thank you. I think let's start.
Okay, I think, as Soli said, we are running behind time, so we're going to start and hope people come in with their coffees and teas in the meantime. But welcome back, everyone, for this last session of the afternoon on violence against women and girls and data and measurement. I think the theme of the 9th Global Forum is very apt, which says measuring what we value. So I'm Lynn Marie Sardinia, and I'm a technical officer in data and research on violence against women at the World Health Organization. And I'm very honored to introduce my esteemed speakers on the panel with me. So on the far left, we have Ms. Nehaya Salhab, who is the Director of Gender Statistics Department, the Palestinian Central Bureau of Statistics. To my immediate left, we have Mariuth Pietilinen, I hope I got that pronunciation right, who's a senior researcher at Statistics Finland. And to the far left is our host speaker, Mr. Soli Molai, and Soli is the Director for Social Statistics, South Africa. To my right is Ms. Diana Bianjeru, who is a senior statistician from the Uganda Bureau of Statistics. And we also have Ms. Angela May, who's the chief of the Research and Trend Analysis branch from UNODC, who is unfortunately unable to join us in person this time, but she will be joining us virtually. So without much ado, just to give a very quick global context, we know, I mean, it's been well established now that violence against women and girls is a grave and a serious public health concern, a human rights violation. And the recent statistics of the World Health Organization, the estimates show that 1 in 3 women have experienced physical and/or sexual violence by an intimate partner, or sexual violence by a non-partner at least once in their lifetimes. And concerningly, over 1 in 4 adolescent girls
have already been subjected to physical and or sexual violence by a partner in their lives. We also know, and we've heard from all the presentations over the last 2 days, how interconnected violence against women is with all of the other issues like climate change, environment disasters, unpaid labor, etc. And these consequences have long-term impacts on education, on employment, on health, etc. So in this panel, what we are going to focus on is what are the, so we've come a long way. Like Francesca said, we have to focus on the positives as well. You know, so a decade ago, we had 81 countries with at least one survey on violence against women. Today, we have 161 countries that have at least one survey. We have 74 countries that have at least 2 data points. So we can start looking at trends and seeing, you know, is violence against women decreasing? Is it remaining the same, etc.? However, there are also some gaps. And when doing this work on the estimates and data, we realized that we have very little data on violence against older women. So less than 10% of the data came from women over 60. We have very inadequate data on violence against women with disabilities, indigenous women, and you know, other migrant groups, etc. And all of these have been spoken about before. So this is what the session is going to focus on. We'll have examples from different national surveys on how these gaps have been addressed, what were their experiences, what were their challenges, and also looking ahead. So it's now my pleasure to hand over to Ms. Nehaya, who will talk to us about the Palestinian experience of conducting a population-based prevalence survey on violence against women.
Thank you, Chair. I will present Palestinian experience implementing the violence survey in Palestinian society. Okay, BCBS implemented the survey in 3 rounds. The round 1 in 2005, the round 2 in 2011, and the third round and the last in 2019. This survey is a specialized and qualitative survey. Why? Because it light or shedded the light the phenomenon of the violence in the Palestinian society from household and from out household individuals for all groups in the Palestinian society. We conducted this survey to providing data related to SDGs and international priorities. And our partners and donors for this round in 2019, Ministry of Women Affairs, UNFPA, and ISQA, and finally IX. Providing comprehensive and representative data on violence in Palestinian society for all groups, the survey goal to get a new database to policymaker to make intervention, to make a strategy to keep monitoring the violence phenomenon in Palestinian society.
We're just waiting to get the presentation back up there. And We should be on in another few minutes. Maybe in the meantime, can we have a show of hands of how many countries here, or that you're aware about, have done at least one survey that measures violence against women, whether it's a full survey on violence or whether you had a module or you had some questions? And you, yeah, you as well. You have to raise them high, not. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm sure there are more. If we have 161 countries, there are more hands that need to be going up. Yeah. If it's a problem with that particular presentation, can we move to the next one maybe and try? Okay.
Again, stop.
No, just stop.
From introduction. Okay. Again, BCBS implemented the survey of violence on violence in 3 rounds. The first round in 2005, the second round in 2011, and the third in 2019. It's a specialized qualitative survey. The survey light the phenomenon of violence in the Palestinian society in all groups, from household, the violence from household and out individuals from outside household, and measure the violence in every place where individuals in Palestinian society. The one objective for the survey providing data related to the SDGs and international priorities. Our partners and the donors for this round, the 2019 Ministry of Women Affairs, IX, and we have UNFPA and ISQA. Providing comprehensive and representative data on violence in Palestinian society for all groups, to update the database for policymakers to make new strategies and monitoring the phenomenon of the violence in Palestinian society. Next, please. The type of violence we measure in this round of survey: physical violence, psychological violence, economic violence, and sexual. And the new one we added in this round: cyber violence and telecommunication violence. Our questionnaire have a section. The first section is the cover, which contain investigation data and interviewer data. Section 2 have characteristics of household individuals like age, material, sex, labor force, and educational attainment and disability. And other demographic and socioeconomic characteristics. The second section contain characteristics of house unit where individuals residence. The third section contain women violence. This form for violence for women currently married or ever married in the age group 14 to 64 years old. Then we have the section for we measure violence for children in the age group 0 to 11 years old. Then we have the 5 section model violence for men previously or currently married in the age group 14 to 64 years. We have another section for unmarried individuals, female and male in the age group 18 to 64 years. Then we have 7 section belong to children in the age group 12 and 17 to 17 years old. They are unmarried. Unmarried. Then we have the 8th and the last section for violence, which belong to the elderly person in age group 65 and above. Because we have 6 model for a questionnaire, this target population are this target population we measure the violence for them, as we said in the section of the questionnaire. Next, please. Our methodology, 3-stage stratified cluster systematic random sample with size 12,000 and 942 household. In West Bank, in the region we have 2 regions, West Bank and Gaza Strip. West Bank size is 9,102 and 2 households. In Gaza Strip, we 30,080 14 households. The data was collected using the CABI technique, which computer-assisted personal interviews. Response and non-response rate, as we see in this slide, the response rate was around 22% for all households in all sections and models for the sample size. Output for this survey, we have statistical report, contain many statistical table, descriptive statistical table, and then we have documentary report, which we have document all stages from beginning to this survey until we publish the statistical report. Then we have an analytical report, which contain more and deeply analytical for result for this survey, and we have recommendation and analysis for 6 sections for this survey, and we have another output, which is database public use file. Next. All these outputs, we published it in Palestinian Central Bureau of Statistics website. We have, I like to present some or main findings for the section. We collected data about it. First, we start with the percentage of currently married or ever married women in age group 15 to 64 years in Palestine who were exposed to at least one type of violence by their husband during the past 12 months. As we see, the percent around 95%, or 6 out of 10 women experience violence. 52% in West Bank and 17% in Gaza Strip. Physical violence is the most type of violence practiced by against married or ever married women by their husband. Percent was 68% in Gaza Strip and 50 in West Bank. Physical violence percentage 13 in West Bank and 28 in Gaza Strip, while economic violence was 27 in Gaza Strip, 16 in West Bank, and sexual was 8% in West Bank and 11 in Gaza Strip. Next. Another main finding, percentage of currently married or ever married women age 15 to 64 years in Palestine who reported that their husband at least once were exposed to some type of violence practiced by the wife during the past 12 months. 38 in Palestine, 36% in West Bank, and 42% in Gaza Strip. Percentage of currently married or ever married women, 15 to 64 years in Palestine, who reported that their husband at least once were exposed to some type of violence practiced by the wife during the past 12 months. As we see, the physical violence was the highest the highest. Next, please. And the percentage of individuals who have never been married 18 to 64 years in Palestine were exposed at least once to one type was 14 for females and 41 for males. Next, please. Percentage of individuals who have never been married, if the 18 to 64 years in Palestine were exposed at least once or to one type of violence by his house member during the 12 months by 6 and types of violence, we see that physical violence is the high percentage, 14 for males and 39 for females. Next. About the children in the age group 1 to 11 years, as we see, 65% of female has the percentage for females, and 79% for males. Next. Percentage of children 12 to 17 years in Palestine who were exposed at least one type of violence by one parent during that 12 months. As we see, 71% in Palestine, West Bank is 63%, and Gaza Strip 82%. As we next, please. As we see in this slide, the children in age group 12 to 17 years, the physical violence is the most practiced by the parents from mother and father. Next. A percentage of the elderly 65 years and above in Palestine who were exposed abuse from a household member during the past 12 months by ground characteristics and type of abuse. As we see for males and males, we see females has physical abuse 2%, economic abuse 1%, and psychological abuse 31%. For males, psychological abuse for 24%, and economic abuse 1%, and physical abuse 1%. BCBC Future implemented the fourth round of violence survey in 2026, and we get to start to evaluation of violence data from administrative records from Ministry of Social Development, Ministry of Health, and police, and we hope to get more questions for disabilities to get more information about them and measure the type of violence where persons of disabilities are exposed to the violence. And thank you.
Thank you, Nehaya, for that very detailed report of the findings, but also a very huge survey. And one thing I would just very quickly point out is, while there is a large availability and much more availability of data on violence against women globally, one of the regions where there is a lack of data is the Eastern Mediterranean region. So, national surveys and investment in this data, especially on stigmatized issues like sexual violence, etc., are really important. And I'm also glad to see that you're measuring violence against older women. I mean, there's a lot to unpack there, but I'm sure we'll get that during the questions.
Thank you.
We have a slight change in the run of show. We have Ms. Angela May next, who will be joining us virtually. And Angela is going to provide us with an overview of the different sources of data, how we can optimally use different sources, how they feed into and complement survey data, but also link that within the policy framework. So, my pleasure, Angela, to hand over the floor to you.
Thank you. And good afternoon to all of you from, I have to say, a gray Vienna. And I wish I was there. I'm sure to enjoy maybe a better day. But I know that we are late, and so I just want to make two thoughts. Since this is a section on violence against women. One is just to, we have just seen now the presentation from Palestine, and the ones that will follow will be equally extremely interesting and showing the great progress that we have done as a community in measuring violence against women through surveys. Just to give you an example, we have, and that's why also I cannot be with you, we have a big conference coming out tomorrow here in Vienna on measuring corruption. And I always mention in that community that this reminds me like 25 years ago for violence against women. Those of you that are old enough, like me, to remember was the time where even talking about surveys or official statistics for violence against women, there were still many, thinking that was not possible to capture the experience of violence against women through surveys because women would not have reported, or for a number of reasons. And today, I think it's beautiful to see the progress that we have made and to show that actually surveys are very important. But my thoughts go beyond survey and to say that we should not forget what we cannot measure through surveys, but also we should not forget that also surveys remain cost, and for some countries, not possible to be undertaken on a regular basis. So to highlight first maybe some of the issues that, again, Palestine has already mentioned, and I know that some of the other presentation will, but in terms of policy concerns, I think, again, with the body of literature surveys that we have, we still are concerned about the level, and we should be, and particularly on the trend. But there is much more that is, for policy response is important. And one element is about intersectionality. And I think somebody mentioned it earlier in the forum. But what does it mean also on violence against women? Since often we talk about surveys, samples are not representative for all subpopulation. Again, we need not to forget that women, different women are differently affected by violence against women. The other, policy issue that at least we hear from the UNODC, the UN Office on Drugs and Crime, when we are seen as a reference for how to deal from violence against women, particularly also from the criminal justice perspective. One of the things that, for example, we see is that with gender empowerment, so with women getting more and more to leader position, also they are also more exposed to violence, to particularly psychological violence, and to to a different form also of cyberbullying and these kind of things. And so, how do we again see how this increase in leadership position of women is actually now affecting in terms of violence for those women that are in this leadership position? Another element that is very important, and it was mentioned, is technology, and how different forms of technology, so different type of violence that maybe 20 years ago we were not thinking, but that requires, because it's a response that doesn't maybe come from the women community, but comes from the criminal justice. And for example, just to say, now this week, countries are negotiating a new convention on cybercrime. And so to understand also the impact that this type of crime differently has also on violence against women. But also to have more data and information that does not only focus on women, but that really look at the men as perpetrators. Because if we want to solve the problem of violence against women, we need to understand the other side. And I have to say on this, there has been some also surveys of men done in some regions, but this is not a concept that still has found a way in national statistical system. And but again, if we want to solve the problem, we need to understand also the reasoning, the issues that affect men in pushing this type of violence. And ultimately, in terms of policy concern, is the criminal justice response. We focused a lot on the diagnosis of the problem, how big, the pattern, the trend. But overall, what is the state response to this problem? And so once a woman has been affected by violence, what happened? How the criminal justice respond? And so is there a response? Is there an arrest? Are people convicted, prosecuted for violence against women? So the second thought that I wanted to leave you with is, as said at the beginning, what does this translate in terms of statistical system? So clearly, surveys remain the basic to around a national statistical system on violence against women. But if we want to address more broadly what are also the emerging policy concerns, we need to think about more as, that's why I would call it a national statistical system on violence against women that involves other sources. Administrative sources is an example. We have done an effort now every year at the day of 23 of November, 26th of November, the day against violence against women. We have committed ourselves to release data on femicide. And this is the only indicator that we have on violence against women that we can monitor in a very cost-effective way if countries are equipped to monitor. But in a way, something that we can say, once we have adopted this indicator, in a rather cheap way, every year we can say, are we doing better or worse? And it's something that we can also compare across countries. So we have done an effort with UN Women, and we have developed also the methodological tools, and we are undertaking now training so that each country in the world can adopt this framework and so can have their administrative records, those that record homicide statistics, designed in a way that we can have the detailed information that would allow a country to estimate femicide in a regular basis, not only annually, monthly, daily, once this system is there. But also, of course, I don't want to say is the word now has become even less fashionable today, but big data. So to look at open sources. I mean, I have heard a lot of NGOs around the world that monitor, for example, femicide through the media. We all know we are official statisticians on all the challenges that we have in monitoring media, etc. There are experiences also of countries, of national statistical offices that have complemented also these different open sources, scraping of the web that can really help also to complement what we have from official statistics. But also social media monitoring and hospital records, for example. I mean, these are all just examples of sources that we can think of complementing and having this overall system that can then triangulating different sources can really help us to monitor, to estimate, and to produce data that are really relevant for policymaking in a more regular and even cost-effective way. So, getting back to you. Thank you for the opportunity to give you this talk.
Thank you very much, Angela, and I don't think I can summarize that any better than you've already said, but that was a comprehensive and succinct, I think, overview of the importance of linking different sources of data, using different sources of data, and importantly, using the data to inform policy. So with that, I will hand over to our next speaker, Marjut, who will talk to us about the experience with the gender-based violence survey in Finland. And although I might preempt her presentation, just to say something that's really special about this survey was the fact that it was conducted during the COVID-19 pandemic. So there were all those additional methodological challenges that were dealt. So over to you.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to be here. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm really, really happy to present this, our important survey, unless the topic is not that happy. But I'm really happy that we were able to conduct it. So this presentation is prepared together with with the gender-based violence survey project group. I want to thank them all. And let's go straight to the information about the survey. We conducted the survey to meet the obligations or requirements of Istanbul Convention and other international requirements. And also we had a lot of national needs, information needs. And we wanted to implement the European gender-based violence survey to find out the prevalence and different forms of interpersonal violence, especially against women. The project started in November 2019 and ended last April. And I want to point out that we, of course, had this diamond project group, but also we had a steering group and expert group, which was really helpful for us because they were really experts from research institutes and universities and ministries. And we got funding, of course, Eurostat grant, and then, of course, Statistics Finland. But to meet the national requirements and needs, we also luckily had the funding from the three ministries: Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Social Affairs and Health, and Ministry of Interior. And nationally, we wanted to include information also violence against men, and violence against young women aged 16 to 17. Eurostat requires only women 18 to 74. And here you can see the national questions that were included, but in this presentation, unfortunately, I can't tell all of this information. About the data collection, The name of the survey, data collection, was the Safety and Well-being in Finland 2021, because we wanted to keep respondents safe and not put them in the difficult situation and dangerous situations. It took about 8 months to prepare the survey. It was hard work with doing the questionnaire, translations, and national context thinking, and respondents' materials. And the data collection happened fall 21. It was a self-administrative web questionnaire, which was quite luckily decided so, because it was a COVID-19 times coming on and then or going on, and it was really good in that sense. And of course, it was a very sensitive way to answer a questionnaire, and you might wonder how we can reach people aged 74 with a web survey, but in Finland, people are using quite a lot internet, so it wasn't that kind of problem. So sample was quite big, 25,000, including 15,000 women 18 to 74, 5,000 women aged 16 to 17, and 5,000 men aged 18 to 74. And the sample was register-based, and it represents the whole population. And the response rate was 30%. It's not that huge, but because of the large sample size, we got enough responses. And also our qualified interviewers, they were utilized in making motivational calls to those respondent groups that were underrepresented in respondents. Then some key results, not all, unfortunately. We think that it's important first to look at how people think that, how common the violence against women and men is. And we can see that women thinks that it's more common than what men thinks. And women also thinks that violence against men is more common than what men themselves thinks. So this is quite typical also from the other surveys. Then let's go further to the intimate partner violence among those people who has been in partnerships now or previously. And this concerns respondents aged 16 to 74, 16 to 17 in the case of women, and for men 18 to 74. Women were also found to have been victims of the violence by an intimate partner much more frequently than men, and men's experiences of partner violence tended to be more psychological than physical. So you can see that women have had more experience, or they reported more experiences than men in all of these types of violence. Okay, then our research received very few respondents from gender minorities, and therefore those results were not reported separately in the report. But we could anyhow got something out of our data, and we noticed that people experiencing serious health problems or belonging to sexual or gender minorities seem to be at a risk to face intimate partner violence and its consequences. But then we were thinking about how what is the case concerning foreign language people and foreign background people, and then we can think that probably the questionnaire was done in also in Finnish, in Swedish, and in English, but there might be people that were not able to speak these languages, and then of course some people are probably coming from the countries that they are not feel so confident to report these experiences to authorities and statistical office. I hope that that's not the case, but it came to our mind that the cultures might be so that they don't feel that confident, or they don't recognize what is violent. And but we hope that we can develop in the future possible rounds of the survey about these minority things more. Okay, then a few words about the non-partner violence. Here we can see that violence is very gendered. In the case of physical violence, men have bigger shares than women, and mostly men aged 35 to 54 have the biggest share in physical violence, and women aged 16 to 34, they have the highest shares in physical violence. But it's all very dramatic if we think that almost every other woman and man has experienced non-partner violence since the age 15. But men typically experience physical violence, and women then sexual violence. The quite big share of the perpetrators of physical violence are men, and women face the violence typically from or by men. And typically non-partner violence is experienced by an unknown perpetrator. Okay, very quickly, lifetime experiences of sexual violence. Here we can see that the younger age group has the most or more experience than the older ones. Time is running, so let's go further. Okay. Our key finding from the report was that the victims of violence and harassment rarely tell the authorities about their experiences. Many victims of violence remain hidden. 1 in 10 victims report the incident to police, although this figure varies depending on the form and type of violence. However, this 10% reporting rate has remained more or less the same for many years based on the results of previous similar studies. But there is a little difference between intimate partner violence reporting compared to non-partner violence, but it's most typical to report to close person about these experiences, and quite little experiences are told to the victim support services or other health or social services, and also police. Then we had online violence and harassment questions. I have only this one slide, but we have more information. In this picture we have share of respondents or population who has been experienced or witnessed online violence or harassment, and you can see that women has experienced or witnessed more than men, but the difference is not very huge, and younger people has experienced it more than older ones, and women. 27% of women has reported having own experiences, and 23% of men. And it was quite typical that women got private messages more than men, and men reported more about the public comments. And women also reported both experienced and witnessed online violence or harassment affecting them, on their actions considerably more often than men do. And I think it's quite important to notice that also the witnessing online violence or harassment affects your actions. We also had open answers in our questionnaire, and we will be analyzing those later, but there I took a sight on those, and it's very interesting. People are really changing their styles to do things. Women were more likely to limit their participation on online discussions, and they also reported more about consequences consequences on psychological symptoms and that kind of things. Then I have, just for your information, there is already 2 research projects that have been utilized our gender-based violence survey data, and I encourage you to go and look. One is the impact of COVID-19 crisis on gender equality in Finland, and the other one, which is very relevant in many ways, is the cost of domestic violence, and it shows that how big issue this is, that we face violence. Then few points still. I want to point out that we need an overall picture of the gender-based violence, but for that we need also administrative data, not only surveys, but both, and then of course researchers do also other kind of qualitative studies or research. Web survey is quite, of course, cost efficient and a sensitive data collection method. However, it doesn't reach everybody. We need to remind. And then I would like to point out that it's important to highlight nationally how important this information is and what are the international obligations. I always want to say that cooperate, cooperate, and cooperate. It's my motto, because you can also benefit from that. Get key stakeholders involved in the project and the process. It helps you in all phases of the process, from funding to reporting or publishing the results. Now it stopped. Time is running out. Okay. Then, of course, sensitivity issues need to be taken into account very carefully at all stages of the process. And I think it's important to compare perceptions and experience of gender-based violence, and report and utilize the national survey results and bring up the national peculiarities, which is very important when comparing also the international studies. In some countries, we need to think what the results finally tell us and what kind of all things it tells us. It might tell us something about the trust to authorities, or that we don't recognize the violence, etc. And in that sense, I'm happy that in Finland, especially young women are ready to tell their experiences. They feel safe to tell about this, and because older people are not telling that much, we can question if they don't have experiences, if they don't want to think about those anymore, or they maybe don't recognize what the violence is, or what their experiences back in many decades ago was. Maybe then it wasn't think about violence. Okay. And then do not forget the researchers and use of the data also in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very, very informative and rich presentation, Marius. And I think it tied in very well with actually the discussions we've been having over the last 2 days, and then that Angela summarized in terms of the importance of intersectionalities and of collecting disaggregated data, because all of these nuances in data will then feed into targeted policies at prevention and intervention. And yeah, so I think again, we'll pick them. There are a lot of questions in my head, but we'll wait for the round of questions because it must have been very methodologically and ethically challenging in some ways to conduct web-based surveys. And at the same time, what struck me after hearing Nahea and what Angela spoke in Hugh is that violence is a gendered phenomenon, and this came across quite strongly in terms of intimate partner violence. I mean, it was much higher for women facing intimate partner violence from a male partner, and also from non-partner sexual violence. Whereas with physical violence, etc., there's a slightly different pattern. But I'll stop there, and I will hand over to our host speaker. That's your tag for this afternoon, Soli, and the clicker.
Thank you so much. I hope I'm audible enough. My presentation is based on the survey that we are conducting annually, the Governance, Public Safety, Justice Survey, but my presentation is also taking into account some of the data that we are collecting coming from SAPS, which is our South African Police Services. So the aim of the presentation is just to show you how the two data sets complement each other in some of the indicators. I think it's in line with what Angela was saying in terms of looking at the two data sources from the survey side and also looking from the admin side. So the survey has been running since 1998, and in 2018, what we have done is just to revamp and re-engineer what we call it a Victims of Crime Survey into a Governance, Public and Safety Justice Survey. This is just to try and see if we can able to increase some themes that we were not covering under the Victims of Crime Survey. So the survey looks at issues around looking at the levels of crime, experiences by household and individuals, and also looking at the perceptions around gender norms and other crime-related indicators. Like I said, this survey complements the SAPS crime statistics. Just to give a context, in terms of our media estimates, we're sitting at 60.6 million South African. This information will be updated as soon as we are releasing the census in the few months or so. If you break down this by gender, half of South Africans are females, sitting at 3 million. And if you break it down further, in terms of the household, we're sitting at 42.2% of the households in South Africa were headed by females. So this is just to give you a context in terms of when you look at the estimates coming from the survey itself. So there is a module that looks at victims of crime. So there's 7 types of household crime. But if I'm going to take you through all the 7, I think we won't finish today. So I only picked 2 just to show you, just to give you a sense. And again, this is the data that was released last week, Thursday. So this is data that the SG has just released last week. So if you look at the 2 indicators in terms of murder and sexual offense, this is a female-headed household against male-headed household. For females, we're sitting around 6,000 in the past 12 months. And if you look at for sexual offense, it's sitting around 10,000 female-headed household in the past 12 months. So there was an increase from the 5,000 female-headed household that experienced sexual offense in the past 12 months. Let's look at the percentage of perpetrators of assault. So we do ask who the perpetrator is. 25% indicated that it's the spouse. But if you look at the list in terms of spouse, you combine the percentage for spouse and the relative and the family, it shows you that the victims, they know who is the perpetrator. It's someone within the household. So it's about 60%. So meaning 60% of the perpetrators, they're known by the victim. So our survey is divided into two parts. We do have a household section where the head of the household will respond to that section, and we get into the household, we randomly select an individual who's going to respond on the individual experience of crime. This section will also look at the 6 types of crimes, but I'm not going to go through the 6. I'm just going to pick few, just to give you a sense. So these are the 3 that we've picked up in terms of the assault, hijacking, and also looking at the sexual offense. In terms of the assault, around 100,000 females. This is individuals who are age 16 and above. In the past 12 months, they've experienced. And then if you look at hijacking, you're sitting around 39,000 females who have also experienced hijacking, compared to 75,000 males. Sexual offense, if you compare it with males, the past 3 data points, it's always been high, moving from 20,000, now we're sitting around 25,000 sexual offense that females individually have experienced in the past 12 months. As I've indicated earlier, the survey also looked at the perceptions around issues of safety. This is also part of the SDGs goal 16. So if you look at the feelings of persons of age 16 and years above in terms of walking alone in the area where they stay in the dark, irrespective of the sex, they feel unsafe walking alone at night. But if you specifically zoom into very unsafe, you see that 42% of females actually feeling unsafe compared to 37.3%. What we have also done in the survey is just to check whether what are some of the measures that they have undertook to try to protect themselves. From the 30% of the females who indicated they've done something, 46.7%, they indicated that I only walk during the safe hours. And if you look down, you'll see that around 3%, they say they carry a paper spray, and I think around 2% they carry a gun. So these are some of the measures that the females have indicated that they have taken to try and protect themselves. And I think in the report we also indicate, we further ask them whether after doing this, do you feel safe? And I think around 70% of them, they said yes, they do feel safe after employing or also doing these safety measures. What we have also done is to ask who commits the most act of gender-based violence, and this is breakdown by sex. Again, if you look at the top list, it's similar to the previous slide in terms of the assault. It's same, a spouse, a previous partner, a relative. So again, these are people who are within the household itself. So if you look at both male and females, the percentage are not far. And then if you go down the list, you see that there's a teacher, there's a spiritual leader, then also there's a police on the list. What caused this? This is another indicator that we ask just to get an understanding from the respondent. Alcohol abuse, financial stress, unemployment. But the one that is below in terms of mental health issues, something that we are tracking to see over time, considering also the issue of COVID-19. So we want to see where it is in terms of the list. So in the next round, we will see whether did it make up to the top list of the indicators that are here, the statements that are here. Like I've indicated that we're trying to showcase that some of the indicators that are coming from the survey itself, they're quite complex to measure. But there is also another data source which is coming from the police that also is very useful to understand, to give you a holistic picture. So these are some of the indicators that we have picked up. We didn't pick up all the indicators. So if you look at selected contact crimes against women, this is 18 years and plus in terms of murder and attempted murder. So the orange line is the it's last year, 2022, compared to 2021. So you see that for both attempted murder and murder, the numbers are high. So this is for women 18 years and above in terms of different quotas. So let's look at children, because one of the good thing about the SAPS data is that you can also get data that also looking at the children which are 0 and 17 years old. So again, here it's murder and attempted murder. So these are some of the indicators that we are getting from the data set itself. So it complements the two, whereas the other one you can't get information, especially at the age of 0 to 17 years, because of the age limit that we're using for our survey. Assault with the GBH, again, this is against women 18 years older and children 0 and 17. So again, you see that for 2022, we're sitting at the high. It's an increase from 12,000 to 15,000. This is for women, assault. And then for children, again, there's also an increase if you look at for all the quotas. Okay, let me conclude my stories, colleagues. So I think the point here is that there are two data sets that actually can complement each other. So the other one for survey side is more about looking at other aspects of crime that could not be catered from the police. I think, for example, public attitude towards crime and the level of reporting. This is another indicator that is also part of the survey, and also the feelings of safety. However, as we have seen that some of the indicators, especially of sexual offense, considering the profile of the household. That's the reason why I was showing you the 3 slides at the beginning, just to give you a context in terms of the profile of the household. That if you look at the sexual offense and also the assault, there is a challenge there in terms of under-reporting. This is also have to do with the low response rate, the proxy response method that we're using, the sensitivity of the question, and also that the perpetrators, as you have seen on the slides, that they're coming from the household, they may be also in part of the household. So these are some of the challenges. What it does also is just it makes it impossible to disaggregate this estimate by demographic and geographical variables. And one of the challenge also is that when you look at violence against children, as I've indicated from the survey side, because of the age limit that I've said, and also again, if you look at the older females, as indicated before, the survey doesn't cover because of the lower, not having enough estimates. And person with disability, it's also a challenge also from the survey itself, because of, again, we're not having enough sample size there. However, having said that, the survey, because of its long-term series, it gave us a sense of what are the changes that are happening in terms of those indicators that are already indicated. So as I conclude my presentation, Chair, the two data sources, they complement each other, and it's just a question of how you use them to make a story, to complete the whole story. Thank you.
Thanks, Soli. That was very interesting indeed, and I think drives home the point, what you mentioned in the last sentence, that there is a real strength in linking different sources of data, appropriately, of course, as long as we know what administrative and police and service data gives us and what population-based prevalence survey gives us, but both of these actually give us the fuller story that can inform policy. And I was just thinking about the previous presentation, Mariuth, where you talked about, and this is, it kind of reflects, all population-based surveys, I think, where the help seeking, the percentage of women who seek help are so low, and the police, it's almost 10% or less than 10% of women who actually seek help from the criminal justice system or the police, but it's more their close friends and family that they seek help from. So I think it's knowing what data can give us, knowing the limitations, but also using innovative approaches to capture the whole story. And now I will pass on to our final speaker for this afternoon. Not the least, though, very interesting and upcoming topic, and I think rightly so, the use of technology in facilitating violence against women. So over to you, Diana.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, good evening to you all. Greetings from Uganda. I'm happy to be here to share with you our experience on the new module in our Violence Against Women survey, which is on the technology-facilitated violence against women and girls. So this was a module as part of the overall national survey on violence in Uganda that was done in 2020. So the survey was funded by the government of Uganda, UN Women and UNICEF. We thank them for the support. Can skip that or just go straight to... Okay, of course the overall objective was to provide up-to-date estimates of indicators on violence against women and girls, which of course ultimately is to assist policymakers and program managers in evaluating and designing programs and strategies for eliminating this very big problem, very big issue that we have. So the ethical and safety considerations, this has been mentioned from the beginning. It's a very sensitive area when we are collecting information. So, of course, we had to use the guidelines by World Health Organization on measuring violence against women and girls. For example, we did not outright say it's a GBV or VAUGE survey, but it was termed the National Survey on Women's Health and Life Experiences, so as to protect both the team in the field and the respondents. Of course, there are very many other considerations that we took into place in the detailed survey report. So for purposes of the survey, we of course adopted the definition from the UN General Assembly of the Human Rights Council. Any act of gender-based violence that was committed, assisted or aggravated in part or fully by the use of ICT, in this case that is mobile phones and smartphones and all that, against a woman because she's a woman or it affects women disproportionately. Also in consideration was the frequency of the comments or the insulting nature, the obscene or threatening nature is what constituted harassment. Breaking it down to the forms, there are various forms that we considered as violence against women online. This included sharing clear images of the woman without her consent. From the study, this was the most common. Then there is also sending clear unwanted images of any nature, of course, that were not asked for. This was one of the second most prevalent forms. There was also use of unwanted sexually obvious mails or other messages, like unsolicited, sending over unsolicited emails or SMSs to the women. and offensive advances in social media, of course using the various platforms to send offensive advances to the women or any other platforms. And finally, the use of hate speech, language that sort of degrades the woman or insults or threatens or targets someone based on their gender or other traits, like because you have, say, maybe a disability, you receive some hate speech, or because of your tribe or religion, whatever it is. So these are the 5 forms that were considered during the survey. The questions focused around the respondents' biodata, their ownership and use of the ICT gadgets, because that is where we are focusing on, the different forms of cyber harassment that they had experienced, the experience in the cyber harassment, and of course the relationship of the perpetrator, their age group, their residential status, and earning status as some of the background characteristics of the victims. So I'll go straight to some of the key findings. The survey revealed that the most affected, 62%, were in the age group youth, 18 to 30. So these are the most, this is where the highest percentage of women who experienced online harassment are reported. Of course, it was also affected by residential status. Those in the rural areas, slightly more than half, 52%, experienced it more than their counterparts in the urban area. There was not much difference, as we can see, when it came to income earning status, but the other 2 we saw were quite significant differences between the different categories of women. Overall, 49% of women reported that they had experienced some kind of online harassment. And when it comes to the online environment, we see that social networking site, 9 in every 10 women reported that the online harassment was via social networking sites and apps. Text message was a little less, and online dating websites, just 2% of the women. Experience by relationship to the perpetrator, we see that the most common was a stranger or someone they had never met before, that is 35%. Then also not knowing the real identity of the person. We know online it's not easy to know the identity of the person, so that followed through. But also we see friend significantly, 28%. The friends are harassing the women online, and then of course a family member and others have smaller proportions, as we can see. And then this is by age group. Here we see which particular age groups by the perpetrator. So we see that for older women, 50 to 54, it's mostly friends who were the perpetrators of the harassment. In age group of about 30 to 34, we see that it's mostly a person they don't know, their identity. And yeah, as we can see, the different age groups, so there are different perpetrators for different age groups of the women. The rest of the detailed findings are in the report. But generally, we can see that the survey revealed that about half of women interviewed had ever experienced online harassment. The problem we saw is mostly higher in the rural areas and also among the youth, age group 18 to 30. So, of course, since we are aiming to inform policy, all the strategies for prevention should dwell around the youth in general, social networking sites and apps, and texts or messaging apps. Being a cross-sectional design, the study was not able to really go into detail of the relationships between the violence by an intimate partner and possible health problems or other outcomes, of course, which is important for the subject. Also, there are some issues of recall bias, but especially culture biases. This was mentioned by one of my fellow panelists earlier. Culture is really a big issue when we come to violence against women, so issues of even not knowing whether it's actually violence or not, so there's a challenge there. And then also with qualitative data, we have the quantitative findings that we can see, but when you ask yourself probably why in the rural areas, why the youth, when you get to dwelling into the data, the qualitative data is not sufficient to really help us interpret the findings as much as we would have wanted. But what lessons did we learn from this? Of course, being a sensitive subject, rigorous interviewer training is key, especially in issues of disclosure by the respondent. Participatory method was again mentioned earlier by one of the speakers. Involvement really of the women groups and government and all to ensure ownership of the study and interest so that the findings can be used. And of course, emphasis on ethical and safety concerns contributed to the quality of the data. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Diana. And, very, very interesting. And I think a new form, and this was a discussion we were having just before the forum, on whether it's a new form of violence or it's a new modality. So using technology to exacerbate existing forms, and all of this then feeds into how we measure violence. And just to say that UN Women with UNFPA and WHO, we're working on operationalizing. There is a conceptual definition, but coming up with an operational definition, and within the WHO questionnaire, trying to include, we have 2 questions that look at technology-facilitated abuse, but we are in the process of looking at including a question set. But as you can see from Diana's presentation, there are so many issues to grapple with: the perpetrators, known, unknown. There's this, is the psychological violence, is a separate question set, etc. So, but this is a great, great starting point, and surveys like yours really help us with moving the field forward. So if we have the time, I'm going to ask each of the panelists in 1 minute. Sure. We're going to come to the audience, but is it a burning question? Okay, sure. Go ahead, and then we'll...
Okay, thank you very much. I really appreciate the presentation made by all the panelists, and basically the one Diana just presented. My question is the figures. Are these figures relate to the coverage of the area where you conducted the survey, or it's for the country overall?
Yes, thank you so much. I'm sorry the slides were quite few. I would have probably delved into the sample and the sample size and all that, but this was a national survey. The survey was generally the national survey on violence in Uganda. So I just picked out the module for the technology-facilitated violence, but the findings are for the nationwide, yes. But the details, of course, of the sample size and household size and all that are in their report. They are representative of the whole country. Thank you.
Thanks, Diana. So I'm just going to ask the panelists, because this will also, I think, help guide the questions from the audience and probably also answer some of your questions. But in 2 minutes maximum, if you can let us know what were the methodological and ethical issues that came up in each of your surveys or studies, and how did you address them? So I don't know, maybe I'm on this end, so I'll start with Diana. Just 1 or 2 issues that you grappled with in measuring this form of violence and how you overcame it.
Okay, thank you. I had mentioned some of them earlier, but just as was discussed earlier, we are used to the different forms of emotional, physical, psychological. So we see that this is a new area of which we have new data points. So kind of probably issues around defining, relating it to the information that we have previously, say from the DHS. But it's good that this is a starting point, only that maybe how do we relate it to the physical and the psychological and all that, or is it separate alone? But again, like we've said, there are issues of culture around that, reporting and reporting bias. And yeah, I think I'll stop there for now.
Thanks, Diana. And if I may ask Nihaya, because you mentioned about disability, collecting data on disabilities and on older women, but were there challenges in either collecting but reporting the data? And if there's anything you want to share about collection of violence against women with disabilities in your survey?
Actually, we have asked the violence question about all members where they have disabilities, but in our society, in Palestine society, the percentage of persons with disability for all age group, 10% just, and this cannot publish data for disabilities persons because the cases we collected from the field work not enough to publish data about the violence about these age groups, and we hope in the next 20 and 26 survey round we collect more and efficient data about disabilities persons, and if we can collect data from administrative records from other ministry, we hope we can do that. And thank you.
Thanks, Nihaya. And I think this is one of the bigger issues with measuring violence against women with disabilities. It is important to measure this form of violence, and like they say, nothing for us without us. And just to say that we've been working with the WHO on strengthening measurement of violence against women with disabilities. And one thing we found is that the questions on disabilities within violence surveys are often inadequate, and population-based surveys don't actually capture enough of a sample. So, in the end, you're going with binary responses, yes or no, you lose all the nuances. And at the same time, disability surveys are not sex disaggregated. So I think, like the last session says, using innovative approaches, is population-based surveys the best way to capture this? Do we need other targeted surveys, and do we measure violence in disability surveys or disability in violence surveys? So next to Soli, so, we know that there are lots of challenges with police data. There's lots of under-reporting and lots of attrition, etc. So what were the challenges you faced in linking the two data sources? But specifically, what were the challenges with the police data source that you? and if you have any recommendations.
Okay, thank you so much. I think if you look at the two data sets, in our case, in terms of the survey, I've already alluded to the challenges, and I think these are the same challenges that colleagues are facing across the world, the issues of response rate, and also especially when you're conducting a survey, it's a face-to-face, KP, it's expensive mode of collecting, but it's still an efficient way of doing it because of, if you compare with the other mode, I think my colleague from Finland already mentioned that if you look at the response rate sitting around 30%, which is a web release. So, I mean, a web-based survey. These are some of the challenges that I've already mentioned. If you look at, fortunately, we are working closely with the police in terms of improving the quality of the data. It went through the quality assessment to make sure that when the data releases it's become an official statistics. Now it is an official statistics, which is also a good thing. One of the things that is also good about the SAPS data is that now it gets released quarterly. So meaning that we got to understand the level of crime on a quarterly basis. From our side, in terms of your point that you're mentioning, in terms of have a dedicated survey for all these challenges that we're mentioning here in terms of disability, older females, funding, I think it is a challenge because you also need funding for these dedicated surveys. But I think it just for us as a community to think a little bit creative and innovative. I think throughout the day we're talking about how best we can look at some of the ways of being creative. And I think as Tete say also, we are also looking at our survey program to see how best we can actually innovate it to increase and also to measure some of these challenges. As I've indicated that we are only looking at the sitting age, which is 16 above, therefore we are missing the 0 to 17. So this is another challenges that are on the table, but I think in the next few months or so, we're trying to come up with another way of looking at the program itself, and also looking at our data collection to introduce a new data collection, looking at the mixed mode, to see if you can reach other areas that you're not reaching with the telephonic interviews. Maybe it will also increase the response rate. So these are some of the challenges, but also the solutions in terms of how best we can resolve them. Thank you.
Thank you, Soli. That was really productive. And my final question is to Marius before I open it to the audience. So yours was one of the surveys here that used web-based methods. And I just wanted to know how you dealt with some of the ethical implications. I know you said, older women in Finland or women 74, have access to the internet, but we know that violence against women is a very sensitive topic. So, and could put women at greater risk of violence if they're living with the perpetrator and they know that they're answering the survey. So how did you deal with some of those ethical implications? And the reason I mentioned this is because, the use of remote data collection gained a lot of traction during COVID, and I don't, not in your case, but there were several other cases where people were going out to collect prevalence data without these things of, the woman is locked at home with the perpetrator, you're conducting a telephone interview, etc. So just your insights to help others doing the survey safely.
Yes, we took this account in that sense that we, for example, had a quick exit button on the questionnaire, and of course you can or could reply by mobile or so. It doesn't need the laptop or bigger other ways. So it can be also very private, and probably the perpetrator, even he or she is nearby, probably won't see, and you are able to exit quickly if you are threatened. Then we, of course, we took account when we sent it the letters and this, that we didn't mention anything about this topic, or only the survey name concerning the safety things. So maybe that's enough. Yeah.
Thanks very much. Indeed. And I think the most important thing is to consider, and this is probably one of the issues that sets violence against women surveys apart from other more generic surveys, is that the safety of the woman is paramount, and you can't prioritize data collection over the safety. Also, just in line with that, to mention, because of the move in several places, but with the push during COVID towards these remote methods of data collection, the WHO ethics and safety guidelines that you mentioned, the 2001, we are in the process of updating and should publish it by the end of this year, but it gives researchers and data collectors all the guidance they need if they want to conduct. If it's not possible, because we still recommend these surveys are conducted in person, but if it's not, then what do you need to keep in mind if you're doing it remotely? Okay, I think all of us, the six of us here, have spoken a lot in the last hour and a half, so the floor is now open. I'm sure you have a lot of questions, suggestions, inputs. Yeah, I see the first hand raised there. Yes, please, ma'am.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Dieudonné from Ghana. Thank you all presenters for your wonderful presentations. Mine is like an addition, a suggestion. In Ghana, we have also conducted something on gender-based violence, but we use the citizen-generated approach, citizen-generated data approach, whereby the solution was put on, the app was put on the net, where citizens could download themselves freely and then respond to the various questions. So we did a pilot initially for 3 districts, and now we've scaled it up to 30, and we are hoping to scale it up to 50 more. Okay, so that was just by way of, and for that, people with disabilities also reported about 24% of those who use the app, yes, had a form of disability or another, and also you were free to, one was free to report on behalf of another person and all that. So there were a lot of all these inclusions in the app. So just to recommend that using citizen-generated data approach is also good in gathering, because at the end, when we compared it to the data from the police, from DOCSU, we realized that even for that short period, those who used the app was more as compared to, because people felt shy to go and report. And even we had a lot of males, about 38% of those who reported were males. It was not only females. So just to add up. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Very useful indeed. And feel free to reach out to us with any documentation that you have around that.
Yes, please. We have documentation. Thank you.
So please do. Yes, please.
So it's Isabella from UN Women. I have 2 questions, one for Dorcas from UBOS, and one for Marjut from Finland. Can you hear me?
No, you're quite soft.
Yes, I'm not sure how to, is it better now when I speak very close to the mic? Okay, let me do that then. So I also want to recommend to all of you to go and look at that report on gender-based violence from UBOS. One of the reasons why I feel it's really a good report to look at is because they also combined qualitative and quantitative data collection, which quite often is not done by national statistical offices, in addition to this work on technology-facilitated violence. My question to you is, you said that you think that rural youth were more likely to be victimized than urban youth, and that you felt it may have to do with the large numbers of youth living in rural areas. My question is, have you tried to calculate the percentage of people living in rural areas who've been victimized and compare that with the percentage of people living in urban areas who've been victimized? And that way you would have neutralized the effect of the population size in both areas. But even so, I think it's a very interesting thing to investigate further because it is a bit counterintuitive. So yes, a very interesting finding. My question to Marjut is, you mentioned that especially young women in Finland seem to be a lot more confident to report their experiences of victimization. Normally, when we have low response rates in a survey, we assume that, we will probably have an underreporting of victimization because the people who have been victimized are not reporting. I'm wondering whether you've tried to determine the non-response bias in your survey and whether there is a way to do that, because I think there may have been a shift. Is there a possibility that the people who haven't been victimized felt, this doesn't affect me, therefore I will not complete the survey? So it's just something interesting to think about. I think it will be extremely difficult to determine the non-response bias. But yes, I'm just putting it on the table.
Can we take maybe another couple of questions and then we can have the responses and then wind up if there are more questions. Oh, sorry, the light's a bit. Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'll use Finland as an example, but it applies to all those who presented on statistics. During the presentation, there would be somewhere where it would show that sexual violence or physical violence against females, for example, let's say it's 64 and against males is 34. My question as the presentation was being made was against males, is it male against male or is it a combination of males and women and females against those males? I'm just asking because sometimes when you talk about gender-based violence, people will say, yeah, there are men who are being abused by women. So I just want to understand the dynamics in those statistics. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Tebatso. I'm not a researcher.
Can you speak closer to the mic if you don't mind?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. For the past 2 days, I think I'm turning into a researcher. I'm a communicator, communications by profession. But as you know, communications and research are twins. I'm just interested in finding out what is the uptake of the research, respective research findings by the countries with regards to their governments in terms of policy and maybe strategic plans to do something about it, because the research paints a picture of the what. But I want to just find out what is the uptake. I know that in South Africa, I'm from South Africa, we have a national strategic plan on gender-based violence and femicide 2020-2030. So that's at least there's an uptake and a commitment in terms of a national plan to do something about GBVF. But I know that as well we are struggling with behavioral change, because at the heart of it all, there must be root causes why. And I don't know if there is research as well or investment in research to understand why, because the what is quite clear, but why is gender-based violence continuing? And then, because when we understand why, we'll be able to put in place initiatives and interventions like, like I said, behavioral change initiatives and etc. And also put in place prevention plans and strategies to once and for all eradicate crimes, especially gender-based crimes. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll take one last question and then they can respond because I think it's a lot for the presenters to take in before. Yeah, Menja, go
Thank
ahead.
you so much. I'll be very fast. And therefore, thank you so much for this very excellent panel. My name is Meng Jiali. I'm from UFPA. So I just have one quick question. I wanted the presenters to comment on your data dissemination because I think that's also very important to the colleagues, just what the colleagues just raised about use of data for policy and programming. How would you disseminate your data and specifically the micro data? What are the ethical and the safety considerations when disseminating those data? But just to keep in mind, if we have the micro data, the policymakers and researchers will be able to do more in-depth analysis and link this to other types of data. It also helps us for their global reporting to calculate standardized indicators. Thank you.
Thanks, Menja. That's an excellent question. I think it's one of the ethical guidelines that data that you invest in producing must be made publicly available in a safe way, anonymized, to inform policy. But I will hand over. How do we handle the questions? Diana, do you want to go first?
Yes, thank you for the questions. So, yes, Isabella, thank you for that addition. We did, as you've mentioned, the qualitative and quantitative, and we also did the modules for the children and the older women, so there is quite a lot around that, but of course the report and the information is on our website for looking at more and informing any others who might want to do the same or borrow some ideas from there. Yes, we did cater for of course, when you see such results, you need to go back and look into that and make sure that that is exactly it. It did surprise us as well, but that is what the results were, and they were adequately controlled for. However, that is why I mentioned that for some of these results, I think it has been mentioned, we know the what, but when it comes to the why, the how, that deeper analysis is what we still have work to do as areas for further research. Yes, since this the work we do especially around gender is we very much involve the ministry in charge of gender, the women organizations and all those really interested in gender, and I must say the uptake of at least the gender statistics is quite a lot in Uganda. We have quite a number of policies and strategies that have been developed around this. We have a lot of support also from the regional and international organizations, especially UN Women, who have supported even the development of these policies and actual implementation in terms of GBV shelters, and also working with the justice system to also make sure that their data is well, comes out well, so that it can also inform the justice system and the policy makers and all this. But again, we shall not deny that there are issues around culture, that in as much as you feel you've done so much, there are still those things that make it seem like you've done so much, particularly in this case, the ingrained culture around gender. I think that is it. I didn't miss anything. Yes, we do disseminate the data. The reports and all are available on the website. The microdata is still available, but upon request. Thank you.
Okay, I try to remember all, but about young women, our interviewers made we know that young women are probably not the most volunteering to answer the survey, but the interviewers made those motivation calls to those groups that were not answering the questionnaire enough. So, but I told that they are willing to tell their experiences when they are answering. I think, of course, yes, they seems to be or are open to tell when there are, of course, these kind of has been a lot of discussions about these topics in Finland, and I think young women are encouraged to do that as well. So I don't know if it's enough for you, but we can discuss it later on. Then it was about dissemination. We have been published in our websites, but unfortunately not yet in English. But I hope it will be. And then the microdata will be available for researchers later on this year, and we will write articles and blogs about this topic, and some plans about cooperation articles, etc. is also planned. So and we have a cooperation with the let me check. In the group committee for combating violence against women and domestic violence in Finland, and we are that cooperation. These results will be also disseminated, and this group, for example, has also political power. I think so. So maybe was it enough? Yep.
Me?
Very briefly, Nehaya, so there were two questions that came. One was about the government ownership of the data, and
yes,
and the other one was related to the dissemination. So, is the Palestinian survey available? I mean, the report is, but is the microdata? Can someone conduct secondary analysis? Can we request the data and then use that for further analysis? Thanks.
BCBS policy for dissemination, all services is published, and we put it under ICOM publication and website. Everyone can go and get all reports they need about the any services we contacted in BCBS. Another, especially violence, the violence survey, we have put all reports we dissemination for this survey in the website. Anyone go to website and get it. And also we have public use file. Everyone can get the public use file data to analyze the data he want or she want to do more analytical in the data. About the collaboration with other governments, as I understand, one of the main objectives for violence survey in 2019 to get database updated or as demands from Ministry of Women. Why? To use the data get from violence survey 2019 to put it and in a new strategy for the ministry, and they have a National Committee to Combat Violence Against Women, and they use the output of our survey, Violence in Palestinian Society, in this new strategy, and we, as BCBS, we part in this strategy, and we receive the data Ministry of Women Affairs used in this new strategy. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, so that was a very rich situation, and I'm not going to try and summarize it all, but I'm going to remember Francesca's words of ending on a positive note that yes, this is a serious concern, and we have a long way to go, and yeah, we're not on track to meet the SDG targets, but we can't forget how far we've come. In relation to the question about prevention, there's a lot more we now know about the drivers of violence, including discriminatory gender norms, poverty, so the risk factors, but how, we can work to target this. So we have interventions that now have been tested and show that they work to reduce violence, like cash transfers and other economic empowerment programs, but combined with gender norm change, because otherwise, like Angela said, there's the backlash. So we know more than we have, and there's a lot of resources in the room. So many of you here working on the issue, so many of the UN organizations. So just to make a very quick pitch about the joint program that WHO and UN Women did. But we did a lot of work on the measurement of violence against older women, and have now developed a module that's being pilot tested in several countries. So anyone here that's measuring violence 50 years and older, there's work on disabilities, and a lot of rich work around the room. So I'm not going to take that away, but I think one point I will make is that it is important, very important, to invest in data, to continue investing in good data, because good data leads to robust evidence-based policy. And as the INEGI colleague said yesterday, it's expensive to generate good data, but it's more expensive not to have the data, because the cost of violence is very high, not just to the women, but to families and to societies. So I think we all deserve a round of applause for how far we've come. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm back. To be a referee and a player at the same time is not easy. Okay, colleagues, we are done for the day. We do have a side event. We'll start at 5:30. We're using the room at the next door room. Tomorrow morning, we have another side event. We'll start at 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock, colleagues. We'll be done at 8:30, and then we'll start the forum at 9 o'clock. So at 7 o'clock until 8:30, 9 o'clock we start. The next one, the side event, boardroom 1, 2, 3, it starts at 5:30. Thank you. Enjoy your afternoon. Thank you. Sorry, the colleague from Lesotho